Hello and welcome everyone to the LPL Spring Playoffs. It is that time finally as the playoffs have arrived here for the Chinese League of Legends scene. My name is Julian Patriot Time Card. Joining me today on the desk is Indiana Froscura and Black. Great to have you here to kick off what should be an awesome playoff season.
No, I'm super excited. It's finally kicked off. Like you said, we had 10 weeks of really competitive play, probably one of the most competitive splits in Chinese League of Legends history. Teams have rebuilt, fallen, come back stronger, and we finally made it.
Well, we may never know, but we are going to have a look at the overall playoff look and bracket because it is a very grueling gauntlet style that some of these teams are going to have to go through. Here's the bracket on your screen. Froscura, explain a little bit about the overall structure of the playoffs for me.
Okay, so how this is going to work is it's going to be what we'll call a slanted gauntlet, which is why you see the 1 indicated in Vici and Snake. That is not a typo. They are actually a point up into these best of 5s. And the other thing to note is that it's a cross-group gauntlet run. So Vici and LGD obviously coming from different groups, and as they move through. The reason why this is important is because these teams facing each other through the playoffs have only had one game during the regular, or one series during the regular season to kind of test the waters and feel how they're going to go. Yeah,
and you can see QG, RNG there sitting at the top already in the semifinals due to the fact that they finished on top of their groups. EDG World Elite sitting there waiting, I guess, for the winners of round 1 to come through, and we will of course play those games today. Snake and IG will be our first, and Vici and LGD, and like you said, a weighted best of 5 there, so those teams will start a game up but finishing a bit higher in their group.
And the other thing to note is if that someone like Invictus Gaming, if they're going to make it all the way to the finals, they can play a possibility of 20 games.
Yep. That's a lot.
That's absurd.
Including winning the games.
Including winning
to play the final. But yeah, that's a whole host of games. Like, you pretty much have to play a best of 5 and then another one, and then you get to play like QG or RNG, and then maybe you get to the finals. Like, think about the run for a second. That's why it's a gauntlet. It is grueling. The top teams, they get rewarded for their strong placing in the regular season. It pretty much filtered down to every single position in the group, which is why you see teams put where they are. And man, it is tough to win LPL, but this has got to be one of the hardest ways to do it. The gauntlet style is so great for that reason.
Yeah, and they brought in the gauntlet style in 2015, obviously, to make sure that the teams were competitive throughout the entire season. We've seen some delayed starts before, and teams kind of evening that out because, again, it's about rewarding those teams that do well in the regular season and don't just have a fantastic playoff run.
Well, it's a perfect segue because delayed starts is definitely the story of LGD in general, and we're going to start again with their game versus Vici. I think both these teams, honestly, you would never expect either of them to have made playoffs based on what happened. Vici almost got their heart broken, but managed to eke through. And LGD, no one knew what was happening for a number of weeks, but they knew, managed to push through for the last playoff spot in their group.
This is the thing. We've talked about this before. We need to understand that, yes, LGD have this kind of track record of not performing during the regular LPL season, but they always perform when it counts. I mean, save for their Worlds performance, we can write that one off. But in terms of, this is the playoff match, they almost qualified themselves for MSI the first time around. It was simply a pentakill that allowed EDG to even go to MSI in 2015. So LGD historically and domestically, when it's crunch time, they do come out to play.
Yeah, it's like not just a joke that they tend to win when playoffs are on the line because they like getting themselves there. It seems like they like doing it the hard way though, and they are going to have to run the gauntlet starting with Vici. Let's talk a bit more about LGD though, because this team, I mean, what even changed, really? Because it just felt like all of a sudden they started winning.
Well, this is the thing. We've had hybrid rosters in the LPL for a couple of, like a split now. So it's coming on that the communication is starting to even out. You have players like Rookie and Swift who speak Chinese very well, so integrating better into the team. It's getting more cohesive. If you bring in a brand new top laner, you're replacing Flame, you're replacing Acorn, and now you have Marin, people needed to expect, yes, he's a World's MVP, but he needs time to build up that communication and reach that synergy that Acorn and Flame had for the team. And so I think it was just kind of a hard reset that fans weren't expecting given the star-studded talent on the roster.
Yeah, and again, that talent definitely started really playing off as the roster moved through because a lot of LGD games are very fun, very bloody, and very fast. These guys win or lose in about the same amount of time, and it's blazingly quick when no matter what happens because they are just showing off, it feels like, when they win. They do such disgusting things sometimes. Wayless, he'll just do something random, and it'll work 90% of the time.
No, what's really big right now, especially coming into Vici versus LGD, is going to be the Azir pick. Wayless recently played it in his last set really well, but this is the surprise. Naturally, we assume that Wayless can play Azir. He has one of the most played, unique played champions of any player in the LPL historically, but he never did in 2015. It was the only champion that he never touched, and Azir was still a relatively big pick, but he finally pulled out against the game in Snake, 2-0, or I think it was a 3-1?
Yep.
2-1, I think.
Managed to make it look really good.
It was dirty.
It was. LGD were kind of like, don't really like this game number 1. Snake kind of roll over them, and then actually we remembered how to play League of Legends.
Yep.
backhand. Just demolish them.
But this is the thing. Against EasyHoon, we now have to expect this is going to be the contested pick or it's going to be banned to take it away.
And that's the thing. We look at Vici, we've seen teams constantly target EasyHoon, but honestly, if we look at Vici, I think you start at the foundation, you start at the base of the team. EasyHoon's a great player. He's been playing very well, but it's Dandy, as always, that's getting things started.
And it's nice that Dandy's finally really warmed back up again. When he took from top lane back into the jungle, he stumbled a little bit. Didn't look as cohesive and as clean as we expected, you know, one of the most dominant junglers in the world to look, but he's definitely back on form. The thing is watching Dandy's gank paths, he's actually going to gank bottom lane much more than mid lane, so it's kind of this idea that, and he said it in an interview recently, the reason why I will prioritize ganking bottom lane is simply because there's more people to get ahead down there.
It has nothing to do with the fact that maybe Endless and Caveman don't match up quite the same way as Imp and PYL.
Yes.
Nothing to do with that at all.
And that's really important to know because that's also going to be another kind of primary weak point that we're looking at when we have these two teams match or line them up pound for pound. I expect Dandy to gank, like you said, Endless and Caveman's lane to get them ahead, stabilize them, hopefully get Dandy an advantage, and then Dandy brings that advantage into the mid lane, which he uses to win EasyHoon's lane, and more importantly, unlock EasyHoon to impact the rest of the side
And
lanes.
that's sort of the thing. It's a really fun way to watch them play because it's almost like they just, you know, they pass the baton. Dandy starts running. He's a really good sprinter, gets the game going nice and quickly, runs into EasyHoon's lanes 15 minutes in, passes it over on the Lissandra pick, and he leaves, and 20 minutes in, he's ganking top lane, he's ganking bot lane. All of a sudden, Vici is snowballing team fights, getting objectives like they've always been known to do. They're slow starters, I will say, but their game plan seems to be very effective, and they've been branching out a little bit more. Vici did impress moving into the later stages of the regular season.
No, I actually really agree with that. They are getting stronger, and like you said, it's really the fact that EasyHoon is being unlocked. He's not just sitting in his lane waiting for 45 minutes. Because the thing is that Vici depend on EasyHoon to carry them, as opposed to EasyHoon depending on Vici to reach 45 minutes so he can play the EasyHoon style that we saw him make famous in Korea.
Yeah, he's been playing much more aggressive, much more mid-game oriented, and very playmaking heavy. He's just going crazy. But we are going to have a look at the matchup. Vici Gaming, they're the first side. We'll have a look through their team. Lung Danley, EasyHoon, Endless, and Caveman.
Okay, so we're going to start and go through the roster. We didn't get to touch much on Long, but he's kind of the other backbone to this team. The only issue is he's not nearly as consistent as I would like him to be. He can be the carry. He can step up alongside Dandy and EasyHoon and be what Vici really need. It's just not 100% of the time.
Yeah, feels like he goes from solid to carry, but maybe swings a little under solid sometimes, but Dandy's certainly been a star. Don't give the man Kindred. It's a free piece of advice.
Don't give him Kindred, don't give him Graves, don't give him Nidalee on the 6.6 patch. He plays more Graves than any other jungler in the LPL.
Well, there's EasyHoon, of course. You can see really mixing up with his champion pool, but he's got a really solid roster of champions. He gets banned out a lot, but he'll never, ever be down in a series. Although some picks look a little better than others, as you have a look at Endless. That Ashe game, actually, does stick out as a recent success for the team.
Yeah, and the thing is Endless does have a very fragile champion pool. His most effective champion is obviously going to be the Kalista. That's why you see so many of those champions. But it's okay, because he's got this guy next to him in the lane. Caveman is actually a support that I find surprisingly performing well.
Yep, one of those quietly overachieving LPL supports that seem to be everywhere on teams randomly, which we've noted. But Caveman, he's been really solid. A lot of LPL supports are required or expected to be big playmakers and engagers. We've seen that, but I want to talk about star power. Ooh, baby. This lineup is just absurd.
Yeah, and it's only getting more absurd as the days passes and they get used to each other. They've brought back their spring uniforms, or excuse me, their summer uniforms, which is why they're now back in black, and LGD seem to be on the rise with their new style.
It's almost like they won that playoff. That's interesting.
I know, that's strange.
Well, maybe perhaps superstitious, but it's been working so far. This team's still on a win streak, by the way.
Team looks massive right now.
Dropped a game to Snake, but didn't drop a whole lot else in the series. Mara and Amy, Wayless, Imp, and PYL.
This is pretty much how the Snake game went. They dropped a single game, and then they dropped a bunch of bricks on Snake.
Yeah, pretty much. As we look at Marin in the top lane, there isn't not enough words to praise this player recently. He's just been awesome.
That Poppy game, I believe he was 6-0-7. Marn is on point. And the thing is he's vastly different from Acorn and Flame, even how Flame was playing in LGD's context. So I feel like they just had to figure out a new top laner.
Well, Amy has arguably been the weak link, but someone has to be on a team this good, but certainly been stepping up. So has Wayless, actually. He's been playing much more like his old self, going a little crazy from time to time, but more often than not, it works out.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Wayless, he's considered, or often was considered, the best Chinese mid laner in the LPL, and he's kind of re-earning that title, but this guy is on fire.
He's not bad.
Not bad.
Really good, actually. He's been good all season. PYL also kind of stepping back up into his playmaking roots. Those recent Thresh games were a joy to behold, and this is just LGD. They just love to fight you.
They are the quintessential Chinese team right now. That's the easiest way to put LGD. Spawn has a great way of explaining it that normally, I need to use my hand for this.
Yep.
Normally, teams, you have 5 players and they all form a fist. Yeah,
Yep.
they form a fist and then you just punch someone out. LGD, they can't quite get the fists together, so they're just like fingers and they just start poking eyes.
And the nice thing is, actually, that I think they're starting to gain some cohesion as well. We're seeing a little bit more team play. Yes, we're seeing strong lanes. This team is arguably win lane, win game at a surface level, but I feel like LGD, they are getting stronger, and if there's ever a time to improve and mature, it's going to be in what's a very long LGD playoff run.
And historically, this is typically where they rise to the occasion and do make their maturing or evolutionary plays.
And I think the obvious mismatch has to be looking in that bottom lane. We talked a lot about the top sides of the map for both of these teams. They've been looking great, but Endless Caveman versus Imp and PYL, there's just mismatches everywhere in that 2v2.
So now the question becomes, are we going to be looking at a lane swap? And the thing is both of these teams, LGD actually lane swap more than Vici Gaming do.
Well, interesting to see if they go for it now, but I would power up Imp as well. I can kind of see what they're going for. Going to Champ Select though, Vici, of course, that is not a typo, and you have not missed a game. Welcome to the playoffs. We're going to start with our first best of 5. Vici, though, do start with a 1-game advantage in the best of 5 due to the fact that they were the higher seed in their group, and the bans are almost done. Siva, Echo, and Azir for Vici, where Ryze, Alistar, and Poppy will follow for LGD. So mid-lane bans everywhere.
Yeah, and reminder, that beautiful man in the yellow jacket behind Vici is going to be Home, the coach. He'll be facing across from Heart. So there is a lot of, Marn versus Easyhoon, Home versus Heart. It's just incestuous.
There are going to be some strong Korean players doing battle either on or off the Rift here, as Braum is the first pick for Vici overall. Going to take the nice solid support. Braum is just, his stock just keeps rising, it feels like.
Yeah, I would actually like to see the rise of Morgana in China, particularly just because Braum is so potent and powerful. We saw a lot of Morgana throughout the NA LCS. She acts as a beautiful counter to him. That said, China historically has never played Morgana.
Nope.
The only time
not in support.
Yes, the only time they really picked her up was after they were demolished by her at All-Stars, I believe in 2014. Oof. And then immediately following, because Cloud9 just pretty much put OMG in the ground with Morgana support, they came back and were instantly playing
Hey, this is pretty good. Well, we'll see if they adapt here, but 10 seconds or so for LGD to lock in these picks. Dandy has plenty of junglers open, so do pick the support as well, but you can see Amy going to see if you can't steal away Kindred. I think you have to take a strong jungler here. They'll take the Kindred and they'll pair it with Lucian, actually.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Vici didn't prioritize a jungle in a first rotation anyway. The thing about Caveman is he's a phenomenal support player in general. I don't think he needs Rom or Alistar to be successful. But with Nidalee and Kindred both available, this is what I was trying to set up and allude to.
Dandy just doesn't mind. He can pick a jungler wherever he wants. To give Amy Kindred, take Graves, take Lulu.
He actually takes Graves. Okay, so Nidalee on 6.6, Rusty explains this very well. I'm sure we'll hear it later on in the Invictus Gaming versus Snake series. Nidalee has the fastest clear time in the game right now. It's actually absurd, and as Rusty likes to put it, she should be pick or banned every single game.
There was, I believe, MLXG had a recent game on 6.6 Nidalee and went crazy.
Yep, it's
so
ridiculous.
We've seen it already. Dandy defaulting to the Graves. Maybe a flex for Lung. There is some wiggle room there, but have to think that easy hit on Lulu is also nice for Vici, so good setup early here for their first 3 picks. LGD, though, do need to make a few more decisions. Never really know what's going to happen with the LGD picks and bans, but we'll just sit and relax.
I feel like LGD's players just fall back onto comfort picks, which is PYL picking up the Thresh. I mean, the last time we saw him, he literally flashed over Raptor Camp and quickly chain CC'd some poor mid laner.
Well, if we can maybe get the roam on again, because his playmaking has looked good. There is the Thresh. Love to see it. And Corki actually looks like a mid lane because they already have Lucian locked in. Unless Maran's gone Huni style with the Lucian top. Looks like we've got 280 carries. Wayless already picked up his champion. And Endless is like, all right, I guess I'll take Kalista. That's bold into Imp, I will say.
Yep. But we expect this from Endless. Again, if we're talking about an effective champion pool, Kalista is pretty much the only answer for him. Plays a decent Lucian, but his comfort is he needs the power.
I have liked his Lucian, but Imp identifies that, takes it away. Imp is also a fantastic Lucian player, so plenty to work for there on the LGD side. Looks like Vici need a top laner, though, so Dandy is going to take that Graves over the potential Nidalee, curiously enough. Looks like Lung might just be on tank duty for this game, but they've actually given Marin the counter pick, which is kind of cool. So Marin, very good laner, very good player in general. See what he has in store for this potential Maokai. Vici, though, not done with their draft. Taking their time with this pick, wanting to make sure they've got everything locked in. It's all set up. Their coach Rom is happy.
See, I always love Maokai, especially because you're also picking him into the likes of Corki, who he's going to help mitigate a lot of that mixed damage. But the scary thing is Maokai, he doesn't necessarily win 1v1 lane matchups. I know, I see you smiling as the rumble is being hovered. He just neutralizes lanes. So Marn pretty much has the pick of the litter, knowing that I'm just going into a Maokai lane, I'm probably going to get ridiculous amounts of farm. In fact, in a lot of 1v1 matchups, I could probably get the edge here and just win the lane outright. Yep. And against Marn, that's terrifying.
And Rumble would be great. It is a counter, but Martin's an excellent Rumble player, but I think even something like Dinar, which he has shown up on, and one of the few top laners in the LPL to still play it and make it look amazing, I feel like he can get enough initiative in that top lane 1v1 while still contributing to the team, because his teleports have been absolutely immaculate recently, and that's been a big factor of their success. So no matter what Marin takes here, I think it's going to be fine. But it looks like he might just fall back to the Dinar. LGD, in fact, Vici as well, can have pretty similar looking team comps here. We've seen a lot of this from both of these sides recently.
And a lot of power going into their individual lanes. Again, the thing to note about LGD is every single lane plays forward, plays aggressively. They like to make sure that they have just 2v2, 1v1, I can take you on. They're not going to play for scaling or anything like that. They just want to come out swinging. Now, what this means is that this opens them up for ganks, which is why it's incredibly important that Amy is on point, especially against the likes of Dandy, because Dandy is one of the few junglers in the LPL that will punish over-aggression. Yep,
and Dandy's been on point recently. We'll see how he does here in this first game here. Remember, only a maximum of 4 possible games due to Vici having one up already. Vici, of course, only need 2 games. LGD will need to win 3 here in order to advance to the next round. Fearsome opponents on the other side, but we're going to get into our first game here, our second game overall, depending on how you want to think about it. Your team comes back on the screen. I like it. EasyHoon Lulu, though, could be scary.
The thing that you need to understand is that EasyHoon will build his Lulu and itemize for damage. He wants to be a secondary carry. He's not there to support Endless. Endless picks the Kalista because he needs to compensate for his weak laning phase, and so he needs a champion like Kalista, like Lucian.
Yep.
The Ezreal, not so much.
No, unfortunately. He's off the Ezreal tier list, I believe. Not allowed to play it, at least recently. The LGD, they've just been on such a tear. Vici just squeezed through. Coaches will shake hands. They've known each other for a while. Looks like there are a few smiles cracked there. But let's get into Game 1 of playoffs. And here we are for the first game of playoffs. Vici and LGD are going to play their first actual game of this best of 5. Once again, Vici, that is not a typo. They do start a game up here in the BO5. So only 4 games potentially to play. We'll see if LGD can answer back. And even that score up, or if Vici can put themselves very close to a next round appearance. Playoffs, always an exciting time. And the playoff power-up is usually very real for LGD.
You have to think they are, what, 7 winning series?
Yep.
Yeah, so LGD are on a 7-series win streak right now. That is absolutely terrifying, as the Keystone match trees will pop up on the bottom of your screen. A lot of battle, no warlords.
So much battle here for LGD.
So much battle.
Seems to fit their laners, I think. The fervor is strong. Looks like pretty standard stuff on the other side for Vici, though.
Lane swap being initiated here from LGD, and again, this is what we were talking about. Vici actually have a lower chance to lane swap than LGD. LGD used to have one of the most refined and engineered lane swaps back in 2015. This, of course, had to adjust, bringing in Marn, the differences between him and Acorn, but they've gotten better at it, although it will be matched by Vici in the end.
Yep, actually going to spot them up there and look for a 2v2. So we will have inverted standard lanes as Vici, Endless, and Caveman are going to hang out on the Grump.
See, here's the thing, though. I actually really like that LGD would get a lane swap. Of course, in this time, it's just going to be what we like to call the Australian standard lanes.
Because they're upside down, guys.
He's got it. Good job, pastry time. But the reason why is, yes, Imp and PYL are incredible 2v2 laners. They have very powerful champions. Thresh is... I mean, people forget about Thresh. It's always like, oh, the Braum, the Alistar. But in a straight 2v2, Thresh is going to win. It's range support versus a melee support. But in a... lane swap scenario, it unlocks PYL on this Thresh, and that's when things really get crazy.
And this is the thing that people don't appreciate about him, is you can kind of see some of the fight there. Good little trade back and forth. Imp level 2 early, but Endless now hits it. Caveman still a little low on level 1. But Imp will fight anyone. 2v2, 1v1, Imp is more than happy to take you on.
Oh,
Good hook. Caveman flayed back. Just some damage as the door goes up. He's going to get the Q back there in onto PYL, but he does dodge concussive blows. LGD, again, more than happy to fight at every opportunity.
Yep, and we'll see them try to take control of this creep wave and start to push forward, because that's typically going to be the MO of LGD, pushing forward in all lanes, although in the mid lane, EasyHoon actually doing a great job keeping Wayless locked in. Lulu using that lane bully ability.
Yep, Wayless though able to see us pretty easily thanks to Koki's passive, but the Hoon definitely keeping pressure up early. Wants to get this man in a bit of a better spot as they will pass.
Ships passing in the night. Ping goes top. Here comes Amy.
This could be problems. Vici's duel in very far extended.
He still has
PYL
Descendants.
lining it up. Does get the hook in there. And now Amy's on the other side. He's going to try and lock down Endless, who gets as Amy gets exhausted. TP in for Vici as they still really want it. Amy does leap forward. Needs an auto. Will get the first blood as PYL will flash out of the situation. But 3v4 as PYL going to be left out to dry. Dandy takes him out on Imp. He has to bail, but I think he's not going to make it out either. They're going to keep locking them down. Lung's going to take out Amy and Imp. He will die. Dandy gets a double.
A 3-for-1 trade for LGD. Marn has TP. He doesn't pull the trigger on it. Summoner spells were burned, so LGD knew we're going all in. We see the TP, we're ignoring it. I don't know if this is miscommunication. Marn not coming. Whoa? I guess they're just lane swapping now. Back to standard lanes.
Sure. I mean, I guess could have used it earlier if he wanted the swap. Lung actually going to get locked down here. Marn might even be able to chase for a bit of extra damage. Lung, no flash could be a problem. Marn going to flash in for it. Hyper going to proc once again, and Lung, he needs a few more autos. Megan are almost there. Could be problems, and he's not quite in range.
Doesn't have enough.
Stubby little arms getting in the way.
Because he burned the flash initially. Wow. It would have been so much better if he picked up the farm, all that solo experience, and then comes top and picks up the kill. But statement still stands. Vici went out on that initial trade just because Marn failed to initiate teleport alongside Long.
Such a strange thing to see. Like I mentioned, Marn's teleports recently have been absolutely excellent. He will get a lot of time in this wave, though. He knows Long doesn't have TP, so he is going to deny a wave back in. And it is kind of weird to see, but we have to swap back for the 2v2.
Well, in a recent interview, LGD did say that their calls come from Marn, Amy, as well as PYL. So I'm assuming because Amy and PYL were in that call, it should have been, don't TP, we're fine.
Well, I have to think so. Hook not going to land there onto Endless as Imp. Going to try and clear this wave out. Looks like there's no massive item discrepancy just yet because Endless only got 2 assists, but Dandy actually the one that reaps the biggest benefit, getting 2 kills from the jungle. We'll see if he can convert that into additional pressure. As EasyHoon going to make his way back and just farm things out under turret. Looks like Koki's going back as well.
I mean, effectively you are right, Dandy did pick up those 2 kills, but it's traded for the CS discrepancy onto Marn, which I'm still going to give that to Dandy, but that's where these two teams weighted it. We got extra power onto Marn. Of course, he burned his flash, wasn't able to pick up the kill, or we have extra power onto Dandy, which actually this is where both these teams have weighted their win conditions.
Makes sense. As Long has actually caught up nicely. Did get a kill also, so probably not too unhappy at this point. I like the early swiftness boots because Nas slow is pretty annoying. And if Mara can't keep bullying this lane, looks like he is going to go Phage first for some sort of aggression. We'll see how deep he goes on the potential dueling build. But Marin, we've seen his Nard just do so much work time and time again as Dandy can move his way up the river, take out the Scuttle Crab, and Amy might even take a visit top lane as well.
Should be noted that Long's TP is down, so there is still some kill pressure on this Maokai while he only has a Doran's ring.
Oh, Marin actually going to get aggressed on, but Dandy's going to find Amy. I think they both just saw each other, though. Oh, no, Amy didn't. Dandy going to move in for it. Now they're going to collapse in on him. No ulti there for the Kindred. Dandy, this does too much damage. Needs a few more autos. Dandy moves in, and Long snipes on with a sapling.
I was going to say he might be able to get out just because Long wouldn't have the Twisted Advance available. They're looking for the dive, though. Here comes EasyHoon and Dandy from behind tower.
This is problems. EasyHoon is level 6. He's got the ulti and the flash. Marin is about to hit Mega. So extra stats going to be very beneficial here, but they are going to move in for it anyway. Marin does have the ulti. He needs to line this up perfectly, but he gets Polymorphed away, trying to move in for it. Flashes him, gets him into the wall, but Marin, he just can't quite make the trade. The ulti's out to save Long.
So unlucky for Marin. The tower aggro wasn't there to assist him, and here comes Wayless.
Straight in the top lane, but he's just going to die for it. They'll re-dive again. Dandy going to look for it. They're not enough damage. The sapling snipe once again. But they're going to speed him in. He's got a shield. He needs to keep moving. The sapling's there. He just couldn't get away.
4-0 right now for this Maokai. Long is just dunking LGD.
And that's thanks to some good help from EasyHoon and Dandy. Seems like the formula's still in place. And we check back in the bottom lane. Sure, 10 CS up for him. Not a good time, even though Endless does have some assists. But the right half of the map is winning for Vici.
PYL to the rest of the team. Guys, what's happening up there?
Well, we'll see what happens as it develops, because LGD's bottom lane always finds himself in a position of power. But really smart play from Vici early on, and Dandy starting to put on a show early into this playoff game.
But this is also what we expect. We knew that the top side of the map was going to be the contested side for Vici. Typically, Dandy does pop down to Endless and Brahms lane, which is exactly what he did. Level 1, first thing he ganks, he goes to the top lane, make sure that that lane's neutralized and ahead. Now that Long got the TP advantage there, he's just continuing to apply pressure to that crack in LGD.
Well, Wayless does get the blue buff, but LGD do find themselves about 1,500 gold behind 8 minutes into the game. Wayless going to scoop up a good amount of CS here, as Marin actually does have that Jarum's Fist built up, so a bit of early health. Try and mitigate some of that magic damage, along with the Balmy Cinder and like cloth armor plus those early boots. He's very healthy and happy right now.
The really scary thing for LGD fans is that LGD don't play slowly. Even when they're behind and they should just, continue to farm it out. Waiting for Dandy. It's not going to check. Ships in the night.
Spidey senses. Not on point that time.
He's still hanging around.
What is Amy looking for here? Dandy's like, I suspect something. They can't see each other. Some weird dive situation. Now he's going to find him. Shoots him in the back. That might be enough. Actually going to force the teleport out as well. PYL maybe looking for a play. Marin cancels, though. And that was the best amount of pressure I've ever seen Dandy apply without having to do too much. As Easy Hoon does get chunked up by Wailers, but Dandy's going to force him out of the lane. This is a massive Graves already. 2-0-3. Warrior Enchantment is awfully close, and that was a very strange moment.
Well, what this means on kind of a bigger picture is the fact that the top side of the map has lost for LGD, and it's now starting to leak down to the bottom side of the map. Dandy no longer has to apply pressure in this lane. There's not a lot of kill pressure for Marin on Maokai at this current point. The 2v2 up here is pretty much lost just because of how strong Dandy is and how far behind Amy is. So Dandy gets to have free reign of the bottom side of the jungle and try to impact and slow down Imp and PYL now.
Does take a detour, to the blue buff and give it over to Easy Hoon, who is struggling a bit in CS, but these 6 should help him catch up. He'll be about, actually still 15 behind or so, pretty close to 20. So that Wayless is doing a nice job farming up, but Easy Hoon has been moving around the map as well.
But the bigger point that we were talking about before is that LGD, when they lose, they don't lose slowly. I feel like at this point it's probably going to be a bit passive until we have the initial power spike from them or the very first dragon fight. And then LGD, they just make crazy plays. Say, okay, we're losing in the lanes. Let's get out of lane phase. We do see PYL on your screen right now kind of roaming around. He's been spotted out by a pink ward, but this is classic. PYL's roaming. He's looking to flash into mid lane and just try to make something happen.
Yep, because that's the best way to catch up. As far as LGD are concerned, just make some big plays. Imp, pretty comfy right now in the bottom lane. Still up in CS with the BF sword and the long sword. Has plenty of combat stats, even against 2 champions there in the bottom lane. Wayless with the package now, though. Might signal time for a play here from LGD. Look how confident Imp is here. Level 7. It's only going to get stronger. Extra XP, extra farm. The fact that Imp's able to consistently hold these situations is very impressive, but it's a big reason to LGD's success both this year and last year.
He does have to be very careful, though, because he doesn't have the assistance of a teleport. So Long has his TP up and available. Marn does not. I guess that's what the package was used for, clearing out wards in the side river.
Sure. Better than nothing.
Wayless is like when you think typically of the primary vision controllers in a game, you think about the jungler, you think about the support. Marn's not going to take that.
Yeah, he was losing that trade. He's like, I'm supposed to win. I'm not. Not this time, Long.
This tree is massive.
Yes.
This is like the Great Dooku tree.
Only growing stronger and stronger. Glacial Shroud now in the inventory, so you can kind of see where Marin's problems are with all the AD he's built up early to try and combat the Maokai, but another dive would be pretty straightforward here. Dandy, though, is bottom side instead, so no chance this time.
We do see that Amy is kind of shadowing underneath Marin, though, kind of protecting him as the creep wave is pushing in, so they are aware that the dive is possible and offering enough protection, so trying to slow the pace of this game down.
Marin, decent NCS as well, is behind, but still farming up as best he can. Lung's actually going to stay on the top lane for now. I thought he might book it and go by, but he's got plenty of pressure. That tower's actually taking a beating as well. It's good Winter's Bite from Caveman. Does tag Imp. Dandy lining up another tower dive.
Again, we have the teleport available, but this time Marn's TP is also off of cooldown. Here comes Maokai.
Vici, though, are going to come in first. Lung going to go the long way around for this dive. The wave is going to start to get pushed in, but LGD already know what's up. It might be too late, though. Imp's going to try and turn things around, but Lung should make this dive very easy. Caveman picks it up with the ulti, and POL has to flash away.
And there's no reason for Marn to even respond. He was about half health. He's recouped a little bit over the course of that dive, but he didn't have his Meganar available, so that was just too easy for Vici.
Certainly was, and they make the smart play. Now 7-1 up in kills early on. 2,000 gold up already in this game, starting to really pick the pace up. Easy Hoon continuing to pressure there as well. Keep up in CS. As they'll just transition back into a Dragon. Might even get a turret in bottom lane for their trouble as well. It's going to be close. Endless does have a wave with him, so it looks like he'll get it. And all of a sudden, the game's just going to open up. In fact, Endless doesn't even take the tower. He's just happy to leave it.
This is what we expect from Vici, though. They're very good at playing around objectives, playing around their cooldown windows, but they're not a fast-paced team. They average about 1 tower at 15 minutes and only 2 tower at 25, whereas LGD, they average 1 tower at 15 minutes and 4 towers at 25 minutes.
Well, there's Myron taking the first tower of the game, so you can see where the logic stands. Does get it with that extra AD, so benefits there from the early itemization. Has caught back up in CS as well.
The only thing that I'm really afraid of is Vici have this tendency that, yes, they get these massive early leads, but they're unable to snowball them quickly and close out games effectively and cleanly. If you go to 6 items against LGD, they've proven time and time again over the regular season that they will win that.
Yep, more than happy to take it, but like you said, LGD tend not to play too slow. This is actually a much more deliberate game than I expected from them, but they've done well to sort of recoup the early lead Vici have and keep it within touching distance now. It's about 1,500 gold up. LGD have brought back some of that gold.
I know. The fact that the gold is so close despite it's 7-1 is pretty absurd and speaks a lot to the CS discrepancies.
Tower's also very valuable. Vici working on some, but don't have any just yet. It's going to slap down that pink ward. Myron's not very happy about it, but fortunately, can't do too much about it as Amy does just waddle back into the mid lane. He's going to cover this one while Wayless is maybe making a play top lane. I think he grabs the package and he's heading towards Myron's lane. You can see the ping. I'm on the way.
This is still going to be a 3v2 if Amy doesn't also rotate behind them. And obviously, Kindred's ultimate is going to be far more valuable in a dive scenario than Corky's.
Ooh, does spot again, though. Ward was clear, but they are going to go for the redive.
Okay, here comes Amy now. So possibly a 3v3 if LGD can hang on. But Vici not going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, wave not there, so bad time to go for it. Don't think I saw the pink ward, though. And that ward is not, obviously isn't going to see it. Doesn't get seen by the pink either, but good coverage there for Myron just to make sure he is safe from another potential dive. Looks like Easy Hoon's finished that Rod of Ages. Myron's just going to clear these out from under the tower. And there's Easy Hoon with his Rod of Ages. Looking happy, but Wayless, good clip there for that Trinity Force.
Challenge for the red buff now.
Dandy walks over to Ward. He's like, yep, we'll go. Amy's like, help me.
PYL's on the way.
Going to start a fight here. PYL could actually turn this around. Smite goes down. Dandy stole it, I believe. Now he's going to try and get out of it safely. Myron does land the slow from the boomerang, but ulti's over the wall. PYL looks for the hook, but isn't there.
Too little, too late. Again, just slightly behind on the rotations. I like the fact that Vici are still kind of manipulating and chipping away at LGD around the map. We used to call them the death by 1,000 cuts, and they've kind of retained a bit of that identity.
They have a bit. I think I've cut a 0 off the end.
Yep.
So more like 100
Death by
now.
100.
Yeah, but
we can team fight now, boys.
Definitely not 10. Whereas LGD are like, just death. No paper cuts needed. Just swing a big sword around. Dandy, they're going back in for this dive. Trying to stay out of vision of the ward. Lunga's going to set it up. Mini Knife pretty squishy. Dandy's moves in, and oh my god, that damage.
Maokai. Twisted advance, free skill shot every single time. Works so well with champions like Graves, like Lee Sin, like Nidalee. Gives you that free Sonic wave, that free spear.
Ooh, hook actually on the Caveman, but Amy's here as well. Caveman going to put the door up, but I'm not sure that's enough to shake off all the damage. Caveman still in trouble, does ulti away. He's going to try and move in, but Wayless flashes in and steals the kill.
I mean, good job from LGD to get something back. They see that Dandy's on the top side of the map, so they choose to invade the bottom side, at least trade Marn's life and his tower for some deep vision. So frankly, just a little bit of miscommunication from Vici. Caveman, you can't be in that jungle by yourself right now because chances are Amy's going to walk into it.
Yep, seems like Vici do have again. Still the lead, but bottom side looking good here for LGD. And the mid, I think, neutralized for the most part, at least as far as current itemization goes. They're both quite strong. Tower, though, going to look to get knocked down here. Strength of LGD's bottom lane once again showing. Endless, I believe, had the option to take this tower last time. But Dandy is going to cover, make sure the tower stays safe.
Pings are going down right now. For Vici, I thought that they may be setting up for a dive. Long has also walked back to the bottom side, but everyone's going to go ahead and reset their positioning on the map. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 50 seconds, so might as well recoup some free farm, then back, buy your items, buy your pink wards, head towards the Dragon around 30 seconds.
Time to chill out for a bit. It's Easy Hoon starting to take a bit more poke from this Corki. Definitely as Wayless powers up, Lulu's going to have to get items to try and keep up. And Sunfire done for long. Very happy Maokai. Oh, that's rude. Easy Hoon going to cancel that back, and Vici do take that tower. Dandy comes down to make sure it goes down. 2 for 1 now up in structures. Vici ahead by almost 3,000 gold. So it's starting to pick up some of that lead again.
Yep, that's the big thing, is the gold lead ballooning a little bit, especially, again, right before a 5v5 potential in a dragon fight. See if LGD are still going to be their crazy selves and try to fight this from a deficit, or if they're going to let this one go and recoup farm in other lanes.
I have to think so. Is Imp trouble? No, Lantern's there. POL there to save him in time. Imp, he always looks like he's alone, but did have Thresh in the back pocket there. Endless and Caveman, though, with that tower gone, can start to play up a bit more. They want to shove out these waves, see if they can't take the objective. LGD actually will play for Rift Herald as well, while Vici are bottom side. So Marin's going to get that. That's pressure top side.
Yeah, full split push potential. Means that Vici have to be very diligent about their wave control if they come to this 5v5 dragon. If LG are able to stall it out, you could get some decent chip damage on inner tower.
Well, this is the package, though. So LGD are looking to do something around the next major objective. Marin, they're going to get this started. Does have teleport up as well, but Long able to match the creeps pretty easily. Does good damage right now. As POL is actually going to wander top lane. See what he can't get done here, but that's happening. Denied.
By the kitten. No, mentality there, of course, is to gank the teleport. The reason why you do that is because they know that EasyHoon's TP is down, so they understand that by ganking this top side of the map, they know exactly what type of numbers disadvantage or advantage that they'll have going in.
Dandy also going to have some time to clear out red buff before he makes his way towards the dragon area. Zeal back for Endless as well, so Vici looks like they got all their shops in. LGD just off some buys, but are going to be a little late to the dragon pit as a result. Although blue buff should go over to Wayless.
Unless Dandy steals it.
Very nice attempt. Doesn't get it, though. And Wayless actually has to address this wave. Dandy, I believe, has started the dragon. He's at least clearing vision out from the area based on the current minimap movement. But Wayless with blue. Packet is gone, but it's time to fight. Dandy, in fact, has started that dragon.
They need to be very careful, though. Again, LG, you don't have any sort of vision into this pit. And now that Callista has her spears, it should surely be a Vici dragon. LGD are not going to contest.
Yep, I think smart play. Marin actually is top lane, pushing in aggressively, but Long is there just in time to answer that wave. And with the Iceborne Gauntlet now completed on the Maokai, will clear very efficiently.
Again, it makes so much sense. There's no reason to look for the full 5v5 of the dragon fight. You know that you can split your resources and your strength for Vici. Hold on, Marin caught.
Maokai trying to kill. No, actually going to TP out. No more cancels left. Damage is there, though, and that's enough.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Marin. Tries to burn the TP. Didn't estimate the damage out of Maokai well enough, but this now pulls the trigger for Long.
Kind of a weird 1v1, but does work out. Very impressed by the Maokai as Vici leap into action now towards the mid lane. Imp bottom side trying to get some pressure down, but Vici going to get a free turret here after that kill on Tamarin. That's the outer ring now felled.
It's now the question about where do they go next and do they continue to apply pressure. Typically, because the dragon is out of play, they have to be so careful here. Okay, starting the red buff.
I think they were talking to Vici, by the way. Amy actually looking for it, but now Amy going to get locked down. Left despite not is enough actually to save him as the Graves ulti comes in. Damage there for him could be enough, but Long is massive there. Flashes straight forward. EasyHoon takes out Wayless. Imp's going to get jumped on as well, and it's a massacre right now. Vici wiped 3 members of LGD straight off the rift, and Amy's dead. Easy needs one more auto. Hoon doesn't go for it. Never mind, he's got the snipe. Triple for EasyHoon.
Oh my god. Vici are just running over LG right now. And this isn't what we expected. We expected LGD. They're the playoff team. They've got their comfort champions. Come on strong. We know that Endless is going to be a weak point for this lane because he's matched up across from Imp, but it doesn't matter because Vici won the top side of the map, and now it's just rolled over the rest of it.
Did a little more than win, I think. They smashed the top half of the map. Let's look at the current scores. Vici going to take Baron at about 21 minutes. Marin going to try and run interference, but Callista will take out the Baron. Marin's going to get absolutely smashed. He has no tank stats right now.
They pick up the Baron. They pick up another free kill. 14-2, and Vici in full control. Again, they're a point up, so they only need to win 2 games to move on to face Team WWE.
9-0 and 14 is the current combined score for Lung and Dandy. Dandy, the baton strategy has worked. Get someone ahead. Make sure the bottom lane's okay. Pass off to EasyHoon and Long. Everything is fine.
It's just amazing that they did exactly what we thought they would. Ganks the bottom lane. Long happens to be the primary benefactor of that, where Marn doesn't pull the trigger on TP. Imp, you cray.
Yeah, trouble actually. Dandy just going to fight him 1v1. Imp's got no chance here with now 1v3. Does put the culling out, but really only 1 CC. Dandy going to move forward. Smites down. That's going to be a kill as Dandy gets his 5th of the game. Long will die as that shutdown goes to Corky. Good gold there for Wayless. But still a 1-for-1 trade.
Raid boss down, however. Can Vici continue to apply pressure, utilize this Baron buff, and push down these inner turrets? Again, Vici tend to stall. I would love to see the evolution of their gameplay into playoffs.
Well, this tower is going to get melted down as Vici with the Baron buff and 2 AD carries make short work of it. Easyhoon also has the teleport, so options there for players. Easyhoon is actually going to make his way forward. Dandy gets out with the ultis. Endless is going forward. He takes out Amy. Now going to leap forward towards Wayless. The Wild Growth is there. Caveman straight in onto the Corky. Chain CC is wonderful. And Vici, they're going crazy.
The confidence there from Endless to pounce for, or not pounce for, but Marshall pose for, knowing that Easyhoon has his back. They're finally playing as a team, and Endless seems to be on the same page as his mid laner.
Again, the benefit really for Vici, I said this about Endless, that when he looks good, it's because he's running with his team. You can see the catch here onto Lungno. Great hook from PYL and the follow in there. 1v3, not even Maokai at this stage can shake that off, although it did take quite a while.
I mean, naturally, it's always nice that PYL can continue to be a playmaker, get them some something around the map, but it's almost too little too late. He needed to be unlocked earlier, and LGD needed to be making these plays about 15 minutes ago.
It's just so weird to see them lose effectively in the laning phase. But Vici not only did a good job early, they've transitioned excellently throughout that as well. They actually did get bought in heap during that replay as well, so just so much pressure and control right now.
It's so weird to see them lose around a TP, like not having the space to make the TP play, not pulling the trigger on the TP play. I mean, this is normally something that they actually thrive in. They are one of the first teams that brought the double TP meta to the LPL.
Well, Vici been running a lot of it. Easyhoon's a great teleporter himself with all those utility mages. And the Lulu still on point. It feels like the overall synergy is finally there. Wonderful last team fight there for Vici. They are insanely far ahead. In fact, this tower's going to go down, and it should be 10k the lead now for Vici Gaming. Looking to make this a real quick playoff.
Biggest thing is the fact that Long is so far ahead of the clock, and there's just, you don't have the penetration available to do any damage to this Maokai.
And we saw when 3 people tried to kill him, it even took a while, and a summoner spell. Vici, though, just going to continue running through this game. LGD just can't do anything. Dandy effectively going to 1v1 it, but now Long diving in onto PYL. They'll fill him with spears. Endless is going to pull them out and take him down, and Wayless will fight at his fountain, but Endless is going ballistic. Double kill there for the Kalista. Now back into the fountain's enough for a kill, but it's not enough for a second. That's going to be an ace, and Vici Gaming going to swoop in for a win.
Vici just rocked LGD, and this was not expected. We thought that LGD, after their 7-series win streak, were going to come into this swinging, that Vici were clearly the underdogs, but look at Dandy's face right now. That says it all.
Big smiles on the Vici boys' faces as they are going to take out the Nexus and take the game. LGD with a very swift loss. Vici Gaming looking amazing in that opening game.
And you know that has to hurt morale. You're already a point down. Now you're a game down. I believe that was, what, 24, 25-minute victory?
Yeah, and again, it was the Vici style we expected. Play to your strong side of the map, get things going, you know, slowly but surely, play the safe, consistent Vici style, and then just something changed.
The primary benefactor was Long. It then comes back to, we knew that Vici were going to gank Endless and Caveman first. They always do it. As you see the highlights on your screen, it's actually that initial TP play. So Dandy comes up here. Why does he gank his dual lane? Because there's more people to get ahead. Long, why don't you TP up here as well? I mean, then we can get 3 people ahead.
That's exactly what happened. They picked up 3 kills, started snowballing the game, and then from here it was just all Vici. LGD just couldn't get something together. Vici snowballed that lead wonderfully, and that's something we have been maybe critical of the team. They're good at getting ahead, but not necessarily good at getting further ahead or staying ahead. This game was not the case.
Stylistically, though, LGD are one of the best teams for LGD to face in that sense because, again, LGD do not lose slowly. They will not passively lose a game. If they're going down, they're burning in flames.
And that's pretty much what happened this game. Vici said, all right, if you want a game to be quick, we can give you a swift death, and that's what it was. These team fights were amazing. Vici was tower diving. There's like plays that are not being made around Baron. They fought people. I don't even know who this team is anymore, but Vici, an amazing first game.
I just really want to underline it, though, because I agree. I love what I saw from Vici. I'm glad to see them, you know, picking up the pace of the game, understanding when they're strong, working together as a team, especially the confidence from Endless there with Easyhoon backing behind him, you know, Marshall posing forward, having the wild growth available. But stylistically, LGD is like the best for Vici, because if Vici are just going to play very proactive, LGD will keep running into you. They're not like other teams like Team WE or Chaogu who will put the brakes on, pause it out, and just allocate farm into all lanes. They're going to keep running at you.
Well, that's what happened. Unfortunately, they ran straight into the wall. Vici Gaming take the game there, and now 2-0 up in the best of 5. We'll see if LGD can run it back, because it's backs against the wall. We'll be back straight after the break. Welcome back, guys. Here we are going to have a look at the MVP from our first game. And it was Dandy from the jungle, 6-0 and 11. You thought it was going to be long.
I thought for sure it was going to be long. I was just, I literally looked at Patient and I'm like, they're going to give it to long because his KDA was ridiculous, even though Dandy was the primary facilitator there. So I'm actually really happy that Dandy gets it. This should be expected, though. Vici Gaming won a game in 24 minutes. Of course Dandy gets MVP.
Yep, he's the early game man, and he made it work there for the team, and the rest of them just followed in so wonderfully. Doesn't need the Nidalee. Don't worry too much about it. Yep, take the Kindred. You got it. Amy, you can go ahead and take that champion. I'll just take Graves and smash your whole team. Yeah, that was so fast from Vici.
That's the terrifying thing, too. The priority of Kindred when Nidalee, again, 6.6 Nidalee has the fastest clear time of any jungler right now. If you're going to go head-to-head with Dandy, you need to pick that one up. Don't take the Kindred. If he wants to play Graves, let him play it into Nidalee.
Well, you can see Dandy just getting so much work done early on here. Even this gets himself hooked, but just tanks it all up. Graves surprisingly tanky, particularly when ahead. Vici just made this game look very straightforward. This was such a good team fight from them.
And again, the big thing to notice is typically when EasyHoon pulls out the Lulu pick, it's to support Dandy on the Graves. But look at Endless in this highlight, just pushing forward fearlessly. This is the communication that Vici have been missing all season. You're fine, Endless. I have the wild growth. Go nuts.
And like you said, LGD are a team that when things go wrong, they tend to start continuing to go wrong, and it just snowballs out of control. That's pretty much what happened there. LGD will have to reset now and make sure they regain some of their composure. It was always going to be a tough run for the team because they had to start a game down here in this best of 5. They got smashed, honestly, in that second game. They have to win 3 straight. And the worry for LGD, it's not the skill because they can do it, but this team is so momentum-based and so emotional.
I mean, anyone who watched the 2015 Worlds can tell you that LGD is a very emotional team. And when things start to go wrong, it just continues to spiral. They don't lose slowly. I mean, if they're going down, they're going out in a burning flame of glory.
Yeah, and this will be a big test for the team as a result, I think, because playoffs are always going to be difficult, but this is tough. To come into your first playoff game, lose like that, and already be a game down. Vici have 3 match points to play with here.
The big thing also is how they've adjusted their coaching staff, though. So you have to think the biggest change between LG's organization between 2015 and 2016 is the coaching staff, the support structure. Yes, they subbed out one of their amazing Korean top laners for another amazing Korean top laner. They had at one point Flame, Acorn, and Marn on the roster. Now it's just Marn there, and I believe Acorn still might hold a sub position. But having Acorn move into an analyst position, having Hart move into the coach position, that was the thing that LG were missing. And Hart said in an interview, he understands that his team is very emotional, and it's just about keeping them calm, giving them the time and the respect that they need to slow everything down and get them back on track.
And I think my worry there for me has to be that following that for LGD, because I do agree they are a very emotional side, you tend to see them sort of pick up when they start winning and making plays. And once the first few things start clicking, it tends to go well from there. I didn't really see signs of life from LGD, unfortunately. And Vici, that's all I saw. So we'll see what happens here in this next draft. But this could be our last game, which is crazy to think. This is sort of what happens. This is why seeding is important. It's why finishing in the regular season is so important to your placing. We'll see what happens, though, because LGD definitely fight in them. Rise, Poppy, Kalista band, Siva, Echo, and Azir band on the Vici side.
So the thing is LG right now have the Alistar hover, but the thing is why the priority pick Braum came down from Vici is because Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves were all open, so they didn't need to priority pick jungle, and the other, like the Alistar was banned. So they knew that Braum was kind of the last standing big, strong support left. So if they take this Alistar, Caveman's just going to pick up the Braum anyway. So I don't actually think that this is the same, like it's not as intelligent for this first priority pick if it goes to support as Vici was last game on blue side.
Well, see what happens in the rest of this draft, because they can change this, of course. Does seem like they're consulting PYL about the pick, though. You can see him there on your screen. His Alistar is very good, and he's going to be the first pick here. So high priority on the champion. It's almost like we've gone back to the start of this season.
Okay, so I knew that this was going to be an insta-lock from the Lucian, and the reason why is Kalista's banned. Again, Vici have made it very clear that they need to supplement their bottom lane's inability to 2v2 by giving them really strong laning champions. So Kalista's banned. Endless plays about 2 champions. He plays Kalista and he plays Lucian. So the Lucian has to come into a priority.
And it does. Takes it away from Imp as well, which is nice. They early picked it for him. As you can see, Lulu also going to be taken away. EasyHoon's Lulu really just powered up the mid game of that comp so much. So good to see them with their strong picks. We'll see what LGD answer with, though. You always wonder what's going to happen to LGD when they're down like this. Because they do crazy stuff with normal champions.
I feel like they're just going to get their comfort champions, and they're just going to try to play LGD-style League of Legends, where it's just give me the isolated 1v1, and we'll take it to them.
Fast and loose.
Yep.
Well, we'll see what happens with these picks at least, because hovering some pretty interesting ones back and forth. 20 seconds, though, to try and lock things down. As you can see, Imp on your screen, not looking too happy with itself right now, sort of staring blankly ahead. Maokai and Ezreal, though, will be the picks here. So a potential flex on the Ezreal, but we don't see too much of that man around. I guess with Kalista and Lucian already taken away or banned, AD carry pools maybe not as big as Imp would like.
Yeah, Imp, of course, is a phenomenal Ezreal player, but you are correct that it can be flexed. Wayless did play that very recently, so I don't know how mid Ezreal is doing in the rest of the global regions, but it's still very much alive in the LPL.
That's Wayless. He'll do just about whatever he wants. As I believe that his Graves already locked in there. Dandy going to take it one more time with both Kindred and Nidalee open. He takes the Graves, and Caveman actually drops the second rotation, gets himself the Braum.
Probably just likes the hard carry potential on it. Obviously, Graves has a very clear item build path. That's I'm the carry now. Endless eye contact. All the resources belong to me.
Yep. And when they play well together, like we saw in that last game, you can really see the damage they can do. Dandy had a wonderful Graves game. We'll see if we can replicate that here. But for the LGD team and fans, they're going to want to make sure Dandy gets a little bit more kept under control, because that was a very swift and impressive performance from Dandy.
It's so perfect for Vici to face LGD. You know that LGD are going to go aggressive. You know that they're going to burn the flash for the first blood, and it just left them so exposed. Their Achilles tendon, and just snip.
Yep.
Dandy.
And then from then, just felt like business as usual, as Kindred maybe going to get the lock-in once more. Also, Wayless considering Kassadin going to go back to his hard carry roots. Imp has got the champion selected for him, and it is going to be the lock-ins. We expected him to go a little bit further back to comfort. This is pretty comfy.
This is definitely very comfortable. The scary thing about this composition is if you fall behind, you stay behind. Yes, Kassadin can scale into late game, but what I mean by this is they don't have control over their structures. And so if at any point during the mid game they're suffering, all of their towers are open for sieging, especially with the double AD carry comp like Graves Lucian. Lucian's already going to burn through the towers with his double tap passive. We see how confident they are to contest Rift Herald and to utilize it into sieging inner turrets. And Kassadin doesn't have the wave clear. Ezreal doesn't have the wave clear.
Yep, and we've seen this from Assassin sort of coming out of the meta for that reason. Looks like maybe a tank, though, for the top side, as Vici do need a pick. 15 seconds to lock in maybe Nautilus. They already know it's a Maokai, so kind of free to do whatever he wants to do here as long, but I imagine he'll stick to the script and just take something really straightforward.
Yeah, I like this. They need their hard engage. Again, if you get ahead, if LGD fall behind on the composition, you need to have the hard engage that can punish that and say you're fighting us right here and right now. Again, this is patch 6.6, so Lulu, Nautilus, Alistar have all been kind of love tapped.
Yep, just, you know.
I believe Nautilus was actually hit on 6.5.
Yep, just a light wrist slap. Nothing too crazy, but the power has come down a bit. LGD, though, you kind of said it already. Feels like their comp is, you know, going to only do one thing. Get the lanes, get ahead. But like you said, there's no real recovery option. So the worry is that if they start losing, this comp crashes and burns like real fast.
This game is going to go so polarizing.
Yep.
Either LGD are going to unlock PYL and they're going to make a crazy level 2, level 3 play and just snowball out of control, start tower diving, unlocking Wayless, or they're going to sit and they're going to lose their towers because they have 0 wave clear and Vici are just going to run over them for a 3-0 sweep.
Well, we'll see if Dandy and Amy can have that impact, because Dandy had a real impressive game 1. It's the same jungle matchup as well, as you see the champions on your screen for this second game overall of the day, but third technical game. Hopefully that doesn't get too confusing for you guys at home. LGD, it's always a wonder, but again, when desperate times call for desperate measures, they're usually here to deliver. Be curious to see if they can give us at least one more game, but Vici looks on fire.
Yeah, very nervous as the coaches, again, good friends, shaking hands.
Yep, Hart and I'm going to shake hands. Vici, they're prepped. Can they get the win? We'll find out as we get onto the Rift. And here we are for our third game of the series and our second game of the overall broadcast. Once again, Vici are 2-0 up after getting in a...
It's a slanted gauntlet.
Yeah.
That is the best way. So your graphic is not wrong. It's not wrong on the screen.
You didn't miss a game.
You didn't miss a game. Vici and I believe Snake have 1 point up against Invictus Gaming and LGD respectively because they were higher seeds. So
up a game here, and Vici now on match point have 3 chances to try and take this out as we have a look at these Keystone Masteries.
So Warlord's Bloodlust being picked up for Ezreal on the Imp, I actually really like. We've talked about Warlord's Bloodlust in length, and effectively what it does is it supplements AD carries who won't take lifesteal until their 4th or 5th item slot, just by having that lifesteal kind of built in on the Mastery.
So it makes your builds quite a bit more efficient. Means you don't have to worry too much about dying. There's a couple saplings set up there in LGD's jungle. Myron's put those down. And PWL and Imp hanging out there at the Krug camp. Find out where Endless and Caveman are. They are on the bottom side, so once again, going to find themselves with standard lanes.
Which, again, should mean that LGD need to recognize that there is a target on their back. Dandy is starting the top side of the jungle. That's expected from Graves' red side. But that does mean that when he has double buff, that he will be in prime position to walk down into the Endless Caveman lane and look for the gank. That's been Vici's MO. That's been their blueprint. Let's see if LGD have learned from their mistakes and have some sort of answer.
Well, camp's done for the duo lanes. Amy a little low, but his Kindred should be just fine as he smites that right away. Hits level 2. Things looking just fine as he moves in onto the Raptor camp. Easyhoon and Wayless will do battle once again. Easyhoon did fall a bit behind in CS in the last time, but was putting on good pressure both in his lane and by moving between the side lanes here on the Lulu. Wayless should struggle a bit early on as the Kassadin. Got that Dark Seal to supplement those biscuits, and he is going to need them.
Yeah, pretty much all of LGD's lanes are really going to struggle early, save for maybe Marn. Ezreal, Alistar, they lose so much power until Alistar has his combo available to him, whether that be level 2 or level 3, depending on when he takes his E. Again, Ali was tapped in 6.6. The Triumphant Roar went from 50% to, I believe, 35% on its heal, which I actually didn't touch his Keystone Mastery. Is he running Windspeaker's Blessing, or did he opt for the Stone?
Oh, I'm not sure. We'll try and find out in a second. I imagine we'll get an indicator once we check in with the lane. Dandy, though, busy clearing out camps here. Very healthy on this blue. He's going to smite it down. One more auto should be able to take it out, and he is going to go ahead and pick that one up. We'll see if he does have a visit to this bottom lane. Like you said, it has been his MO in recent weeks of Vici games, or really most of their season. But it looks like lane's a little too pushed. Vici, in fact, playing very forward right now.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Because Ezreal and Alistar are so weak in the lane phase, it actually doesn't open up a lot of space for Dandy to gank them. Looks like he's just going to go back to power farming, but I'm really curious how this is going to impact Vici's typical MO.
Maybe you have to pick a better spot here, as POL does take some damage trying to investigate the Vici ward squad. Looks like it is Bond of Stone, by the way, because I can see Endless with the buff on him.
So I was actually really curious about this with the Alistar changes.
Never mind.
Oh.
Got the wrong spot. We'll figure it out.
I was ready.
Well, it's an easy hint. I'm so sorry. Going to keep farming up. Well, it's looking good, though. Actually keeping up nicely.
We can talk about the point anyway. So I was actually really curious if that meant that more Alistars were going to be taking Bond of Stone to synergize with their ultimate and make themselves a little bit more beefier, as opposed to the Windspeaker's Blessing due to the changes to Triumphant Roar, or the nerfs to Triumphant Roar. I think it's kind of been 50-50. Obviously, Alistar has one of the only AoE heals in the game, which is why Windspeaker's Blessing works so well with his E. Gives you a bunch of free gold, and we even saw champions, or not champions, players like Mata maxing Triumphant Roar first to make the most out of that lowered cooldown. But slowly but surely, right, it's like tap the cooldown, nerf that a little bit more, tap the healing.
Well, you know, people like interacting in their lanes.
Just taking inches off.
Again, not hurt too much, but certainly some adjustments. As Imp actually now playing a bit more forward. Somehow found a CS lead here on the bottom side. Very impressive. Now that they've gotten a few more levels, I suppose, although Endless and Caveman do have a wave to clear here.
And look at the respect from PYL. As soon as Imp pressures forward, he doesn't have a ward. He just walks into the river to make sure Dandy, hello?
Oh, he's not there. Okay, good. Dandy is in the area, though, taking that Gromp out. So this is a prime opportunity, perhaps, for Dandy to once again address the bottom lane. Looks like in general, though, lanes are looking pretty good. Nice and even in the early farm stages of the lanes.
We also had a very defensive pink ward come out of Amy's first buy right there. Placed it so Dandy can't get behind them. So if he comes down, there should be enough safety and enough distance with the arcane shift as well as the headbutt. Should Dandy gank through the typical river path. So LGD, we wondered what their adjustment was going to be from that early pressure on bottom lane. Looks like it's going to be very cautious.
Yep, definitely a slower start to the laning phase this time around. Wayless level 5, playing back a bit, does get that minion there with his Q, but as you can see, respecting the power of Easyhoon, especially with that Thunderlords. But Kassadin, like most Kassadin lanes, things will get better as the lane goes on. Just has to wait for levels and items, and you can see he's gone back already. Got himself a Ruby Crystal. Should be going Rod of Ages first, if the tradition holds. As teleport topside, Marin going to TP back to lane with a Catalyst. Make sure he doesn't miss a beat there on the farm.
Yep, has that initial advantage. Dandy does find the pink ward.
Ooh, good pressure here from Wayless, still getting straightened onto Easyhoon. But the ulti's there for Lulu, so she's never quite as low as you suspect. But with the ultimate now skilled up for Kassadin, can start to get a bit more aggressive.
But the big thing is because they see that Dandy is on the bottom side of the map and they know that Amy is top side, it forces Wayless and Imp and PYL to completely give up every single trade.
First gank's going to come out here, though. Dandy looking mid, but Amy's actually towards the top. This will be a dive. Marin's going to line it up again. Ulti's ready there for Lung, but he's going to get snared into the wall. Not quite enough there. Marin taking the tower. Kindred, an easy first blood.
It's just too easy with Maokai. This is why he's been so popular for so long. There was an attempted response from Dandy in the mid lane, but you're trying to gank the post-level 6 Kassadin, so good luck.
Yep, does still have flash as well, so no dice there on that one. Wayless will be safe for quite a little while. This is Amy with another successful first blood, and thankfully this time, 2 people didn't teleport to his lane.
Which is why it's always so crucial to gank the TP lane first.
See Long, though, does TP back to lane, so he's not going to miss too much. Just a bit of extra gold for Marin. He goes back for a Ruby Crystal after that assist that Amy was very lovingly donated over. Bottom side, still looking like a farm town, though, because it's just some Doran's Blades. But it seems like no one's interested in too much action here. Imp more than happy to let things scale. And Endless and Caveman always playing relatively safe. They like pushing up, getting their farm, but they don't tend not to play too aggressively without Dandy behind them.
But you also have to think, typically in an Ezreal lane, he shouldn't be even on CS, especially against the likes of Braum and Lucian. So I'm actually going to give this, despite the fact that you're correct.
Oh, Easyhoon looking for it. Ignite is down. Wayless is going to die. Very well played by the Hoon.
The 1v1. Delicious. That tasted purple.
Certainly did. Easyhoon's going to take it. Dandy now up towards that top side, and all of a sudden we look for early action on either side of the map, and it's Easyhoon on his own this time. Let's able to get it done. Is Caveman also here? Hello. Not sure what he was there for.
He made his, oh. Yeah, he just walked there. I was going to say he made it his initial back, so he probably has a sight stone and he's warding. Nope. He just made his initial back and now has picked up his sight stone.
Wandering back for some pressure, just in case Easyhoon didn't have it. He says, don't worry, mate.
Well, Easyhoon has Ignite. He was probably thinking, I've got the kill pressure. And Caveman's like, I want the assist.
Not today. Just going to wander back down bottom side. As Culling is going to get burnt here. Endless wants to clear this wave out. Does keep it at a pretty good spot. Imp, though, firing back. But Endless going to have a bit of a lead. Able to fire back. Pelio just can't get in. Still Doran's Blade battles, though. Caveman does return, but everything's okay.
I definitely think PYL could have gotten in. Just didn't. But that's fine. Again, Imp, no harm, no foul, 78 to 74. I'm still going to give that lane to LGD because Ezreal shouldn't be even with Lucian Braum. So LGD's bot lane doing a good job, playing much more cautious, not exposing themselves.
And now the squad heads top side. Here's a ward, though. So LGD going to get spotted as Easyhoon continuing with the good pressure there in mid lane. Actually, 20 CS up, plus that kill has almost netted Easyhoon that Rod of Ages, and we're not even 10 minutes into this game. It is still very close in gold. In fact, Vici up not ahead at all. The gold is even. But Dandy doing some counter jungling. You can see where some of the momentum might lie. Easyhoon applying a lot of pressure right now. So it doesn't reflect in the gold yet, but it could down the line.
And the pressure is primarily all through this bottom side of the jungle. So yes, LGD have control in terms of where Marn is, but unless he utilizes that TP off of cooldown elsewhere on the map, things could still spiral out of control for LGD.
Certainly could. But Vici now going to visit bottom side. Dandy going to make his way down and at least take the Scuttle Crab. It seems like bottom lane's playing chicken right now because nobody wants to go back.
Yeah, but look at Marn right now. He's looking for the gank on Easyhoon.
Not bad, but Easyhoon with the ulti. No flash available, but Whimsy's out of the way. Good vision. He's going to get Easyhoon off to the safe side. Did play towards Dandy as well. And Marin, not a bad attempt, but absolutely nothing there for him in mid lane.
But LGD have the right idea. Okay, Marin's ahead. He needs to unlock himself from the lane. It's no longer the split push Gnar. It's the flanking Maokai. Got to help your little buddies out.
So much pressure in this mid lane, though. Dandy might even walk in here and just try and take some tower damage. Amy's going to watch them take the Raptor. And Dandy just going to take that one away. They are going to waddle down bottom lane here. LGD have to know they're getting ganked.
They have to give this up. There's no way that Wayless, he's got TP, so he doesn't have to walk down. This could just be a double TP. They're going back to heal.
Yeah, LGD does TP back in for it. That will protect it. A cancel has to be forced there. That was Marin that looked to come in. But Vici just walked down and get a free summoner. And no one is still back here in this bottom lane.
No, really well played from Vici. They at least got one TP out of that so they can continue, kind of rinse, wash, and repeat. We did see the back coming out from Wayless, so he was probably prepping his teleport as well, just making sure that he was full health when he decided to go in.
Looks like he's also going for Rod of Ages, so have pretty similar builds here. Easy Hoon going to have an edge as far as the timing goes because he is ahead in CS and has that kill. But it looks like, again, Vici happy to play up in their lanes. Just make sure Dandy has space to maneuver. Even Long, not looking too bad on CS, as LGD are going to take the Rift Herald. First one of this particular game. They did get the first one last time and gave it to Marin for a bit of extra pushing pressure. And he's going to get it again, but looks like he does have to recall. Although he's not interested just yet. As Dandy going to take away that Gromp. Keep getting himself further and further ahead. It is a bit of a slower one this time around, but it does feel like Vici are at least in control.
So the thing about the bot lanes not backing for so long is this actually completely bypasses when Ezreal is weak. It'll delay your tier, obviously, which then delays how quickly you can stack up the tier to that big mid-game power spike. But if you come back into lane with a tier, a pickaxe, or a tier and a sheen, you're no longer that weak lane phase Ezreal that people expect you to be. So if this lane phase after the initial back continues, Imp's probably going to look in a pretty good position to continue to bully Endless despite its Lucian versus Ezreal.
Really interested to see what these first packs are because this is a long time farming it out. In fact, Vici even stay for an extra wave and LGD are finally pulling that. Nope, Imp is greedy. They have a way pushed in. They have to keep farming. Imp's going to have a mountain of gold to spam, but Endless is finally going to go back and spend some of his.
He could also have a cannon wave coming in, and that would be the best time to back, obviously, because you lose the least.
You can see Lung actually does get back in time to prevent Marin from taking that tower, but great damage done for Marin, and you can see quick distortion brush here. Does have the Merc Treads, but went straight for the upgrade before, like anything else, really.
This is classic LGD, the distortion rush from Marin. This is a staple from him. I was supposed to go and check the stat of how many times LGD win when Marin does this. I will do it.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
At least from recent games. As Lung and Marin continue to butt heads there.
Look at that. He came back with an Iceborne Gauntlet and a tier. That is not a weak Ezreal.
No, not at all. I mean, Essence Reaver completed for Endless, so things could get crazy in the bottom lane quickly. But, yeah, Imp has just farmed it out and bypassed pretty much all of that early down point.
Yeah, and he's definitely a big team player right now. Obviously, has the ability to augment team fights with that massive slow.
Me and Wayless in mid lane, though. Dandy does pop his head in. Vici continuing to hold bottom side control. Dragon is up, but don't really want to go in for it. Red buff up also. Dandy just forcing Amy off his bus right now. Might even have a smite battle. Amy wants it. PWL's here as well. TP in for LGD. Dandy actually low on the other side, but the red buff is going to go over. He ulties it to get it, and Easy Who's going to get him out with the wild grab, but PWL goes in for the play. Ulti in from Ezreal isn't quite going to make it. Endless getting chased down, and Imp's going to take him out on the other side. Caveman, sorry. He's going to go in, but Marin's able to dive in with a twisted advance and lock up Caveman. Imp's going to get a double kill for it. And LGD trade 2 for 1.
Welcome back to the LPL LGD. It's been a minute. Imp takes the Ezreal. We have a very extended lane phase, but we talk about this because it lasted so long. This bypasses Ezreal's weak phase that people like to talk about. Comes back with an Iceborne Gauntlet, 1v1s Endless on the back of that fight, and picks up a double kill.
Yeah, just Imp things, but looking great here as we are going to watch how this unfolded.
Big thing to watch is also PYL. I think he, of course the camera guy wants to show the Endless 1v1. Just gets picked out. Aww. That's so disappointing with the failed flash. But PYL's flash over the wall right there to lock up a majority of Vici's line, and then just Maokai.
Yep, and that's kind of been the story of these 2 games so far, it feels like. Just Maokai.
Just Maokai.
Pretty good champion, as it turns
Real
out.
good champion.
Especially when you want to fight all the time. The goal, though, is quite even, so we'll just sort of shuffle the power points back around. Imp 2-0-0 has a pickaxe now in the inventory. Looking for a pretty quick mana mune, and that will help charge the tier a bit faster. Blue buffs also donated over as Rod of Ages is up for both of the mid laners. And top lane is our final place to check in with. Marin going for an awful lot of tank items right now.
Gold much closer this time around. LGD with only a slight lead due to their kills. But this is never where you want to be against a star-studded roster like this. Again, 6 for 6 items. LGD will take that fight every time and have proven again and again in the LPL regular season that they will win.
Well, Lung and Marin are going to do battle, but Dandy's going to come up and try and make it a bit less of a fair fight. Lung just going to punch him in the back. Grasp the Undying does proc for decent damage, but not sure if diving the Maokai is really where you want to be. And I think Vici decided the same. Marin just going to keep farming away. We'll check back in with Dandy. He's in mid lane instead, going to clear that Scuttle Crab. And EasyHoon actually, the only one with a really big lead in any of these lanes, it feels like. He's consistently been great 1v1 versus Endless. He's what, 25 TS up right now? 20? Maths is hard.
But the problem is that he's not unlocking himself enough from the lane to impact his side lanes in the way that Marin did in the last team fight. So, ex-teammates, one outperforming the other this time around.
So far at least, 16 minutes in though. And definitely plenty of time for more action as Lung and Marin still fighting. Dandy's here this time though. He's going to speeding with a Scuttle Crab, and that's a good hook onto Marin. Smoke's screwing down. They're going to try and lock him up for long enough. The ulti's there. Marin doesn't have a creep to go to try and go untargetable. He's going to pop the ulti back up though. Do they have enough damage? Dandy going to move in. Needs a couple more autos. Sap Magic's good. Dodges out the ulti, but Lung just takes him down.
Yeah, cute little play right there to use the Twisted Advance to get underneath the collateral damage, I believe it's called. But unfortunately not enough. In return, though, Amy will pick up the dragon in response.
It might even get a turret as well, so we'll see what trades happen for objectives. Endless and Caveman are there as EasyHoon again going in onto that Kassadin. LGD though are going to zone them off this bottom outer. They should be able to take this down. Dragon up for LGD. Could mean an overall winning trade, but PWL locked them onto the tower actually. Does get the ulti down just in time. But I think that's going to stop their push, and Vici are not done topside. They'll effectively trade a kill and a turret for a dragon at this rate.
Do need to be careful. Vici is putting a lot of members bottom, but LG do disengage.
Yeah, Dandy back here, so LGD kind of have to leave. PWL getting caught under that turret and CC'd. Cost them a lot of pressure and momentum there. In fact, Vici might even counter push here. LGD is going to be forced to stay for another wave.
Big thing is, again, PYL doesn't have his ultimate. So much easier to dive the Alistar in this condition.
Ooh, EasyHoon. He's going to spot Wayless again, though. Good damage there from Wayless. Actually chunks him out. But the Abyssal almost done there for EasyHoon. Will make him pretty hard to kill. And Dandy going to go back into the enemy jungle, but doesn't go past that pink ward. Looking back towards mid lane. Caveman actually going to roam in as well. And Vici did not get the top outer either. So actually no turrets taken just yet. Seems like the game will stay pretty much even still.
They did place very deep vision in LGD's jungle, so we'll see how Dandy utilizes that information. Obviously, the jungler who's famous for punishing information that he gets.
Marin, though, this is sneaky. He's going to steal the red buff. Says, hey, top lane, this is my domain. Dandy's been bottom lane pretty much the whole game. I'm going to get myself a free red. And that's what he does.
See if he gets that on. Yep. Wow.
He's Maokai.
What a stroll.
It's chill. Yeah, that was very casual. And Dandy's like, oh, where'd my buff go? Marin has it.
Just rude. Tower will fall for LGD, so starting to balloon that gold lead slightly. But still looking at EasyHoon.
Yeah, he's huge.
Yeah, he's got his 2 items.
2K.
Wish he would just leave that mid lane.
To Wayless' credit, he's actually been keeping him interested at least. No teleport for EasyHoon also makes it more difficult. Did get him a solo kill.
They're collapsing on this.
Yeah, Marin actually wants to get in on the Rift Herald. Harold does a lot of damage. Dandy, I think he should be able to smite it away, but I don't know if he can stay to collect the buff. He goes down, and Marin actually takes it. And now he's just going to keep fighting him. Vici are here, though, but the rest of the squad is going to arrive. EasyHoon's going to be forced to flash out, and Amy just goes straight forward for it. Wayless in the back of the pit as Marin locks up 2. PWL actually moves in for a combo, but misses. And Vici are somehow all going to get away as Lung flashes the back of the Baron pit. That was messy.
I mean, that said, Marin does get the Rift Herald buff, so advantage to LGD right there. They're more... This says, we know, we're confident, we're stronger, let's fight them. And this is not where Vici want to be.
No, they've actually, for the first time, I guess, from what we've seen recently, and certainly in the series, even though it is just the second game between the two, Vici did not get off to the same start. And LGD, they played the landing phase a little more reserved, made sure they, just collected their farm. They're solid players, just play safe. They feel confident that when they get to mid to late game, they'll be able to carry things through. And so far, so good here for LGD. They'll take another tower for themselves. Endless takes some good damage to the face, and 3k up now for LGD. Starting to get that gold lead working more and more.
And again, LGD's composition is so punishable if it falls behind because you're able to free take towers and siege on them. But Vici just not in gear yet. And
No.
this is kind of the Vici that we were afraid would show its head. I really liked the fast-paced Vici that we had in Game 1. This Vici is a bit more standard to what we saw during the regular LPL season. Bit slower, more controlled, but means bad news against a team who is a superior 5v5 unit.
Certainly can. As Lung and Marin doing battle once more, but that's not too much fun to watch because no one's going to die, I don't think, between Frozen Heart and Spirit Visage. Seems unlikely. Imp, though, going to stay topside. Does have a Vamp Scepter built up now as well, so it looks like Blade of the Ruined King third will be that next item.
And we've really started to open up these CS discrepancies. Imp 214 to 179, likewise 199 to 171. The only bright light for Vici is in Easy Hoon's lane right now. 210 to 180, but that's really expected Lulu versus Kassadin.
Yeah, and he's played it great. Did get that solo kill, but like you said, has not been able to leave and influence other parts of the map. Feels like Vici just don't quite have any momentum just yet. And LGD have found some good spots. They're a very scrappy team. We've been getting scrappy, and it's getting them kills and objectives.
The scary thing is when you're not ahead of the clock as someone like... Okay, so if Long, Easy Hoon, and Dandy are your primary carries that you should rely on, and Long is on Nautilus, Easy Hoon is on Lulu. If you're not ahead of the clock, they can't step into that carry position and carry role, which means it's entirely on Dandy and Endless.
Well, could be trouble here in the bottom side for Vici as Dandy is going to join in that 2v2. Amy locked up by the ulti, but Imp's also in the area. PWL is going to make it there first, but Vici are going to start a fight there. PWL gets one pole, but Amy's going to take out Long on the right-hand side. Now, Dandy in trouble as he gets exhausted, and he's going to get slowed up here by the Ezreal. Wayless dives in to try and get a few more kills as Caveman is dead. Imp flashes forward, trying to get another. Easy Hoon's going to get locked down, and LGD, they make it a perfect.
And it just looks too easy. That's a 22-minute ace. Imp was actually fighting that fight on two fronts. Throws a cheeky Mystic shot one direction, throws his ultimate across the majority of Vici the other direction. So just beautifully played from LGD on their cooldowns on all fronts.
And now time for Baron. LGD pretty much just flip it straight back. Things looking so simple for them. They had a very good mid-game. Able to transition well to team fighting, and Vici just cannot hang when they're not ahead, as the ulti is burnt by Kindred to heal everyone up. Baron, though, is going to go down. Dandy not anywhere near to try and steal it. And LGD, all of a sudden, are crazy far ahead in this game. 8k up.
And this is why a lot of teams really prioritize Kindred. It's her ability to look for that Baron. But check out Imp in this team fight. So he arcane shifts forward. He's going to show, he throws his ultimate across 4 members of Vici, throws the cheeky Mystic shot over to the right, and then just continues pushing forward into the rest of this fight. Amy comes across the side, finds this beautiful flank, and it's too easy. I mean, Amy even has to flash for it because he's like, no, guys, don't kill them before I get there. I want the assists.
Well, to get them, is LGD got a clean and a Baron, and all of a sudden, the team with pretty much all the gold and all the momentum seems like they have reset after a pretty poor game 1. And now Vici, who did not find the early lead that they've could find in that first game.
You had such a setup. They didn't find the early lead that they were looking for.
Look. Mid tower goes down. That's the third, actually. The fact that the gold lead's already this high and LGD still have plenty of turrets to take and a Baron buff is even more worrying for Vici.
And there were so many options because LGD's comp is so punishable if they ever fall behind. But VG are just not that proactive team, which is why stylistically we're saying LGD are perfect for them, because VG just have to be reactive. LGD will run into you.
Well, to LGD's credit, they've actually played a lot more calmly this game around.
Yep, and it came down to the fact that they didn't pick big winning lane matchups. Like, the fact that they had Alistar and Ezreal seems weird to say that that's the winning factor against Lucian and Braum, but because it forced them to stay so far back in the lane and respect, it didn't give Dandy space to make the plays that VG usually rely on.
And you can see Imp is massive. 4-0-3 with 3 items already at 24 minutes in. They'll take a tier 2 in the top half of the map as Wayless TP's into top. Going to try and cut off Lung here, who wants to take this turret. Wayless going to move in for the damage as Marin's just behind him. Lung, he knows he has to take the tower. Needs a few more autos. I think he might be able to get it with the help of the creep wave. He does, but Marin's going to swoop in and lock him up with a twisted advance, and it's just inevitable here for the Nautilus. He does have the flash, but he can't get away. Wayless going to take him out as Danny tries to jump in onto Amy, but Kindred going to dance away with that Q.
They know that there were 2 people top lane, so they're trying to find the numbers discrepancy. Here comes the counter TP.
And now it's Marin. Oh, PYL going to get the engagement onto Caveman, who's just going to get shredded down. Imp will get his 5th kill of the game. Now Endless going to get chased. Marin just looking for another one to lock down. He's going to flash forward. He wants to take out Endless, but the Wild Growth going to keep the Lucian alive. Marin maybe a little too far forward, but never mind. Lamb's Respite there as Marin takes him out, and LGD kites straight back around the tower.
This
aggro.
is the playoff LGD that we were looking for, and it's nice to see them show up in Game 2. So we can take this to Game 4, but they're not done.
Another twisted advance. Dandy going to go down to that one. And that's another race for LGD. And this time, they'll break the inhib turrets and take down some inhibs. Vici sent reeling after LGD rally.
24-minute first game. This could be a possible 26-minute second game. They've got a massive creep wave behind them, as well as Kindred and Ezreal.
And Baron buff. They're not done. PWL gets locked up, but he's going to try and take out this turret. This first Nexus turret is dead. As Vici are trying to defend, but Long just can't stand there. He's going to get locked up forever. He's trying to hook around and CC some people, but Amy is able to take him out. LGD a little too low on their health bars to keep going, but they did monstrous damage there.
Vici do live to fight another day, however, so the mid inhibitor, we talk about this all the time, it's not the worst inhib to lose. It effectively just opens up a free farm lane. It's about what LGD can do with that pressure point.
Well, I don't think LGD are really slowing down. Like you mentioned, they tend not to slow too much, especially when ahead. Did play a little bit more relaxed in the start of this game, but trusted in their strong laning 2v2. Still can't believe that Imp got 115 CS before first back. Managed to skip a lot of the problems Ezreal has early, but you can see now LGD played up for about 20 minutes, picked some fights, won them, and here we are.
I feel like every time LGD go into the playoffs, their jungler gets some sort of buff. Chwin did it last year, and Amy is now sitting 5-1-5, just casually.
I mean, Daddy destroyed him for an MVP performance in Game 1, so Amy is firing back here most certainly. Wayless also getting himself the blue buff. 2 scaling carries and a whole lot of farming. And this is where we are. LGD, very impressive game number 2.
I like how it's 2 scaling carries, but it's still only 27 minutes in the game.
Hey, man, they're scaling quickly with the amount of gold they've been able to pick up. I almost feel like Maokai is starting to become the talk of this series, but we'll have to see if we get to our next game here. At this point, LGD, it seems that they are going to close out, but Vici, if they can pull something out of their hat, they will actually get themselves to the next round of playoffs. So don't forget, there is a lot to play for here for Vici,
and they
despite how desperate this game might look.
Have to reverse sweep. Vici
Yes.
are set up in kind of game, set, match, so no more mistakes available for LGD, although this game looks much stronger. I want to quickly kind of touch on Maokai. You know, why did Maokai come back into the meta? We hadn't seen him for so long. He never leaves. Oh, I get it, because he's a tree.
There you go. So it's hanging around.
I'm actually just tilted off my screen now. They're going to dive a tower. We can talk about Maokai. I'm sure he's going to be contested all throughout the series.
Ooh, problems here for him perhaps. Oh, very dead.
Bip.
Good CC chain. Amy now forced to flush out. Vici actually are going to fight back here. Marin going to get locked up by the Braum ultimate. He's going to make it back in there and try and turn things around. Amy getting exhausted, but the damage is still there, and they just cannot cut down this tree. Dandy getting low on the front lines, but Vici still playing forward for it. Amy locked up on the other side. He's going to proc that Zerx and did save the Lamb's Respite. Marin is still not dead, by the way, as Wayless takes out Endless, and I think Wayless can clean up here. A kill there for Easy Hoon onto Amy, but it's too little too late. LGD will lose Imp, but I don't know if it's enough. It actually is as Wayless goes down after the double. This fight lasts forever, but PWL does die on Vici. 10k behind, get an ace. And now we have a pause. LGD are like, what happened? How did this happen?
Why is my screen gray? Let's just kind of re-examine that fight. First and foremost, Imp was deleted before the fight even began, so it was technically a 4v5. Oh, wait, it was a 3v5 because Wayless was top, pushing in creeps. So that massive, like, 45-minute team fight that just happened on your screen, that was 3v5. And I actually think that LGD could have pulled that out if Wayless didn't rift walk straight into a dredge line.
Did he have he must not have had teleport, right? There's no way
He walked.
you take that long. Yeah, he did. Hopped all his way down there, and they almost still won that team fight. Marin literally looked unkillable in that situation.
That's ridiculous. That was a 3v5.
Well, kind of a fun place to pause, I guess. But Vici, we said it. They do want to fight this. It's worth it if they can take this game somehow. And they needed a window to be opened. LGD left, I think, a door open, honestly. Wall got smashed down as a result.
No, as Spawn likes to say, they left the bathroom window open, and there's like a space you can get in there, but you're falling in the toilet, you're sliding on the sink. Like, it's going to be messy, but we're in the house.
Well, I'm not sure what can happen after this, but Vici, they do pick up here and show that they can win a team fight if the circumstances line up correctly. The worry is that they are still very far behind in this game, so I'm not sure they'll get another opportunity that looks quite as good and goes quite as well. I think the other thing, though, is even if they even this game back up, can they take LGD 5v5, either comp-based or skill-based? Because it does feel like LGD are just good in the late game as well.
Comp-based, again, we talked about this over and over again. LGD's composition has such a strong weakness. Like, you can very clearly, okay, if I ever get ahead and if I'm ever pushing on you, there's nothing you can do to stop me. You have no control of the creep wave. You've got Ezreal, you have Kassadin. I mean, the best you've got is, like, Kindred and Maokai throwing saplings and just dancing around to clear out creep waves. So there was definitely a big hole and an opportunity for Vici, but they weren't proactive in their initial early game that they typically were in game one, which gave them that big, strong snowball.
And I think it's one of those things where when you win a team fight, you want to take something after it. I think with the position they're in, Vici just had to take the defensive team fight that was very kindly offered to them by LGD. And I'm not sure even with double AD carry, they'll get too much off this as far as objectives go. So an interesting point in the game to stop for sure. Just a reminder, we are in a pause. But LGD, that's a worrying slip-up, I will say. They do have a very hard run back into this series. It all starts here. They do have to win every game from this point, but whew. Like, it was going so well, and the fact that there was like a very silly moment, that's really a team fight they shouldn't have lost, and 3v5 they almost still won. That's a worry for LGD, because you already said it, they cannot afford mistakes.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, that's how far ahead they are.
Yeah, that's true.
But you're right, the fact that LGD, no more mistakes. This is your last chance. They have to reverse sweep. They cannot afford to lose another game again. Vici starting a game up in the series due to superior seeding. It's not a graphic error when you see that Snake and Invictus Gaming have a very similar thing. This is the only seeding that it happens. It's not like you'll see Team WE and EDG also have 2 games up. Woo, no, that doesn't happen. It's totally fine after this. But it's a slanted gauntlet run. And reminder that if LGD want to find themselves in the finals, or if Snake want to find themselves in the finals, they have to play 20 best of 5s, or to win
That's
the
a lot.
finals.
Yeah. Have to play a bunch of games.
Yeah.
It's like 3 BO3s to get there and then 1 more to play it. So I think 4 total best of 5s. Huge mountain to climb here. And LGD, they've honestly given themselves the hardest route possible. We are going to pop ourselves back into the game. And Vici's base is in ruins.
Yeah. Okay, so again, during that big crazy 3v5, the reason why it was a 3v5 is Wayless was just like, hey, guess what? I don't have a Lich Bane, but I'm still a split pushing Kassadin. And that's what he did.
Well, it's kind of funny to see Vici's base getting flooded by minions when 4 members of LGD are dead. But that's where we are, so we do pop back from our pause. And like we said, it wasn't looking good for Vici. They do get a fight that kind of keeps him in the game for now, but that is an awfully invulnerable looking Nexus.
Yeah, the disaster here is the fact that Baron is going to be spawning. There's a glare of 15 seconds. So that's obviously going to be the next big contested point on the map. And if Vici can manipulate or clear their map fast enough, they may have a window of opportunity to walk out and contest for it. But LGD just need to be patient.
Yeah, 2 inhibs down for Vici means they've got a lot of problems when it comes to super minions. Endless, though, is going to take out that red buff. So something there. As you do see the major buffs are respawning. Vici are actually in the area to potentially fight here.
It's because they have, again, that window of opportunity where the creeps are pushed out, so they're allowed to leave their base right now.
Going to last too much longer, though. EasyHoon actually has to go in. POAL locked up, but Long is going to eat damage. As a result, Imp is already chunking him out, and he does not have a Last Whisper yet. To be fair, Long doesn't have that much armor. I guess Sunfire Deadman's Plate's not bad. But that is an impressive amount of damage from this Ezreal, who's almost at 4 items. Fight going to break out, though. POAL in the thick of it. EasyHoon actually wild growths himself and moves in, but Wayless just wants to assassinate someone. Endless has absolutely no chance there as Imp is able to take him down. And LGD just too far ahead, going to make this one look real easy. Long, he gets the right target, but the GA for Wayless brings him back to life. And LGD going to clean up one final team fight by the looks of things.
And this will be the game for LGD. They have a massive creep wave as the teleport trigger is pulled, and that is an open Nexus.
Yep. Marin just going to punch it in the face, and that should go down with a bit of extra help from the minions. Vici, they did what they had to do. They pretty much needed to fight around the Baron while they had the window. But LGD going to play a little more calmly, but rocket ahead there in the mid-game, and they will force it to another game. 2-1 now the score as LGD fight back.
And this is the thing. We've had 2 very quick games, back-to-back 26-minute win from Vici in Game 1. I believe, this was 27?
Yep.
In Game 2 from LGD, so it looks like we're going to continue to have a very bloody and explosive series.
Always fun to see, but Vici just felt like nothing got going for them in that game, and the comp felt very similar. EasyHoon back on the Lulu, Dandy back on the Graves. It's just the start was not as good. Like LGD clearly corrected their error from game 1. No big TPs. Lung didn't get massively snowballed. LGD pick up a very clean-looking win, and we've seen it when this team is just performing, and they clearly were ahead in this game. But even when this team's just looking good, everything fires, and they just look amazing. EasyHoon, though, had a good effort. Did solo kill Wayless here, but didn't really stop the rest of the team.
Yeah, because nothing else got going. And the fact is that EasyHoon was ahead, but he wasn't translating that power anywhere else on the map. And the thing is why Lissandra works so well for Vici, I believe they still have something close to 100% win rate on the champion, is because it forces him to teleport and to find these crazy side plays.
Well, Lulu, a good laner, but maybe not as much of a playmaker as LGD's team fight was just crazy here. Every fight felt like they cleaned up, and this was a great teleport by Marin to get things started.
I mean, we say this all the time about Vici, is that they need some sort of gold lead. Kind of the first 0 to 15 minute mark, they need to accumulate as much gold as possible to compensate for their lackluster 5v5. And especially against the likes of LGD, who are one of the best 5v5 teams in the LPL, it's not enough. You have to race to that point. You need the 10k gold deficit if Vici are going to come out on top.
And we saw that in game 1. They were able to do absolutely massive work with their lead and to snowball things ahead. LGD, though, I'm still so impressed they played calm. They just honestly farmed for 10 minutes. And then everything was okay. They're like, you know what? If we're even when we go to fight you with our decent mid-game champions, we should win a 5v5. It felt like they just adjusted their plan a little bit, and Vici were like, oh, you don't want to fight us anymore? I don't know what to do now. Because that was my whole game plan.
No, you're absolutely completely right. And this kind of just goes back to the talent that LGD's roster has. I mean, you've got Marn, Wayless, Imp, and PYL sitting in those lanes. Pound for pound, they're probably... all of them are probably at least top 5 in every single position, probably top 3 in every single position in the LPL. It's just, we can win our lanes naturally, so why even try to the risk versus reward if something can go wrong?
Well, 2 different strategies, 2 different games, and now a split after as the teams will go 1-1 in record. Don't go too far away, though. Vici still looking for that match point and push towards playoffs. LGD, how good is the playoff buff? We're going to find out soon. And we're back here. We'll check out the MVP as LGD were able to pick up their next game, and it was Imp on the Ezreal. 7-1-10 going off.
You know, I think you could have given that MVP to pretty much a majority of players on LGD, but I'm glad it went to Imp. I thought his team fighting in Ezreal was pretty much on point. We talked about how he kind of split some of those team fights 50-50. So
I just don't know how you get that much CS in a 2v2 lane as Ezreal, and nobody goes back.
well, if you're against someone like Endless and Caveman who need to have either Kalista or Lucian to compensate for their inability to lane or their lackluster 2v2, it makes sense that someone like Imp, who's one of the best performing AD carries in the league, never mind probably the world, would be able to even that one out.
But they had Lucian, and they had Braum, and they still couldn't do it. As Imp casually 1v1s him, Endless after that fail flash, and it's just clean up City. The best Ezreals, they always multitask like this. You mentioned it in the game. Such good target prioritization there.
Yeah, and this is also really important. I like it when Ezreals open up team fights with their ultimate just to start stacking up their passive as quickly as possible instead of leaving that for the snipe at the end.
Yeah. And you can see Imp just goes forward, flashes in, Arcane shifts forward, able to clean up the back end of a lot of these fights. Iceborne Gauntlet, always good for a continual soft CC. Imp fired up a little bit more. We wondered maybe with Kalista banned, with Lucian picked away, was the Ezreal going to be enough for Imp? He's a very good Ezreal player. Turns out he's just fine.
And again, because the lane phase was so elongated, it actually helped against, or it helped bypass Ezreal's his weak phase and his power trough in general, just because you're coming immediately back into lane with the Iceborne Gauntlet. But likewise, it also helped set LGD up for success in that they weren't as overextended or as aggressive as they normally would be, which didn't allow opportunity for Dandy to make plays on the bottom side of the map.
And I almost feel like the way that game extended actually was just a great adjustment from LGD. They're like, you know what, Vici, they're a slow and steady team. If we don't get ourselves behind, if Dandy isn't able to have good control and pressure early, we can probably just farm it out and then fight them 5v5 where we feel more comfortable. It was a very quick thing you have to expect, but the adjustment looked really solid there. LGD just said, you know what, we don't have to play it breakneck pace. We play a little bit more at your pace, and we can probably beat you at it.
It's funny, too. Like, I completely agree with that, but it was still a very breakneck pace because the game ended at, 27, 28
Once we got there, totally fine. LGD start going off, but they don't need to take risks to get ahead. They just get ahead normally.
Yes.
And then, I'm going to win. We're better players. We're a better team. They're confident in their ability to take the game.
Yeah, 100% agree with that, and that's kind of the key word is risk. You're going to win your lane phase naturally because you have some of the best players in the world in your positions, so there's no reason to try to gamble on an early snowball. It's kind of like the Uzi mentality right now for Xiaogu. If you just ward for Uzi's lane and just let him 2v2 in an isolated vacuum, he's going to win anyway, so just give it to him every single time.
Yep. And
Same thing with LGD.
It's funny because it's like all of LGD that have that effect, it almost feels like. But you did point this out, Frostgrown, and it's important for the series overall. LGD were very, very close to having things go wrong. That cop, if it ever fell behind, I know you love to talk about it, it was going to go down. That, honestly, to me, is LGD right now anyway, because as soon as stuff starts going wrong, they're out of chances. So if they ever make mistakes and Vici can find just one game in the next two, LGD's playoff run will finally end. The streak will finally be over.
No, again, and I have to emphasize that as well. They are in a 7-series win streak. This would be their 8th best of series if they manage to win this and continue on in the playoffs. So LGD are on point right now, but they are out of mistakes. This is last chance. Again, it is 2-1. We've explained this all series, but pace your time for the VOD. Why don't you explain this again?
Yep, so Vici did start this series with an advantage, just to let you all know, because they were the higher seed coming into this section of playoffs. So they got a free game, effectively, a free game win, I should say. Vici won the first game, putting themselves onto match point, and LGD now win this one. They do have to win 2 back-to-back if they're going to take it, and the bans are done, so let's go through them. Siva, Azir, and Echo ban for Vici, Kalista, Ryze, and Poppy ban for LGD. These bans are looking similar, but looky what we have here. First pick, Maokai.
I like the priority to Maokai. Definitely was a game changer for both Game 1 and Game 2. And we were talking about kind of the rise of Maokai and why he started to become a potent pick. I want you to take note of the champions in the ban list. You have Ryze, Sivir, and Azir. All of those champions have splash damage, and Maokai just works so well against the likes of them. Likewise, we're in a meta where there are tons of snowball junglers. We've already seen Graves and Kindred running around to great extent, and Maokai sets them up so beautifully. We talk about the Twisted Advance. It just gives Nidalee that free spear, free skill shots for days, and it's just easy gank every day.
Yep, and that's what we saw. Lung with Dandy in Game 1, and then Amy and Marin in Game 2. Feels like it is something that will be contested throughout the series, and Vici demonstrate that by first picking it on blue side. LGD, though, will get some nice picks here. Last minute swap to the Gnar, though. Going to show that top lane off. Gnar and Kindred actually the first two here.
Yeah, I like this again. Braum and Alistar are both open, so I don't think there's any reason to prioritize that. But that said, there's also no reason to... No, actually, I'm fine with this. You see the Maokai, although I was going to say it could be a Maokai support. We have seen that in the LPL, but I doubt it.
You never know. But Vici, I think, sticking to the plan for now. EasyHoon's champion pool left relatively untouched, I will say, this series, apart from that Azir that they are looking to ban themselves, at least, for this game. Vici might even fancy a steal of that support, though. Alistar was good for PYL and is perfectly good for Caveman as well. And there it is, Alistar Lulu going to be the lock-ins.
You have to assume that Dandy's going to pick up Graves again, even though Nidalee's been left open the entire series. Neither jungler seems to want to pick her up.
Poor Nidalee.
Yeah.
Bad times.
I'm pretty upset about it.
We'll see. I mean, unfortunately, MLXG won't play for a little while, so maybe have to wait to get some jungle Nidalee, but we'll see as the playoffs continue. LGD thinking maybe going back to the Kassadin pick. Seemed fine for Wayless. 1v1, did get solo killed, which is a bit awkward, but certainly the pick showed its strength off as what is happening, LGD?
This looks a little bit better.
I would agree.
Maybe not the Kog'Maw. I'm maybe unsold on that one.
I think Imp's just going to maybe take Lucian here. Kind of wants to play Ezreal, I think, but team's definitely talking it out. That's not an AD carry, but they might just take Trundle instead for support for PYL. Yeah, Kassadin and Trundle. Going to actually last pick their AD carry.
You're still having the same issues on the composition rise up, though, for LGD, is that whenever you take an assassin in the mid lane, you lose your ability to have a wave control mid laner, and you lose a lot of safety on your structures and your siege potential.
Dandy back to Graves, though. He locks that one in pretty quickly, or at least Caveman will for him, but Endless is going to go back to the Ashe.
Wow, okay.
Woo!
I'm a big fan of Ashe. I'm sure anyone who's watched the LPL knows that. Got great pick potential. Not necessarily well-versed on Endless's Ashe. He has played it before. It looked good, but still kind of questionable if it's going to match up to his Lucian or his Kalista.
Yeah, important to note, it was a one game that he played, I think, a week or two ago. It was against a bottom-tier LPL team, one of their last games of the season. He looked really good on it, but into Imp is always a different sort of test. And looks like Imp, now that he knows the matchup and the bottom lane he'll be facing, has a bit more choice to make as far as AD carries go. Like that he points to his tattoo. He's like, can I have Twitch? He's like, not today. You get Ezreal. Anyone who doesn't know, Imp's arm tattoo, I believe, is of Twitch.
It is definitely Twitch. Okay, so cool thing about Ashe is a lot of people forget, but she's actually really strong in lane phase.
Yep.
Obviously, she's very immobile, so if you ever all engage on her, that could be very scary. Same sense of Jhin, but with her volley and her frost shot, she actually has a lot of control over the lane, and she can be a very, again, if the theme for Endless is I needed AD carry who's really good in lane phase to bypass me through it, Ashe fits in that category.
And this is why I like Ashe a little bit more for Endless, is that it's not just a solid laner that they can play relatively safely, it sets up the rest of his team. So instead of Endless being the one that gets to just go off, they can enable EasyHoon and Dandy to get a little bit more work done here. We've seen his arrows were on point last time he played it. We'll see how LGD's dancing shoes are looking, because they're going to have a whole lot of things to worry about in Gage style. Vici have so many tools to start a fight.
Yeah, definitely, but they do have the disengage potential of Trundle, as well as high mobility carries on all three of them, Gnar, Kassadin, and Ezreal, as well as the anti-dive tools from Kindred. So I agree, there's a lot of hard engage tools from Vici's comp, but LGD have everything to deal with it.
And again, they pick the Ezreal Kassadin, they feel comfortable with their scaling. I probably expect LGD to play a little bit slower once again in the laning phase, just get ahead naturally. Wonder if Vici can replicate their game one success, have a little bit more aggression. We'll have to find out. We've got the Maokai Graves back. We'll see what Vici can get done here in game number 4. And we're on to Summoner's Rift for the third time this evening and the fourth game overall of the series. Once again, Vici still match point, sitting at 2-1 after LGD win one game to keep the playoff dreams alive. But they are going to have to win 2 straight here if they want to go on what will be a very impressive playoff run. Getting here was almost a task in and of itself, but the streak, they don't want it to die. And Caveman, not sure what you're doing there, but you're going to have to burn the flash, which he does.
We've got the Keystone Masteries popped up. I'll touch on the flash in a little bit. Right now, I'm just looking straight at Endless Battle of Fervor Ash.
I like the supports mastery. Get that in you. Thunderlord's Alistar. You mentioned Wind's Biggest Blessing, maybe a little less attractive now. Caveman cares not for your logic.
The thing about both of these masteries, it pretty much just says we have to win late phase. They're running through the store. They're like, will this buff me? Will this buff me? Just you probably like pull up their rune page. It's like 60% chance to crit.
Just literally all 80 Alistar. Well, AP, I guess.
Yeah, AP's got to go in.
That's Spawn. Have we subbed him in? I don't think so.
That's definitely Spawn playing Caveman. But no, he doesn't have Smite.
Ooh, I like this from Wayless. Does pull the kittens away. Does take pretty massive amount of damage for it, but he'll cancel Lung's early bit of jungling. What is going on here in this jungle?
Dandy's looking to start this. We'll see if... oh, yep. There we go. They're going to interrupt them.
Yeah, it's actually 2v2. Actually getting out the exhaust down. PWL's got Grasply Undying as well. This is a dangerous thing to try and pick here. Dandy, that was way too brave.
Loses a lot of his health. Endless and Caveman will successfully get the Gromp. So EXP advantage for Vici's bottom lane. They're also going to beat LGD up into the lane. See if they're able to make use of that, especially with exhaust down.
Lung going back. Does actually probably going to have to teleport to bottom lane, but not too much time wasted. I think may have lost a few minions, though. You mentioned the 2v2 for Vici needing to go well, though. Those Keystone Masteries indicate that. We'll see what happens here, because they will have some semblance of a lead here going into the early stages of yet another 2v2 lane. Last time this happened, Vici won. I'm just saying.
You are correct. So see if they can pull it off this time around. Again, trying to compensate for Alistar's lackluster level 1 with the power of Ashe and her volley.
Oh, see how much Fervor of Battle can do there as Marin does proc the Grasp, I believe. Looks like he's changed up the Keystone Mastery from last time, actually.
I'm just such a bigger fan of Bloodlust on Ashe, simply because, again, she is an Essence Reaver builder, so life still isn't going to come in until 4th item, but this is very cheeky.
This is maybe too cheeky. Maybe too cute. Amy actually books it. Guess he spotted them. Goes into the safe part of his jungle. Dandy's only level 2, but LGD's dual and cannot leave. Dandy does the smart thing, invades on his strong side of the map. With his lanes pushing in, he's actually free to take it. And that's a big loss there for Kindred, who does have to go diagonally across the jungle just to try and take away Vici's red buff.
Yeah, it's pretty much just a time thing, so you are correct. Dandy, I was curious where he was going to go. It looks like he's just going to walk back into the river. I suspect that he'll contest for the Scuttle Crab just because a gank isn't available in top lane.
Not yet, at least. You know, he's thinking about it, certainly. As there is Amy on that red buff. Should be able to take it away. It looks like he's jungling a little faster due to Dandy's mishap with the early red level 1. They do end up trading red, so a bit of a weird jungle path, but everyone's going to go vertical. There's Long and Marin in the bottom side. Marin pushing in nice and aggressive. Long going to get that sapling in there.
But nice thing for Amy is he's actually going to end up with a stack if he takes that Raptor camp, which he's not going to. He just walked towards it and placed towards, so I was juked.
Wasn't able to get
it.
No, I think he did. Yeah, I think I can see a mark there. Amy going to move down to the bottom side. Nice. Looks like he's able to steal that away. Effective little bit of jungling there for Kindred. Always nice when you get some additional value on your jungle.
Yeah, the RNG pretty much compensated for any time lost, starting his own Raptor camp 15. And then having to move.
Yeah, 15-9 right now in CS as well, so looking good there as Kindred will be spotted, or Wolful at least. But Vici going to have a bit of information about where LGD's jungler is. Wayless and EasyHoon back in this lane though. Once again, we'll see if EasyHoon can take control early. Wayless did do a lot better once the lane sort of progressed, but this is sort of the problem. You just keep getting autoed. Kassadin, it's just a bad time.
EasyHoon has already shown his proficiency on that champion, picking up, I believe he still had a triple kill in the first game. Likes to have that Lich Bane on the Lulu, likes to go for a more damage-oriented build, but needs to be ahead of the clock so that Lulu can still be a carry threat.
It's pretty interesting to see 2 games and have the teams pretty much stick to the script. As far as champions go, Dandy has played only Graves this series so far. EasyHoon has played only Lulu this series so far. We've traded, what, a couple of AD carries, although Imp has got a second game on the Ezreal joining Wayless.
We've pretty much traded Maokai across a couple of times.
That's been really the big change. And Endless playing Ashe, I guess, is the other difference when Lucian was available. So, again, kind of hard to say where the game's going to go just based on composition. But LGD, if the game is a little slow, particularly with this Ezreal, I think they'll be happy with it. Dandy, you feel like he wants to find a window in to try and get the snowball rolling, but 5.5 minutes in, has not been able to do so just yet. Good coverage once again, making sure they know where Vichi's jungler is at all times. Dandy is someone that you need to respect, need to pay very close attention to, because if you ever lose him, he's probably going to kill somebody on your team.
Yeah, and he's got the assistance of the Hawk Shot as well, as it will spot out Amy. The Rocks Tigers, I believe, praise Ashe, was actually very famous for this during the World Championship and how you utilize the Hawk Shot most effectively for information gathering.
Again, Endless on this decent laning utility carry. I'm actually surprised he hasn't played more Ashe. But always time. As long going to punch that creep. Myron back in Mega Gnar form. Does have level 6 though, but as far as laning goes, Myron's actually really winning the lane hard. This is, I think, what we expected the first time we saw it. Looks like Myron with a few adjustments, able to come out with a very big CS lead early on. EasyHoon actually going to TP towards mid lane also, as Wayless has done the same. Dueling Catalysts for now.
Yeah, going to be a pretty slow lane phase until naturally Wayless has that level 6, which is actually now.
I like that the CS is dead even as well. We'll see if things do start to adjust.
Everything's even.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the start to this game. LGD are actually a little bit ahead on gold, thanks to some CS. I think that's mostly Myron's lead, more than anything else. But Endless and the Caveman, we talked about them wanting to win the lane. They're ahead by almost 20 CS, but Imp and PWL more than happy to play back as here comes Dandy again, but Myron with a great hop away, and Long is just going to eat damage on the trade back.
Yeah, they did spot Dandy around that corner as well, so Amy was on the bottom side, not able to utilize that information to trade it for a camp or anything like that, but it's always nice to have eyes on Dandy.
Oh, that's rude.
This is something that I love from Dandy, though. He does this all the time. Anytime Dandy is really spotted out on a map, he always resets his positioning instantly. Instead of...
Whoa, top lane. Caveman going in for it. The arrow lands in onto Imp, but he has to get out of the way from the pillar. PYL going to cover the retreat. But the aggression, all of a sudden, from the 2v2.
Yeah, the all-in, and there was a massive creep wave there, so that could have spelled disaster for Imp. Good job that he's able to survive it.
Yeah, does get out. Lung teleports back to the bottom lane. Got a Barmu Cinder, fresh off the buy. Myron, though, going to run his way down for now. Does have a Fade and a Longsword, so should continue to bully this lane. We did expect some aggression from the Vici duo. Nice that they showed us there, but can't convert into a kill as Wayless goes ahead and collects his blue buff. Dandy going to give his over to EasyHoon.
Big thing, though, is that where it forced Ezreal to take his back, so that is going to be a lot of power lost for Imp. See where he's going to pick up his tier. So there he goes. He goes straight into tier. This means that Endless has full control of the lane, the BF Sword, the Cole, as well as the Doran's Blade. So that's the big thing about the arrow. Yes, I didn't get the kill, but I'm now in complete control because of itemization.
Seemed to learn from the last game. Did not let everyone farm up to 120 CS. Instead, we'll make sure Imp does feel a bit more down. Goes for a pickaxe, though, actually. Had enough money for it.
Still back, or he's still down, though.
Yeah, for sure. As Amy is going to go ahead and check out the red buff. Looks like Dandy's having a peek in. Awfully cheeky. As Endless also able to clear that pink ward. Amy here, though. Endless, a little immobile on the old Ashe. Has to flash, really, to get away from it. But Caveman going to try and save him. See you, Amy. Headbutts him away. Doesn't manage to save his AD carry.
Yeah, it gets to retain both of his summoners as well. So good news for Ashe. That was kind of the big thing. You know, picking Ashe into this game, I don't think that she's the most or the strongest AD carry, but she's certainly viable right now. But it's because a lot of the junglers, at least in this game, don't have hard CC. Against the likes of Elise, that's very scary because you lock her down, she's instantly going to pop. Against the likes of Graves and Kindred, not so terrifying.
No, certainly things to worry about, but not in these early skirmishes at least. As long he's going to get damage in onto Myron. Able to chunk him out with a sapling. Seems like the lane might be starting to turn around a bit, but he's still down in CS pretty significantly. Myron holding 20 up on him in the current lead. But Dandy lining up again. This is how it started.
He's got the ward there, so he will be able to spot someone coming down the lane to assist
Oh,
Myron.
arrow lands, hits it onto Myron. They'll chain the CC in there, and Dandy's going to move in for it. Flashes forward, and Dandy gets first blood.
A cross-map arrow. Check out Endless. Oh, hold on, though.
Yeah, Amy actually in there, but he does have his ultimate. Dandy, they're going to force him away. No counter kill there for LGD.
Excellently played by Vici's bottom laner. Endless actually backed up out of vision from the creeps to throw the arrow so Imp and PYL couldn't warn the enemy team.
Now problems in this top side of the map, though, because no arrow means no real way to stop this from happening. Good heal there, plus the pole from Caveman might get them out of get them to safety. But LGD, Imp and PYL do the right thing and go aggressive.
Yep, you're 110% correct. It was the fact that they knew that the cooldown was down, so it was to look for the all-in engagement, especially because the jungler was opposite map as well.
I like it, but the tower dives start here, and this was Marin. This is what happened pretty much before, although Caveman getting dove sort of here. Marin actually topside does get the first one. Endless going to have to flash after the exhaust. No follow-up slows, but LGD dive between turrets and get a kill.
And we talked about how Marin decided to make the choice to walk back to lane after picking up the Sheen, having that TP advantage. He's able to make a play like that. So good job, LGD, communicating this far in advance.
Very nice. And Endless, he wants to try and get a bit more farm, but I don't think he can protect the tower. EasyHoon once again busy dealing with Wayless, making sure the waves are pushed in, but he hasn't been able to leave once again, even as the TP this time. Although this wave might not be enough, Imp should be able to take it out. He's going to throw a few more autos in. Throw a kill Endless just for good measure. And Endless is going to collect this wave, but first tower goes to LGD.
The snowball is beginning. We're going to start to see LGD's bottom lane, PYL and Imp, picked up, moved around, probably shoved into the bottom lane. Although I'd love to see them take the Rift Herald and then take it into the bottom lane.
They do just that. But Vici right now, once again on the back foot. You saw the proactive play there for the dive, but Wayless even getting aggressive in that mid lane. Rotovator's not quite done yet, but does have a blasting one for a bit more power. Looks like both mid laners need to get a shop in relatively soon. As LGD do go back, the Manamune is done now for Imp. Going to start working on that gauntlet. Another arrow, though. Wayless able to get out of this one.
But still on point. The Rift Walk does save him, but Endless, you cross arrow god you.
Well, it's looking good so far, but is it enough for Vici in this mid game? We talk about it. Get stuff going early, because if you don't, Vici really struggle when they don't have a lead to close the game out. I feel like they just kind of flop about when they fall behind in a lot of ways. But Endless and Caveman, they're trying to step up here. It's a Herculean task versus Imp and PYL. But if they get this turret, it's going to even that goal back up. Imp here trying to defend it. He's going to hold it for now.
EasyHoon burning his TP back into mid lane. Again, that's going to be another opportunity lost for at least the next 5-minute window or so that EasyHoon can't continue to assist his side lanes unless he walks.
I like it from EasyHoon as well. Rotovator's done, able to keep the back delayed for a little while longer. But he does want to get between these lanes. Instead, just hanging out, going to farm this down. And there's the TP in from Wayless. Feel like it's being held down by the constant teleports. Wayless goes in, gets polymorph though. Good trade back and forth. I guess Wayless won, but it's pretty close.
Message received. We're ready to fight.
Wayless is always ready to fight. Don't you worry about that.
I mean, that said, EasyHoon still gets the advantage. He solo killed him in the last game.
It's true. Does have that to hang his hat on. There's now Dandy towards this bottom side of the map. Does take out his Raptor camp. Again, though, only the one kill for Dandy. Not quite the number he's looking for, I don't think, in this early game. And things slowing down really do seem to favor LGD. Again, I just feel like they're playing to Vici's tendencies. You want to play slow, we'll play slow with you. And I feel like if Vici don't have a lead, it's hard for them to win. Endless and Caveman, again, they're trying to be more proactive. Essence Reaver is getting there. But Imp with that kill, good CS difference there as well. Does have himself a Sheen building quickly towards the gauntlet. Ezreal, again, going to be very strong very soon. And he's kind of skipped that trough pretty effectively once more.
Yeah, but we saw this in their game against Team WE, which I believe was played in Week 9 of the LPL, that LGD, like you said, totally fine. Slow it down, just consolidate farm. They consolidate resources better than majority of teams in the LPL. No creep gold goes to waste.
Nope. Very efficient.
And window of opportunity again for Vici, closing slowly.
Felt like it was never very big to begin with. So LGD on this Dragon should be able to take that for themselves as well. In fact, Vici really have nothing here except that first kill. It was a nice dive on Tamarin, but again, it's not enough. Seems like the adjustments have really helped. And Vici, we're going to get to 15 minutes pretty soon. As we approach 20, that's what LGD powered up in the last series with Ezreal Cassidy. I feel like they've honestly got about 5.5 minutes to try and make something happen and get a lead. Otherwise, LGD are going to start running away with it once again.
Well, I agree.
Woo.
They do. Nothing.
This time.
They do need to be a bit proactive, but oh.
That was cute. Lung into the tower, though. Twisted advances out, but does take an extra hit. Takes one more there as well. And Marin is continuing to fight. Does have the aggressive items, but Dandy's up here as well. Amy, though, going to cut him off at the pass, and Dandy just has to get himself out. Does still hold the ulti, but Lung gets stunned on the back end of the wallop. Amy able to chase him down, and Lung cannot live through this. Elantra's fight, though, will keep him alive for a little while longer, and the CC not being there means they can turn this around. Dandy is in there as well. Snipes Amy off with the ultimate, and now Easy Huna Wayless will go to battle, but Wayless is going to force the flash.
Great turnaround from Long right there. The power of Maokai coming up big. The Lamb's Respite not used as effectively as it could be, but it's breaking out across map.
Yeah, bottom side now. Fight's going to break out. PYL just smashing Endless 1v1. K-Man almost dead. Does pop the ulti, but it's pretty late. Steal the stats. But PYL is going to keep moving in for it. Good flash from K-Man. He has to get out of the way. But ImpYL starting to take over. His top lane turret does go to Vici.
Okay, so we talked about Vici, 5 minutes to be proactive. They finally pull the trigger, get with that Maokai. We are going to see the replay. And we talked about this. Maokai is just so good for carry-oriented junglers because he lines everyone up so well with you with the Twisted Advance. Look at this crazy damage, though. That is absurd. Lamb's Respite comes out, and it pretty much is actually the godsend for Vici Gaming here, as it gives Vici enough time to burn.
You can see flash from Marin at the end as well. Dandy could only get 1 kill, but he's now 2-0. Not the only 2 kills that his team has, and he is certainly a good carry player playing a carry jungler. These are the sorts of things Vici want, but LGD managing to keep up in the lead ever so slightly. And as always, it's the bottom lane that starts to worry. I feel like we're starting to really get the map cut in two like we expected the series to go. And Imp, even on a champion like Ezreal, starting to take over once again. Endless, your arrows have been great, but you need your Essence Reaver. He's not quite there just yet, although he should be close. Probably just has to go back and purchase the item.
You also have to think this goes back to Marn. Yes, we're constantly, or LGD are constantly losing the top side of the map, but this just speaks to how much pressure Marn demands from enemy teams to shut him down, which allows Imp and PYL to play as aggressively as they have been.
Endless is sitting in base. I think he's trying to line up another arrow. Does have the Essence Reaver now. Does have a couple daggers there as well. He's going to walk back to bottom lane for now. Doesn't have a turret to go back to, at least in the close to the lane. So we've got plenty of time to let the lane push in. As Vici now onto the Rift Herald. Able to take that one away for themselves. And Endless is just chilling out. Can't really see anyone on LGD's bottom side. Does not want anything bad to happen. As there is the Rift Herald over to Dandy, I assume.
Yeah, no reason to put himself in a risky situation, especially if Imp is just going to push the creep wave to him. So good respect from Endless, still holding on into that arrow.
Does get the creeps as well. Does have Caveman roaming, so it has to be extra careful. Although Imp has already proven that 1v1. He's very competent as a player. Feel like even if the matchup maybe doesn't favor him, Imp's not going to care. He'll happily stick in a side lane if possible and try 1v1 Endless. Although he is starting to move. Iceborne Gauntlet done. Maybe means that a siege is due to start. LGD don't have the Rift Herald. They are grouping up around mid quite aggressively.
Yeah, but the scary thing is because they don't have the Rift Herald, and likewise they don't have the greatest siege potential, they have good poke potential, and Ezreal and Kindred, when they get on the tower, will be nice, but they don't have a lot of tools to zone people off of a tower unless Meganar is up and available. And
Amy actually pops the W. Dandy starting to peek in, see if he can't take out some of the pink wards and threaten. He's actually going to get face checked by PYL. Damage is great there from the Graves. Actually, red buff might be enough.
Oh,
Good
nice
flash from PYL, but the arrow was true once more. It's going to burn the ulti, but Wayless now going to turn things around. Dandy will have that Hex Drinker pop. Keep him safe from the cast and follow-up. But Vici's starting to get aggressive once again.
TP from behind.
I like it. Lung going to come in, try and lock somebody down, but he's only at half health already. No, I think got good damage down, and Vici just get a blue buff. There is no dragon up just yet. Vici pulled the trigger a little early.
And the biggest thing is they're going to lose some chip damage. Nope, Mar not going to trade for it. Instead, he's rushing towards mid lane.
He needs to go back, I think, because Home Guard is...
He's still in the blue.
Not ready. Blue's fine, I guess. Does have TP if he has to join, but going to have to give up on this particular escapade.
The scary thing is that he doesn't have his Meganar, or he just procced into Meganar form, so there's a big window where Gnar just won't be as useful in a team fight as someone like Maokai, so can't look for the team fight, try to trade blue buff for blue buff. In the end, LG just pretty much trade teleport for non, or TP for blue buff.
Vici again. You can see they're trying to make the plays, but it's not really in their nature to get that proactive. And LGD is honestly, I think, playing the game Vici were playing in game one. We're a little bit ahead. We'll just keep getting slowly further ahead. You have to come to us. In game one, it's because Vici were crazy far ahead. They were able to push the pressure. LGD's aggression maybe cost them a bit there in that first one. But the game is still close. LGD only up by about 500 gold. But if a fight breaks out, and I feel like there's one brewing soon, LGD have to trust in their ability to play together as a team. But Vici, if they can surprise us here, maybe surprise themselves, again, they're only one game away. It only takes one of these three to push to the next stage of playoffs.
I feel like Vici are looking at their promos.
Yeah, pretty much. That's actually what it is. They're like, you know what? We have one game away. I'm ready to get promoted. Then you lose the first one. Okay, that's cool. We'll reset. I got time. You lose the second one. You're like, that really sucks. But you know what? I got this last chance.
It's
I'm totally going to make
intense.
it. And then everything falls apart.
Yeah.
That's not what Vici want. They don't want the sad promo sub story. They already got the free win, okay? They're coming back into the tier. It's all there. They've had every opportunity.
That's what this gauntlet was. We misnamed it. Arrow.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, still fight started though. PWL getting chunked once more.
TP.
The caveman forced to burn that ultimate. As here comes Marin. No, it is Marin. Never mind. There's Long going to follow in. Huge choke point set up though, and Marin, he's still mini-gnome. Lamb's Spike going to be forced to be popped there as Wayless now going to come in for a flank. He's going to try and set things up, but Marin lowers. Dandy takes him out. Vici funneling beautifully through the choke. Amy has to flash out, and Vici get themselves 2 kills. It's Uzi who takes out PYL.
Could possibly look for more, but a massive flash from Marin actually pulls Long, and Maokai is sitting on top of everyone in a choke point. So great job. I want to be like, great job from Long, but it was like, great job from Marin to help the enemy team position.
Yeah, and honestly, LGD not set up well at all for that fight. Marin TP's in, was still mini-knight, had a lot of rage to build, and Vici will take their 2 kills and convert them into a Baron, or at least try to, as LGD's health bars were low. Amy stayed without going back, but Vici is scared enough. They're going to try and take another kill for it. Amy, though, able to dash away. Dandy, no, he's actually caught him. Red buff is there. Smoke screen down. Amy, nowhere good to run. Dandy shoots him in the face.
That said, Amy does stop the Baron, so a little bit of breathing room there left for LGD. I like how decisive Vici were. You know, we're not going to risk the smite steal. This isn't going to come down to battle. Just chase him, kill him, take the free gold that we got off the team fight.
Yep, and free gold is always good gold. Vici now up 1,500 gold in this game, so starting to gain some momentum. But is it too late, perhaps, is the worry there for Vici. It is nice to see them being a lot more decisive. They've completed some nice items from the fight there as well. Runen's done now for the Ash with the Essence Reaver. Lichbane done for Easy Hoon. And Dandy with the Maw of Malmortius now fully completed. This is a good siege as well. Vici will get a tower for it. Starting to keep things going. Arrow in. Does not land though. I think looking for POL once more.
I think that was the most questionable arrow that we've seen from Endless, but otherwise, despite the fact for how few have hit, they have been so on point.
They really have. And now Vici continuing to convert pressure into objectives. They want to start a fight though, as they try and funnel LGD in. They don't quite have enough vision for it. Dandy, no time to clear that last ward. LGD do take out the pinks, but they are smart not to face check here. Marin going to run out of Mega once again, so there is a bit of a cooldown on this potential fight if LGD want to take it. Vici maybe not confident enough just yet to just straight up start the Dragon, but they are going to try and sneak something in here.
Waiting on that arrow cooldown as well. Ash does not have the ability to start a fight.
Good pillar from POL also. Does spot them there in that brush. Long bottom lane getting some pressure down. Does have teleport. Marin does not. Neither does Wayless.
Ash arrow's about to be back up again.
3 seconds. 2, 1. We ready. Easy Hoon applying pressure. Vici, it's a good time to try and go for something. This Dragon looking awfully delicious.
They have control of all of the waves in the surrounding area. They are going to go ahead and pull the trigger, but they're standing on top of a ward.
This could be an issue, but the Dragon is going to die quickly. The matter is what happens after the fact. One Dragon there for Vici. They find one. They actually arrow into Wayless, but Piwio is getting chunked out. He does have to flash away, but Lung zoning Marin and Amy on the Maokai. Now they're going to transfer back and try and take somebody out. They need the Kindred ulti to go down. Marin, though, huge 2-man ulti finds Caveman and Easy Hoon, but they're getting low and not dying here. Lung going to keep face checking the Lamb's pipe. Finally popped on Wayless. He's just far too low. The damage is massive from the Ashes. The volley comes in, and Vici take out one and look for more. Marin already dead. Died to Easy Hoon on the back end of the fight, and Imp barely misses the snipers. Easy Hoon almost got the sickest double.
The damage coming out of them in small choke points is massive. Again, Maokai doing so much work getting on those lines, but you're fighting Graves and Ash in these small confined areas, as well as Easy Hoon getting multiple glitter lances through multiple people.
Rune's Hurricane, splash damage, Maokai choke points. It's all looking good for Vici. And they're winning team fight after team fight. That gold lead's starting to pick up a bit. 4K now for Vici Gaming. And it's not quite as blisteringly fast as game one, but they are consistently setting up for objectives and winning fights.
And the thing is, setting up for objectives. They're the ones that are calling the shots. They're the ones that are being proactive. If this is where we're fighting, this is how we're fighting. LGD's composition is so dependent on flanks, not only because you have the Gnar, but also because you have the Kassadin. A straight line of scrimmage where your tank line is in front of you, your carries are behind you, is so beneficial for Vici's comp because of that splash damage. LGD need to move out of these choke points, fight them in the lanes, make the use of their mobility of Gnar of Kassadin.
Ooh, Baron though, aggressive start here from LGD. Marin does have TP available, but this Baron's going to burn fast. Vici see the vision in the backside, but actually are going to commit to
flank,
it.
Though.
Could be a problem. Marin is going to move in for it, but they are committed to finishing this
Gnar.
now. This might be a little too much, but the Baron is low. Dandy will take it out, but now LGD, I think, have to run away. Wayless may be caught off to the other side as Caveman gets himself back into the fight. Big kill there as they take out PYL and Wayless. He's caught out of position. Amy does not have his ultimate is the big problem. And he's just going to get taken out here as Dandy leaps forward into action. Vici, a Baron and a kill.
Vici are running away with this game. This is do or die for LGD's playoff dreams, and Vici are steamrolling to them. Endless, of all people, showing up on the Ashe. His arrows, again, for how few they have connected, are brilliant.
Yep.
Dandy continuing to just go Lulu Graves with EasyHoon every single game, and it's just working for them.
Small adjustments really do matter, and Vici, they're only one game off from pushing themselves to the next stage of the playoffs. 4-2 now in structures, 7-1 up in kills. Arrow barely misses onto Amy, and they're TPing in for this. They want it, but they will not take the turret this wave. Oh, whoa! Imp takes out Endless on the backside, but there's one dead for Wayless. Marin pops in with a massive ulti. The Lambs just spikes back up, but Amy's already too low. Dandy gets himself a doubles, just ripping through people, but Imp is going to start to play cleanup. He gets Dandy as Marin takes out the R-Star on the back end of the fight. Long now going to run away with EasyHoon as the Whimsy might be enough to keep him safe, but he's going to get slowed. EasyHoon needs to turn this around, but they don't quite have enough coordination. Lung, though, is going to take out Marin. It's all on him, but he gets polymorph. They'll take him out. Vici turning things around. 4 for 3 in that exchange, and PWL runs for his life.
Imp aggressively arcane shifts forward, thinks that he can get the auto, the Mystic Shot, the other auto to just pop EasyHoon. A polymorph denies all of that, and EasyHoon just dunks on him.
Yep. And now 7k up for Vici, breaking the middle and taking this inhibitor down as well. We talked about a LGD. They do not stop fighting even when behind, and Vici make them pay.
And they're continuing to do it again. Another teleport flank. Here comes Wayless.
Wayless looking for it. EasyHoon low. Not a bad snipe to look for, but EasyHoon can buy some time here at least. Does shield himself as Lung's also trying to get away from it. EasyHoon, he's going to go down here. Wayless will get him. But PWL's trying to lock down Lung. Amy's here on the other end to see what can happen. But the rest of the team's coming. Lung is quite tanky in this particular juncture. Turn it around. No, the arrow. That one will miss. And finally, the fighting stops.
I mean, effectively, that's just a participation award. It doesn't translate into anything. It doesn't mean anything. We will take a look at this team fight. The big thing is going to be Marin's positioning. Check out where he is on the map. They finally get the flank that they've been looking for and a lot of good AoE damage. Plus, like you said, someone's deleted right off the bat.
And then after that, the cleanup's here, but Amy was too low when this started, and Dandy starts doing some work.
The other thing that you need to consider here is that Vici have a lot of gold in their pocket. They haven't spent it yet. So this was probably the closest or closer LGD would be in fighting them than they're going to be after this team fight has reset, because Vici will have gotten their backs back in, gotten their new itemization, and be much stronger leading in.
Just watching that back, Imp got insta-polymorph by EasyHoon.
It was hilarious.
Imp must have maybe thought of... Saw a cooldown that was still there. Pays the price, certainly, as Vici have spent their money. Still very far ahead in this game with Dragon up in a minute. 6,000 gold up.
It's funny, I heard, speaking of Dandy and Imp being in this game, that Samsung White, what they used to do is each member was responsible for their opposite team member. So Wayless would, in this case, theoretically be responsible for EasyHoon.
Yep.
And he reads off the cooldowns. So EasyHoon's polymorph, it's like going to be up in 6,
yep.
5, 4. So that way Imp would know exactly how much time he had in between cooldown windows.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But very difficult to do in a game.
Yep.
Speaks to the power of that team, I feel like.
It's almost like they were world champions.
They were really good at some point. Well, see some of the players still holding. As Vici continuing to ride the momentum that they've built for themselves. This is the Vici that I think we've come to know.
I'm super excited.
Slow and steady,
Vici
but
fans,
not super slow.
this is exactly the evolution that you wanted from this team. Coach Home has said countless times that he sees a lot of potential in Endless. I mean, again, if you go down this roster and you look for a weak point, they're 80 carry. Can you imagine what this team would look like if they had an 80 carry like Pekko, who's sitting on a bench behind Uzi? Oh, that's an instantaneous upgrade. But Coach Home said, no, Endless has a ton of potential. They knew that Vici was going to be a team of development. And 2015, flanking them between veteran players like Dandy, like Mata at the time, they had a bunch of rough and raw talent, and they knew that that wasn't going to be their year, but next year might. And winning the playoffs here, if they manage to close out this game, is just one step closer to this long-term plan that the organization has had.
And again, it's been rising success for the team all season long. Taking out LGD and ending what's been a wonderful streak would be quite the feat here. But LGD, win, lose, or draw, they will go down fighting. It is just what can Vici do to stifle that aggression and see if they can close it out. LGD, they've known all, I'm going to say season long, but certainly series long in this one, that it was going to be an uphill climb. Have they finally run out of breath? We'll have to find out because the carries are getting strong here. Vici cannot afford to make a big mistake.
LGD do have an opportunity here. Again, the mid inhibitor isn't as punishing. We talk about this all the time. So we're going to take a look at the 40% CDR from Ashe. That puts her arrow cooldown to, I play 40% CDR Ashe. I believe it's like 53 seconds.
Just under a minute.
Yeah.
Actually, quite a bit under a minute. So we'll see if they can use that to try and set something up. Baron up in a minute 20, though. So an obvious objective to go back for, and people do need to shop. Huge buys, actually. Endless. Infinity Edge done. Death Cap done for Easy Win, plus a blasting one for that Void Staff. And 3 items up for Dandy, and 3.5 there for Long. Vici came to play for this next fight. Going to start to see if they can't strong-arm that gold lead.
That's crazy that he's doing it without the added benefit of the CDR boot, so he must be running it in his runes.
Yeah,
I'd be really curious to get a hold of that rune page. Yeah, because he's got the Essence Reaver and the Infinity Edge, effectively.
It's 20 only, right? Figure it out later.
Terrible at the math.
Don't. You know me. Maths is hard.
We're like the worst math casters.
Actually, I realized, like, wait, this was not, you were not the right person to try and ask.
Dash anything. That, no.
Yeah.
Okay, again, mid inhibitor open, not the most punishing. It's just going to funnel free farm. They have scaling 80 carry, or they have scaling carries in the likes of Kassadin and Ezreal. That's totally fine. Baron, 20 seconds up. See how Vici will prepare for this. If they can get control of the vision, it also lures LGD closer to the ever-potent Ashe arrow, which will be fired at least once a minute.
Potentially dangerous, though, because, like you said, LGD do need one big flank to try and set up a good fight for themselves. Vici don't want to funnel into the pit unnecessarily, but they have shown that in team fights they're able to take them pretty handily. Long work in the top lane. Dandy takes out that pink ward. It is time to start Baron. It is time to bait Baron.
They've got the vision denial and control. They do have to bait out one blue trinket.
Oh.
Oh. Sad.
Flash force. Amy gets nailed. Arrow back up in 50 seconds. We'll keep dancing.
Yep. Stall it out.
Uh,
Inhib is back up for LGD, so pressure alleviated there.
Oh, that's good news. Vici maybe just going to keep fighting now. Easy Hoon speeds himself forward, looking for Marin, who's hype it up.
Lulu nerfs. Easy Hoon's like, I swear I could catch him.
This is old Lulu. I'd be in the fountain by now. Right.
Oh, they are going to start. Pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Blue trinket is down. That's why they're deciding to go for it, because they know that there's no vision available for LGD to check this without their face.
Amy trying to get it in. It's his face that goes in for it, though. True Shot Barrage is there. Amy flashes in, but the Baron does go over. Wayless gets smashed by Endless as he gets polymorphed into it. Marin, he's going to die here as well. Good flash from Endless to not get Nard. Marin not going to leave. Easy Hoon takes him out with a help picks, and the rest of the team is going to move forward. Caveman taking out Amy with a bit of help from Long, and LGD might get themselves all killed here as the arrow is up for Endless as well. POE down. Arrow is true. Imp does get out of the way with an arcane shift, but 4 dead on the LGD side.
But that is only Ezreal to protect them. This will for sure be an inhibitor, possibly more. I'm curious if Vici will try to pull the trigger for the game.
Well, right now they're going top side with the Baron buff, so 2 inhibs looks like the plan. Endless and Caveman going to meet the wave. Dandy actually working on this wave. It's going to pull it off. Try and get the wave pushed a little bit further in. TP in. This actually could be maybe a pull for the game here. Vici.
They have a massive creep wave. There's no way that LGD can't stop this.
10 seconds left for the death time, but they are going to move in for it. Wave built well here as they might look to end the streak. LGD made it 7 series straight, but Vici will crush that dream and move on to the next stage of playoffs. 3-1 over LGD.
Who would have ever expected that Vici Gaming would be the ones to stop the 2015 LPL title winners, LGD? LGD historically show up in playoffs, and Vici, endless, just dominated them.
Awesome looking game and series there for the team as they'll move over to shake hands for LGD. The fire burnt so fast but could not burn long enough. They will bow out in the first round of playoffs for the first time ever since Imp has been on their roster.
Such a well-deserved game from Vici Gaming. This is the type of evolution and maturing that we need to see from teams if they're going to make a deep run. You still have the likes of Chaogu, RNG, and EDG waiting for you deeper in the gauntlet. And Vici actually look like a dark horse.
They do. And that's sort of what we always labeled them as, but they actually may live up to it this playoffs. Awesome series. They've clearly taken the advantage they had with that first game win. They only have to win 2 games. They make it 3-1 overall for the scoreline. And the 2 games they win look beautiful. A fast, really brutal game 1 where they just honestly beat LGD at almost their own game. And then the Vici game we expect. Very elegant, but not too slow, and a very convincing win there for the last one.
Again, it's how they won that's really important. Of course, there was the Maokai pick that was going back and forth. I believe it was 100% win rate for that series. Expect to see him contested all throughout playoffs. We talked at length of why we love that champion. But endless. Like, we know Dandy's going to perform well. We know that Easy Hoon's going to be phenomenal. He got the 1v1 kill on Wayless. We know that Long is kind of their secondary carry, if you will, that can swing up and roll into that carry position like we saw in game number 1. But to have the 80 carry, the weakest link, have a phenomenal performance like that, that's what puts Vici over the edge.
And again, I feel like LGD, they had their strategy. They wanted to play a certain way. Game 1 did not go their way at all, so they went back to more scaling, more safe. And Vici said, you know what, I am not going to make the same mistake I did in game 2 and let you just get a free lane. They tried to be more aggressive. They played up in their mid-game. They used their strength, and the scaling wasn't there for LGD. The first team fight broke at 20 minutes, and LGD had no chance of winning, it looked like.
And the biggest issue is, again, LGD never fought or executed their composition correctly. You have Gnar, and Marin's a phenomenal Gnar player, but there was never a flank. Even in that last Baron team fight, when Mega Gnar went in, the team fight was already done and over.
Yeah, and it's just, again, that's maybe the biggest thing for me is that Vici's team fighting has been getting better and better, but to out-team fight LGD with that sort of comp, yes, LGD didn't execute nearly as well as they could have perhaps, but Vici's overall team fighting actually looked really good in that series, and especially in that game.
100%, and this isn't the LGD that we saw at the beginning of LPL. I mean, you can maybe make some correlations like, oh, they're falling apart again, but this is LGD coming off of 7 straight 1 series, okay? This isn't the awful LGD that started the season. They were ramping up. This was the strong LGD, and we were expecting them to be the favorites coming into this playoffs, so Vici winning here is an upset.
Yeah, absolutely is, and Vici are a team that have done well to get where they were in the regular season. Almost got kicked out of playoffs because Group B was fun moving into the last match of that particular week. But LGD, I think, weirdly enough, a good loss for the series, the organization, I think, as well. They had such a rough start to the year. They clearly had built up, but to expect to win playoffs with this kind of changes, given the difficulties that we're clearly facing on Summoner's Rift, I think they'll be sad to not defend their title, obviously, because they were the 2015 Summer Champions. But you know what? They'll take it back. They'll move it into next season. We'll see them again, of course, and they'll only come back stronger for Summer.
And again, on the other side, in terms of organizations, Vici stepping up with their long-term development plan. They've had the likes of Hatong, Pong, and Endless, and they, were very public that 2015, that's not our year, but we understand to keep and retain strong veterans. They managed to retain Dandy and the value there. They picked up Long for an unlimited potential and said, we'll develop this young Chinese talent. We know that there's potential down the road for us.
And you can see that in their players. Long, a player that had a pretty up and down start to his season, but is now looking much more consistent and much more solid. Sure, he's not on the carries. He doesn't need to play Gangplank anymore, but he's super solid. That's what you want in your top laners, especially when tanks are the thing. And Endless has only been getting better. We know Danny and Easy have been always look good. It's just constant improvement from Vici. That's what we expect from these teams. That's why it's been such a great season, because when you play 10 weeks of best of threes, everyone gets better quickly.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Question will now be, how will Vici move in against Team WE, because that will be who they're facing in the next round. Again, they will not have a point advantage like they did against LGD, so it's going to be a straight best of 5. The thing that comes to mind, though, is, again, they had the exact same comp pretty much every single game. It was going to be the Maokai, the Graves, and the Lulu, and just slight adjustments on the bottom lane as well as a slight adjustment on the top lane for a single champion. And will that draft phase work against the likes of Team WE? And if they make it past WE, the likes of RNG?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of questions. That's why it's a gauntlet. It's hard. You have to run all the way down, and round 1 is where it starts for Vici as they do push in to the quarters versus World Elite. Kind of interesting to look at that matchup. Let's actually tease it just a little bit because these two teams almost play the same style of League of Legends.
A very slow,
they play the same pace of League of Legends. That much I can promise you.
Yes. And they also have very hit or miss 5v5. That's the other big thing because you're right. Team WE and Vici, they're weighted in kind of either 3 positions, and then it's kind of up to that random X factor of will the 4th and the 5th player fire simultaneously, or will we have kind of, a mediocre performance of one part of the map, but a stellar performance on the other side. So they're absolutely stylistically perfectly matched for each other.
And as much praise as I have for Dandy, who had an excellent series despite one of the losses, played Graves 3 times, looked just fine every single time. Is there a worry for Vici that maybe they're putting too much power in their jungler? Or do you think, like, if Dandy wants to be a carry jungler, this is actually a good time for him? Because his team's clearly playing very heavily around him.
This is also the perfect meta for him to do that.
True.
So, 100%.
Well, let's have a look at the MVP for this evening. It will be Easy Hoon on the Lulu this time around. 5-1-7. Damage share, not quite there, but he was setting up team fights pretty much all series long.
The Hoon comes through. Big thing about Lulu in particular is because these games were so quick. Again, we had a 24-minute, it was a 25-minute victory and then a 27-minute game.
We just got over 30 for the last one.
Just over 30. That's important. Yeah, people consider Lulu like, when Lulu's picked, that's a low damage carry. Why would you do Lulu? You're going to fall off late game. Well, if the games are ending at 30 minutes, Lulu's still hitting like a truck.
Yeah, and she had the Blitzbane, able to take out turrets. It really fits in with how Vici want to play. And for me, it's just more, again, you can make sure Endless gets better. We see Invictus Gaming do this with their bottom lane, which is funny enough because they'll be up next. We'll have a quick look at Easy Hoon's highlights from this last game because the man's just a beast. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, this is the very cute polymorph on the Arcane shift forward from Imp. Imp thinks that he can style on the former SKT mid laner. Not quite.
Well, he locks him up there as well to start that fight. You can see the rest of his team getting chased around, but Easy Hoon's like, you know what? Trust in me. We will win this 2v3. And they certainly do. Things move forward. I'll take out Marin on the other end. Good wild growth there. And then Imp's like, yep, nope.
Nope. Nope. Yeah.
I want to see Imp's face, actually, after that happened.
Wait, what do you do after that? You're like, oh, damn.
That's real. Poor Imp. I mean, a tough game, really, for LGD. And Imp, it's rare to not see him in a final. In fact, as I said, that's the first time LGD, with this roster, with Imp on their lineup, will not make the finals since starting in 2015. So we'll not be able to defend that title. We won't have another epic best of 5 versus EDG. Instead, Vici go on to perhaps push for a very curious spot late in the playoffs.
Yeah, no one expected this. So now, I think majority of people looking at this like, okay, this is probably going to be an EDG RNG final or an EDG LGD final. And now that's completely off the board. And if Vici continue to perform to this extent, I'm actually afraid for RNG as well because they're faltering a little bit.
Vici are on the EDG side of the bracket, if I remember correctly.
No.
No? Never mind. Ignore me completely. They could play them.
Thank
God you're here.
Yeah, it's I made the graphic. I hope they're not on the right bracket. We'll check. No, it's Team WE and then I believe into RNG and then into finals.
Sense.
Whereas the top side is going to be IG versus Snake into EDG and then into Chaogu into finals.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about Vici because, again, a great series there for the team all the way through. We sort of talked about the strong parts. Let's actually talk about Lung. He had a very quiet game. Maokai performances look good.
Quiet game?
As convinced.
Oh, you mean this game. I was going to say, I remember that 7-0 Maokai.
Was that really long, though? Was that really long? I feel like that was Dandy and his massive Graves.
That was definitely Dandy was a part of it, but it was still a jugger tree.
I mean, Look, he 1v1 Marin as Maokai versus Nah.
He had a lead. He may have been 4-0. He had an Iceborne Gauntlet.
May have been 4-0. Was it absolutely 4-0? What is this?
Yeah, he had a Sunfire and an Iceborne Gauntlet. I think you can 1v1. I don't think that's Marin's fault at that point.
No, and again, he was enabled well. But this is, I think the thing for me, that's why I bring it up, is that Long feels like a player that, again, maybe it's not a carry matter, but against some of these top laners that just have a little bit more. Marin was a player we expected to be that and actually misfired a bit in maybe the last game. It is tough to talk about LGD that way, but Vici just I'm a little worried as they get deeper in. I think they're such a solid team, but things start matching up. Team v team. matchup versus matchup. We expected this to be maybe a worry for Vici because LGD can overpower them. Vici found the way around with team play, but that's going to get harder as they get deeper into playoffs.
So what I was doing is I was checking draft phase that game, and I noticed that Poppy was banned every single game. And the thing that I wanted to touch on, because we were speaking about Long, is that the meta shifted into Vici and everything that they were good at. So Long is going to be your typical role player, or typically tanky top player, initiator. Think kind of like V. He's almost interchangeable. I think V's a bit more talented than Long, but Long's ceiling really hasn't been exposed yet. Then you have Dandy, who's going to be a carry-oriented jungler. Obviously, that's really potent and powerful in 6.6. And then a utility wave clear mid laner in EasyHoon. That's pretty much what the patch is. That's exactly how Vici like to play. With Poppy being banned, again, Marn is going to be a hard carry style of top laner. Not that Marn can't play tanks. Of course he can. He's incredibly talented. He was the world's MVP. But Poppy has been kind of his go-to tank, hard carry top laner. And by eliminating that from him, as well as the Echo, it kind of forced him to play Long's game and neutralize a lot of Marn's power.
And that's a great thing overall for the series, I think, because you look back at the drafts, I know you have them there for you. I think Vici drafted excellently. Coach Rom's clearly doing his work. And LGD, we keep talking about it. They just drafted Comfort trying to strong arm their lanes. And it just didn't work. Like, Ezreal Cassidy looked good for one game, but that's not a normal team comp. And you saw when it fell behind, your prediction was correct from game 3. They started losing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, again, with that composition, if it ever falls behind, your towers are done. You have nothing to protect them. This is a structure-focused meta. This is the weakest the towers have ever been in any iteration of League of Legends because of the stacking and scaling armor on them. It has to be post 27 minutes for the inner towers, I believe, to have the same armor that they used to have before all the tower adjustments came in. So towers fall.
Yep.
I mean, itemization for AD carries got buffed. You have earlier ingredients because you have more long swords coming into lanes as opposed to like saving up for that big BF sword. So you're already getting more chip damage earlier, theoretically.
AD carry junglers.
AD carry junglers.
People going crazy.
This is a structure-based meta. You almost can't afford not to have a wave clear mid laner like Azir, like Victor, like Twisted Fate.
And that's something I loved, is that they adjusted. Vici showed, after their very impressive win in Game 1, in Game 2, when they pretty much just got bowled over by LGD, they adjusted very quickly. And that's maybe the best thing about this team, is that if we expect them to be full of smart players, have good support staff behind them, if Vici can look that good in a best of 5 and evolve that quickly, that is, I think, what pushes them over the edge for me and maybe deep in the playoffs, because they really have to outthink other teams, because I don't think they can you can't outclass LGD on a 1v1 level. They had to outthink them to beat them, and to their credit, that's what they did.
No, and Vici are definitely one of the smarter, macro-oriented teams in the LPL. If you think about like Snake, Team WE, and Vici. EDG definitely on the other side of that, so kind of your 4, like, if you're going to have an intelligent LPL team as opposed to a really aggressive LPL team, they definitely fit in that category.
And I hope you guys are ready for their next match when they play, because Vici or WE could be some long games. It is a best of 5. These teams, again, like to play quite slow.
If you're just jumping into the LPL for the playoffs, the number one thing you have to understand about Team WE is they're a little bit frustrating to watch. But the thing is you can't criticize them. You can't criticize them because it works.
Yeah.
It's so what they do is they it's classic World Elite, now known as Team WE. They slow everything down. They kick their AD carry out into a side lane. They play control mages and wave clear, and they just farm up into 6 items, and they take that single team fight and just whittle you away. And it takes about 45 minutes, but they have a great track record on it.
Yep. Double teleport only.
Yep.
I mean, I'm actually maybe worried that's not sustainable for World Elite. I guess we'll see when they play, but Vici are just a team that I think I'm most impressed by the amount of growth that Vici have gone through this season, and even just in that series, because the LPL this year has been all about, more games, more best of 3s, more practice, better scheduling. Everything's been nice and smooth, even though the amount of games in the world's biggest league is massive, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it shows in how improved the teams have come. And Vici to go from this almost nothing team with a bunch of okay players to a team with some star power that did struggle early on. Again, I think that their strength against LGD in this run and potentially their playoff run is a big testament to their improvement and how they adjust and evolve as a team, because they are getting better. That's the worry for the other teams, is like, hey, we're not as good as RNG and EDG yet, but we might be. And that might come sooner than you like.
No, yeah, I completely agree. And the thing is that's even the case for RNG. Obviously they finished at the top of the LPL standings, which congratulations to that organization. That's the best that they've ever finished a regular LPL split. But it's like that roster had one split to figure out their ceiling and how if they could get everything working together, and they're trying to match EDG, who are still up here. And now Vici have proven the exact same thing. And so it's now, where are the ceiling for all these very young teams?
Yep, well, with that, we are going to go to a break, but don't forget there are more playoffs just around the corner. Invictus Gaming versus Snake. We'll continue our playoff coverage right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL Spring Playoffs for 2016. Of course, we have already seen one best-of-5 series where Vici Gaming did manage to take down LGD. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined by Zach Rusty Pie. And Vici, what a performance, especially in the final game.
Yeah, honestly, Vici, they came into the playoffs and they looked ridiculous, and is the best way to describe it. Dismantling an LGD that were on a rampage, 7-game streak, essentially, from this team. Vici made it look like clockwork and just destroyed them.
Yeah, and massive shout out to EasyHoon as well. This guy was looking gigantic on the Lulu. All 3 games managed to get the champion, not to mention Dandy there as well, firing on all cylinders. And we did hear from EasyHoon as well, of course, the guy saying that, look, it's all about getting Dandy ahead, but that game, he really took the bull by the horns.
So you said it, 21% of the damage dealt, and he polymorphed Imp perfectly every single time he used that spell. So it's the MVP, but like the hidden MVP, because he did get Dandy ahead.
Yeah, and I have to say that a lot of this has to do with the fact that these are weighted best-of-5 series. Vici coming in very comfortable with that 1-game lead, really making sure that they put LGD on the back foot, because this is a team that was forced into a reverse sweep situation after Game 1, and Game 2 looked very, very promising out of the LGD squad, but it seemed like it looked like too much of an uphill battle.
Yeah, definitely felt like it, of course. The slanted brackets, placement very important moving into the playoffs. So for one team, it's a best-of-3. For the other team, it's a best-of-5. This time around, Vici got their 2 wins first.
Yeah, they most certainly did. But this does mean that we are going to be moving into our second best-of-5 of the night. It is going to be Snake taking on Invictus Gaming, of course. 2 of these teams looking, I don't know, interesting moving into this game. 2 teams with very, very different identities as well, which is very exciting to talk about. And Invictus Gaming actually falling very decidedly in the last time these 2 teams met. It was, of course, in the cross-group conference. Both of these teams from Groups A and Group B, of course, are Snake and IG respectively. So do you think that that's anything to go off?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the first time we saw these 2 teams was the first time they played against each other and the last time respectively in the regular season. That means they've only seen each other once. The rest of it is research. And to me, coming into a playoff like this, very important that you've done your research as a coach and as a team to be prepared, because that's the first and most important thing that we actually have to mention. Moving past that, yeah, Snake destroyed Invictus Gaming. It was a clean 2-0 victory. And honestly, Invictus Gaming just did not know how to lane swap. So what I did see, though, is after that 2-0, they boot camped pretty much for a whole week, and all they did was lane swap from there on until it was something they can effectively do.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So this may not necessarily be such a, I guess, mismatch, but we are going to go through the teams here. We're starting with Snake, a team, of course, known for their spine, ZZR, Flandre, and Ella, the 3 that really hold this team together, but it's been that man in the mid lane that's really been stepping up. Tank has been impressing me a whole lot recently.
And I like the description of Snake, right? Like, they are the spine, and it does start with Flandre, but you move towards Tank, and he's kind of like the right arm that doesn't necessarily have to be a part of keeping the body upright. But if he starts swinging, it can do some serious damage.
Damn right. He's sort of like the portable haymaker that they just have in there. And he can smack you in the face, of course, on champions like the Azir, like the Varus, which is very, very interesting. In fact, it has been what Invictus Gaming faced against the Varus, the Azir. Last time they took to the Rift, it was, of course, against RNG, but it'll be interesting to see the similarities between these 2 teams. As we are going to have a look at Crystal, the man that is going to be starting, not going to be Martin this time around. We'll see how he's going to go, what champions he's going to pick, because has been a lot of Lucian. We shall see. And, of course, Ella there on your screen as well. And if it was Crystal and Ella up against Rain and Kitties or Time and Kitties, that would be a talking point here. But I believe we've got a few changes moving over to the Invictus Gaming roster.
Yeah, we definitely do have a couple of interesting decisions made by Invictus Gaming. We will cover them now, but that Snake roster, man, they're looking good coming into this series.
They certainly are. Of course, 4 out of 5 victories in their last 5 matches. This is a team, though, in a very different position. 2 out of the last 8 matches that they've had, they've managed to pick up wins. So not on a winning record moving into the playoffs, and we'll see whether they can get that playoff buff, maybe steal it from an LGD that didn't manage to hold on to it this time. And hello, Tabe. Welcome to the LPL. It's been a while, my friend.
It definitely has been. I think 2013 was his last standout performance in the LPL.
Yeah.
Remnants of Tabe went around. You may have seen him at World 2015 on the analyst desk, but the man has returned to play for Invictus Gaming in the playoffs.
Most certainly will. Zatai, once again, back in the top lane, has been playing a heck of a lot of that Rise recently. We'll see whether that is going to be what he goes to. Of course, as a former mid laner, is able to throw some strange picks up there, but he's up against Flandre. I mean, both of these guys with champion oceans, so to speak. And there's Kid on your screen. Like, honestly, the most improved player in the LPL, in my opinion, over this split. He's been ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely has been performing well, Kid, but it's all around this player.
Oh,
Kid is essentially the ward bot for what is the star of Invictus Gaming, and that is Rookie.
And Rookie, he's got a bit of a tough one on his hands here as Snake do like to play around their mid lane and give him a fair bit of help, and we'll see whether Kid is going to be enough to stop this one as there's Rain on your screen. The man with the highest kill participation on this IG squad, interestingly enough. Of course, Time, when he's on the roster, has the lowest. And here's Tabe, actually retired at the end of 2013 after being that runner-up in the grand final of the World Championships for Starhorn Royal Club. Now in the support position for Invictus Gaming. Now, this guy was known as the Annie player, the guy that really wants to put his face into it. Played a few other champions there as well, but it's been 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, what do we expect from this guy?
I feel like the only thing that we know about Tabe and the only thing we have to keep in mind as we move into these games is he had one style in 2013, and it was Annie. Yep. And that one style on Annie was just put your face in it. Just go in at every opportunity. He was laning with Uzi, to be fair, so that's like a really important detail we have to get there. Uzi wants to win lane. Of course, Rain, facilitator, doesn't really want to, so what will Tabe do?
Yeah, and look, the reason for this swap has sort of been alluded to. It's the fact that Kitties wasn't necessarily adapting as well to this tank support meta, and we'll see whether Tabe is going to be an upgrade in that department. But what I want to talk to you about, Rusty, is the fact that Kitties was a shot caller for this team, and Tabe now has massive shoes to fill as far as controlling a very new team to him.
Yeah, it's a very curious thing to me, and honestly, you're right. Like, Kitties was the shot caller for the team, but Tabe's also been coined as the exact same thing. So coming into this game, it could come down to how the shot calling affects them, which is why they've chosen Tabe over Kitties. Perhaps it's not even the play style, but once again, we know Kitties was the Janna guy. We know that he had a limited champion pool and was still adapting to the current meta, which is tanks. Whereas on the flip side, Ella's been MVP worthy, so they had to kind of step up to the bar in this and meet those shoes that are being very much left open to fill.
Yeah, and I really like that you brought up Ella here as well, because he feels like what Kitties should have been had he managed that adaptation, because Ella was known as a Janna player as well. This guy was a disengaged support primarily, able to keep his team out of trouble, making sure that he can keep everyone okay. But he's made it over. His Alistair play has been fantastic, not to mention his Trundle, which has been second to none. So, honestly, we'll see whether Tabe can fit into what Ella's managed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Tabe kind of has to feel that exact same thing that Ella is doing on the team. The flip side, though, is that Invictus Gaming, they win wholeheartedly through that middle lane. They don't get jungle pressure down there. And if you've got an aggressive support, that could come back to bite you.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this mid lane as well, because Tank has been receiving Varus bans. This guy's Azir looks fantastic as well. And what I want to talk about is the fact that he's gone out of his way to make plays in the last few series here for Snake. It is a possibility that Rookie might actually have a bit of a mid lane on his hands.
Yeah, he might actually have a serious battle to contend with here on the side of Rookie. Of course, Tank, ridiculous. Has actually commanded bans recently in their last series that Snake have played. The Varus is unbelievable. And I think it's the one champion that moving into champion select now should be addressed. Sure, Rookie's actually played against it in his last set and had the answer in the Yasuo and the Zed. Doesn't actually fix the issue, is that he's affecting the whole team with long-range poke, and it's what the composition is designed to do.
Yeah, this is the thing, and we'll see whether he is going to be able to make it happen. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are into champion select. IG on our blue side for game number 1. As they are 0-1. Of course, weighted best of 5 means that Snake come in with a 1-game advantage. That is not an error that you see towards the top of your screen. And Lysandra Cannon have been banned away on the side of Invictus Gaming, as the answer is going to be the LeBlanc and the Kindred. Already some strange things happening as we move into Champion Select.
Yeah, there's been this really weird progression last week where everybody's decided that Callista Cannon was the best thing again.
Yeah.
That didn't happen before, but
Thanks,
it is
Zero.
again now. Yeah.
You
Thank
jerk.
you very much for that one, Zero. But yeah, that's an interesting bet.
Most certainly is. And we are going to have the Varus banned away one more time. So IG, a lot of respect to Tank. 2 bans aimed at him. Theoretically 3 if you count a Cannon as a mid laner. I mean, shout out to Prolly. The man
I guess.
did play it.
That to
what
me,
was it, like 2 years ago?
Yeah, a while ago. This to me, though, from Invictus Gaming, puts the strategy of Azir as their primary focus. Yeah. One of the main champions that Tank does have is going to be that Azir now that Lysandra and Varus are missing in that ban list. So Invictus Gaming could look to pick it away as their first pick is the big question mark. Or do they willingly give that over?
Well,
because the counters have been banned.
Snake have left it up, so Rookie has displayed that he's a fantastic Azir player. I mean, this guy can basically play anything in the mid lane and make it look good. But Echo was left available. Poppy's there as well. There are a lot of champions that are up. Of course, a massive MVP from our last series was the Maokai, which was very impressive. But this is another champion that's got through the Nidalee now to go into the hands of ZZR potentially. The power picks left available now that there have been 4 mid lane bans is huge.
The nature of playoffs, where you have enough time to research, you get rid of all the target champions that you think are definitely worth removing off the board. You leave open things. Echo's the perfect example. Nidalee's another one, as is the Azir.
Yeah, well, Flandre, speaking of which, is going to lock in the golden chicken there as Nidalee has been picked up by ZZR. We've seen what this guy does on the champion. This is so dangerous for Invictus Gaming, and you have to think that they need to have had a plan moving into this series for that champion.
So I think they do, and to me, I'm looking at a flex between Echo and Ryze for Invictus Gaming, depending on lane matchups. Echo's, we've actually seen it from way less on LGD. If you're struggling in lane, just get level 6, recall, ult back to lane, save your teleport. Don't necessarily even need to use it in situations like that, so there's options there. Just doesn't mean you're going to kill and win your lane.
Yeah, so far it's the Ultra Flex as well, as Kid could potentially pick up the Echo, which would be highly interesting. Hasn't actually played it yet this season.
Not many people have, though. It's only recently.
Sort of the MLXG thing, isn't it? With this weird Eye of the Watcher build.
Swift.
Yeah, true. Haven't discovered the sweet build of the Runic Echoes into the Iceborne Gauntlet, but never you mind.
It's kind of obvious,
we're going to get it today. Yeah, I know, right? Well, it is going to be the bottom lane locked in here by Snake. They're going to take away the Alistar and the Lucian. So Crystal back on a comfort pick, but deciding not to pick up the Kalista. And IG, it seems like they know exactly what they want. Ashe immediately locked in. The Freljord bottom lane has been taken the world by storm, and Graves picked up for Kid. This is an IG that knew what they were planning moving into this series, and it's great to see that they have been prepared. Is going to leave the Poppy available for Flandre and basically anything else he might like there towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, I don't mind Invictus Gaming's draft. They've got an Echo who does a lot of damage. In fact, all of IG's team does damage, right? Like everyone except the Braum, and Braum augments it to be much more complementary with the ranged champions, getting the stuns off so that they can do more damage. The thing is, like, Snake's draft. If they look in this Poppy, is that not the most ridiculous team composition you've ever seen in your life?
Yeah, and if you're looking at sort of each individual lane there as well, I mean, Poppy in the top lane, basically top tier. Azir, top tier. Nidalee, far and away the fastest jungler at the moment. Just ludicrous, especially in the hands of ZZR, who is so practiced on the champion. Plus, you've given Ella the cow. This is exactly what he wants in order to be that sacrificial support. You're exactly right. And we'll see whether Invictus Gaming, with all of their preparation, with what looks like something that they've been aiming to go into this series with, is going to pay off. Because so far, man, looks very dangerous. And this is what happens when you have so many target bans.
Yeah, so the first big thing to note, I suppose, from Invictus Gaming going for the Ashe is that, firstly, she's susceptible to being destroyed by Flandre and potentially ZZR, to an extent Tank as well, right? Like, there's options to get onto the backline of IG, but it also forces Tank to go cleanse, so there's a lot less kill threat in that middle lane. And no surprises, I will say, IG flexing those two roles to what suits, perhaps by going for the Ashe, forcing a cleanse. It makes Echo a little bit better in that middle lane for kill threat.
Yeah. And it's very exciting seeing Rookie on the Echo. I could imagine that you have flashbacks, Rusty.
So ready.
From some of the best moments that we had in the LPL last year. Rookie's Echo, I believe, up against Wayless's Yasuo for some of the best 1v1s that we have ever seen. And we'll see whether he can be as impressive. Of course, the second man to take Echo into the mid lane. It was, of course, Wayless doing it before, like you mentioned. We'll see how it does go into the Azir that can be a bit of a bully in the early levels. But coaches are going to shake hands. Ladies and gentlemen, our second playoff match is about to start. Let's get on the riff. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our second playoff match. It is, of course, going to be a weighted best-of-5 between Invictus Gaming and Snake. Snake ahead by 1 game moving into this first one. And IG looking to even the score immediately with what was a draft that seemed like they had planned out.
Yeah, it felt planned.
Yeah,
I was saying,
had
Invictus
that vibe,
Gaming.
you know? Yeah.
There's a strategy that they are 100% implementing. In saying that, there are a few things that we have to consider. Snake, on the flip side, have the most standard and strong, probably S-tier champions across the board, which means naturally their team fighting is going to be impeccable.
Oh, yeah.
Just off champions alone, so execution the only concern there. Invictus Gaming as well. They have what I would define as committal CC. It's close range, firstly, so you actually have to put your face in it. If you're Invictus Gaming at all.
Oh my god, the pigeon.
The sound's amazing.
This is so good.
Yeah. The Ash arrow, though, is what I'm referring to. Like, you use that, and you hit someone, you're probably going to go in, but if you use it and you miss, that's a long cooldown that's going to go to waste, right? And your actual engage from there is lacking because an Echo has to hit something brilliant, or Zatai has to be directly next to them to stun them down.
Yeah, and I actually feel like there's going to be a lot on Rain here, because imagine the follow-up that they do have. They've got the parallel convergence as well as, of course, the rune prison that Zatai can throw down. The follow-up CC to that initial arrow is massive, but it is going to be relying on Rain, and we'll see whether him and Tabe can get through this early game and how Tabe is going to make his return to the LPL.
Yeah, very important that Tabe shows up. And speaking of, I don't want standard lanes, but guess what? You're both going to get it.
Yeah, exactly right. Rookie and Tank already going at it before the minions even clash. 1 potion already running.
Now, the thing is, though, they actually cleared their waves instantly. Like, they both just auto-attacked. Like, they're fighting each other in between waves.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. Rookie at level 1 walked past the middle of the lane to throw out his Q on all 6 minions just to get it quicker. Like, look at this.
Already going in there. Level 2 has landed. The Q is going to give Tank a lot of follow-up damage. The trade actually won here by the Azir.
Massively.
Yeah. Able to get a couple of cheeky extra auto attacks down at the same time. So, see whether Rookie is going to make it happen. Already used most of his mana bar. This is going to be a dangerous lane by the looks of things for the IG mid laner. But if anyone can do it, it is this man.
Yeah, it's always going to be a dangerous lane, and we have alluded to this fact many times. Echo gets a power spike at level 3 where Tank is... He gets something, but it's not comparable. He also has a teleport, Rookie, so he can take this abuse. As long as he doesn't die, he can leave safely and actually come back. Tank has to run the cleanse because of the Ashe.
Well, you can see ZZR poking his head here into the mid lane. Now might run into Kid heading out of his jungle, but not going to be able to stop the blue buff, nor hit the spear. Is that Rift Scuttler now going to be under fire? There is an Azir in the mid lane, but not actually going to follow up. And the spear not going to be able to pick it there either. So Kid locks down the Rift Scuttler. Jungle battle won by the Graves so far.
Yeah, and ZZR with an early gank attempt also is the other thing worth noting. A lot of Nidalees just rely on their impeccable wave clearing. They just get ahead in farm on the jungle opponent. Even Graves starts to suffer to what is a ridiculous clear speed of what ZZR would have. But this time around, early gank attempts, early pressure placed, and contesting the middle of the jungle in the river there kind of slows them down. So well done to Kid to keep it even.
Yeah, and speaking of keeping it even, everything all square here up in the top lane. 23 to 24, but it's just based on where these minions are. Tabe looking like he's holding his own for the moment. Is Spear going to start things off in the jungle here for ZZR? See whether he can get anything happening. Nice Winter's Bite. Tabe still got it with the skill shots.
That's the one thing that's muscle memory for any retired player you'll find. That part doesn't change. It's the rest of the game that you need to keep up to scratch. So I will say, though, so far so good. Ashe, very oppressive laner, so no surprises that Invictus Gaming wanted to match the lane swap, even though it's a Lucian Alistar and Lucian can carry lanes by himself. Yeah. Too much pressure with a Braum Ashe there.
Very true.
The slow lane.
Well, you can see Rookie trying to do his best to clear these minions before Tank gets any opportunity to harass him down. It's looking more and more difficult, though. The Time Winder is going to be able to get rid of most of them. And Tank actually going to tank this wave up.
That trend will continue as well. Rookie's one purpose in this lane is not exactly to kill him unless the opportunity miraculously presents itself. It's to clear the waves, make Tank fight minions, and give himself time to roam around.
You can see Kid. Actually, is he? Is who?
Rookie. I'm just taking stock of his items so far. And I'm hoping that it's a Rod of Ages and an Abyssal Scepter.
Unless it's a Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But he is feeling the pressure here in this lane, so it could actually be something a little bit more defensive, maybe an early Spectre's Cowl, something like that.
Well, Spectre's Cow's actually been a stock standard build for Azir's at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Bit of extra healing. Helps if you have like a Dark Seal Corrupting Potion build.
You can see actually ZZR doing a bit of counter jungling here. And Tank, he's committed to winning this lane at the same time. Another Doran's Ring comes in, not deciding to finish off what could have been a stinger. There goes Rookie. Phase dive on top of Tank. Starting to do a little bit better in these trades now that he has some defensive statistics.
Yeah. And for those at home wondering what he's doing, he's animation cancelling with the Time Winder that he throws out. If you dash at the same time, it masks the spell. Very handy for trades.
Yeah, very cute. There's Kid actually going aggressive on ZZR. End of the line is going to land there as well. So Kitty Cat going to make his way back in, and Rookie makes himself invisible on this map.
Use that ultimate, Rookie. It is a Spectre's Cowl.
Yeah, there it is. And I wonder whether he'll just leave it as the Spectre's Cowl, just because it works so well against the consistent harassment out of an Azir.
You would imagine so, that he will leave it at that and work towards his next item. The Rod of Ages is something that we saw from Wayless as well, playing that Echo, but possibilities are endless on a champion like him. We've seen him top lane, going for the Iceborne Gauntlet build.
Oh, Kid actually caught backing here towards the top side. Isn't going to get it cancelled, but they at least know that the Graves is back in base.
ZZR though, like the pressure that he's just placing down in jungle control. Saw Kid recall, immediately goes to the bottom side of the jungle. If Kid wants to clear some camps now, he's going to have the, I'm not going to say the upper hand. In fact, he's going to have to fight ZZR for it.
Yeah.
And will be.
There it is. Kid throws out a smoke screen, doesn't actually tag ZZR with it. As he throws in a spear, but red buff running everywhere right now. Not going to be able to lock that one down. We have a look at the bottom lane as well. Haven't sort of seen it as Zatai is actually hanging around, but Rookie getting a decent proc.
Very efficient trading from Rookie, and once again, it's the quirkiness of going for this Spectre's Cowl build. It makes him a tank, and at early game stages, tanks can trade just as well, if not better, than people who aren't going for tank items. And I keep saying his name, so I'm not talking about Snake's mid laner.
Well, speaking of Snake, Rookie got a bit of a target on his head as he is going to use that Chrono Shift in order to get back. Chrono Break, in fact, as the spear is going to land, but 3 members of Snake can't get onto him. Rookie even going to be able to use that Time Winder to clear out the minions.
And Ella uses a flash ground pound and doesn't get a headbutt in there because of the simultaneous flashes as Zatai's giving it to him.
Yeah, exactly. The ultimate is actually down here as Flandre picks up his buckler, but the damage has been done. Rise doing work. Tears picked up. Got himself the extra Sapphire Crystal and a Ruby as well, so he's doing well. This is what I was about to talk about. Zatai having a fine time against the Poppy.
Yeah, he absolutely is. You have to give credit to this Rise where it's due. Once again, putting in work and getting it done, at least in the 1v1. But that's all Rise wants at the moment until he has his Rod of Ages completed. Maybe then you start looking towards these trades. But the amount of damage he's doing to Poppy is commendable already.
Most definitely. And look at Flandre's item build. Distortion enchantment on his swiftness boots already. This guy just wants out of this lane as often as possible. Knows that his job is affecting the rest of the map. May actually affect... Oh, there's the arrow. Massive ultimates come out towards the top side as Crystal forced to flash away. Is going to get slowed down. Ella's going to get stunned here as IG trying to get through the Unbreakable Will. Speaking of Unbreakable, it is going to be used to tank up the culling. And collateral damage not going to be enough. Nicely done by Snake.
Yeah, fantastic heal out of Crystal to keep them all alive. Nobody dies, and that is the merit of an Alistar being level 6. It's a difficult thing to execute on, so all Crystal had to do was get himself out, but someone else isn't out at the moment. In fact, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Flandre actually looking for the stun against the wall here as he's tanking up the turret. Could be a problem here as Flandre manages to flash out of the way, and ZZR is going to be able to pick up first blood. That was so close as Rookie. Now the parallel convergence trying to get something back as Snake are tanking up the turret, but the Echo cannot make his way in.
No, can't get in. He's still looking for it, however. Invictus Gaming. That was a missed ultimate by Flandre to start it all off, and Zatai started to feel overconfident because of this. Of course, he had nowhere to go. Wants to make a trade, but Snake, they're showing confidence in their play at the moment. And that dive, That was very well executed.
And I'm just looking at ZZR. He just looks such a different player whenever he gets this Nidalee. We've commended him on his play in the past, but on this champion, it's just something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Like ZZR's got his defined champion pool that he's stated to the world as well.
Yeah.
Nidalee, Kindred, Elise. Pretty much goes in that order for him.
And
they
then
gave
a
him the
cheeky
best one.
Rek'Sai on the edge.
Yeah, here and there. You know, there's outskirt champions that everybody plays. Like Mundo for Kid, as an example. But we don't talk about that one anymore.
Yeah, let's not. Let's leave that one. But it does mean that Snake now have a 1,000 gold lead very early in this game. 11 minutes in. Now pushing down on the top lane outer turret is IG. But it is going to be a trade as Snake push down the bottom. Of course, in these switched up scenarios.
He might not get that as well.
We'll see whether he can. Of course, Ryze not known for his turret damage.
Yeah, and Flandre was already there, the bottom lane of Invictus Gaming Recall. I would imagine Kid stays with him now that he's topside to help push this to get the turret down. And the question is, how fast can ZZR move? And how does Snake respond to this? Because that's a big advantage just secured. Yeah, and they choose to freeze.
And this is ridiculous. Look at Rookie. He's got a Negatron cloak as well. Talk about playing against your lane opponent. And the jungler. That is ludicrous. As Crystal trying to clear out this mini wave, but doesn't get the cannon creep. Important stuff.
And that's the cool thing, right? Like, going for this build that he has means that Nidalee and Azir cannot kill him. Even means a bit of Poppy as well. Is their top lane killing him?
Yeah, speaking of Poppy, Kid actually going to get aggressed on, but Flandre just trying to get all the work done that he can before IG take him down. He's dodging out of the way of a lot of these Qs. There's the ultimate, makes it out as Kid flashes over the top. End of the line, not going to be enough. And Flandre, he's back on form.
Wow, Zetai's not done.
Oh my god, Zetai. Headbutt Pulverize is going to come in though, and Flandre picks up the kill. What a turnaround.
That's like, Flandre had no right to be alive right there. Missed skill shots out of Invictus Gaming. And the Nidalee heal from ZZR. Flandre comes up clutch and somehow goes underneath the Graves ultimate, I believe, as well to boot. I just want to see a replay if we can.
Yeah.
Of what the heck happened there. No excuses for Invictus Gaming. That should not have happened, but well done from Snake.
Most certainly was. That being said, Kid has been able to pick up the Warrior enchantment. And Zetai with the teleport will be able to answer whatever happens. Looks like he is just going to wander back towards that top side.
I can't believe he lived.
It's so silly, man.
Like, he looked dead on more than one occasion.
Yeah, I'd given up. I'd given up. I was sort of like saying, yeah, no, he's just going to run around in circles for a bit and die. But nope. Nails the ultimate on two people and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, and the scary thing to me is Snake are still trading turrets. And they're not actually trading because the top turret didn't go down.
Yeah.
The gank that they were looking towards on the top side of the map to take Flandre out was to push that turret down. Now thwarted. Snake get two unanswered at the moment.
Well, IG are doing their best to try and answer here towards the bottom side of the map. 120 to 123 as far as that 80 carry CS score is concerned. So Rain doing fine in the matchup as far as farm. But you can see the global gold starting to add up. 3,000 in favor of Snake. And they haven't stopped here towards the top side. That is unrecoverable damage. And there's another minion wave. This inner tower is dead.
Yeah, that's a cannon. So Snake, they have all the control in the world. That's two turrets for one in a single trade that they make. But with the one advantage they had top lane, nothing to be gained by Invictus Gaming. Everything to be gained by Snake. And the thing to me that I look at the most is mid lane, because that's how Invictus Gaming wins.
Yeah.
He's just forced the teleport mid. He's also close to even on CS. And to Snake, that's a win, because it means Rookie's not ahead.
And it's also, you know, Tank's been moving around the map, trying to get to places where Snake are trying to affect things, whereas Rookie's just been doing his very best to get himself ahead. We'll see whether it is going to be enough for IG as the Rift Herald does fall down. Backs are going to come in now as well, and we'll see who's going to pick up that one, who's going to take it to IG. Try and push down even more. I have a feeling the mid lane may be under siege.
It's a possibility to say the least. They could even just put Azir into the side lanes, but this is where forcing the cleanse is actually quite important. Can't teleport, can't commit to staying in a side lane and giving Snake the advantage on map control. Actually causes a little bit of confusion with lane assignments, because where does Crystal go at all times is the big question.
Yeah. Well, Tank continuing to try and pressure, but Rookie now with the Abyssal Scepter and, of course, that Spectre's Cowl. There's not a whole lot doing as far as damage on this Echo from a Magic dealer is concerned. We'll see whether Crystal can get up there and start ruining his day. But Flandre now as well, he's ahead in farm by about 15. Really managing to make his way back into this game. because it was falling behind early. But now 1-0-1, CS lead, the Poppy well and truly getting online. And this Snake lineup, the fact that the champions on paper just look so strong.
And they have a lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes things a lot worse for Invictus Gaming. Of course, Echo does okay when behind. What they're really looking for now, and one of the major items has been completed, is power spikes in terms of their item build. So Zatai, the Rod of Ages is done. He may be 0-2, but because that item is finished, right now and for the next 10 minutes, he's going to get stronger incrementally anyway. Invictus Gaming can look aggressive as, geez.
Yeah, there's the Emperor's Divide as Crystal's going to make his way around. The auto attacks coming out from this Azir are a big deal as Tank going to throw him, Tabe going to throw himself in there. Tank up that culling using the Unbreakable as Rookie now going to head back to base. We'll see whether he chrono breaks back in. But Snake looking to just create room for themselves, trying to grab this dragon.
Yeah, wow. Invictus Gaming, Rookie does well to not use his ultimate. Of course, he can't use it to get back to lane. Not 20 minutes in the game yet, so he wouldn't have had a lot of health to speak of.
Very good point.
And of course, lane assignments now to be set by IG with their AD carry mid lane to try and dispel the aggressive advances that Snake are now beginning to make.
You can see parallel convergence
Echo,
is down.
though.
Yeah, there's the arrow right in amongst it, but not going to get any stuns as Flandre
He's
right on
dead.
top of it. Crystal takes down Rookie immediately as ZZR now trying to tank things up. In goes the tie. Flandre stunned up. Brilliant exhaust onto the rise, though, and there are such low health bars on Snake. But they managed to get the mid laner, and they're going to continue the push.
The start of that fight was really well executed by Invictus Gaming. Tabe, his shot calling's on point.
Yeah, Flandre in amongst it, though, as Kid's going to get healed. They take down the turret, though, and destroy the jungler. IG still wants something, as Rain has a very high health bar, and Zatai flashes forward. Ella's going to die. Tank completely out of mana.
Could be more.
He wants to keep going, as Crystal's going to turn immediately around. Flandre picks up the kill, and Snake now on the offense. Flash forward from Crystal. 6-1 now in the kills. Make that 7, as the Kitty Cat is going massive. 7,000 gold lead for Snake.
Yeah, and at 17 minutes in this game, Snake just blow the map completely open in their favor. And what a disaster, honestly, for Invictus Gaming. They were the ones to engage this. The Ash Arrow onto Tank, the flash ult from Tabe, everything was there. But once again, that CC was not set up well enough because it's entirely committal. You have to still stack it on top of each other to make it work. Flandre, he's a hyper tank at the moment. His items are all in that department, and Kid kind of blows the ultimate to do a bit of poke damage. Invictus Gaming should not have defended this turret. Kid should not be standing next to a wall, firstly, against a Poppy and an Alistar. And I'm not sure if Tank had his tower to place down, but instead of doing it, he let them come towards him.
Yeah, baited in a really nice fight, and Snake pick up a whole bunch more kills. Ella is going to make his way in. Arrow's going to go wide. Zatai just puts down a ward. Ultimate, not on a high cooldown though. It's just going to be able to clear out these minions. And IG need to find a way back into this game.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy thing to do by any means. Because once again, we've mentioned this. Snake's team composition is obnoxious in a good way.
Oh, yeah.
And once they've got a lead, they consolidate that lead very effectively, something that Snake does as well as these champions quite well. It's a hard thing to get past Illusion with 2 big items. Even harder with an Azir there to actually stand in front of him and protect him.
And you have to go back to how Snake play League of Legends as well. I mean, the fact that this team was known for, if they were ahead by 10 minutes, they just know how to systematically close out a game.
Well, it's 80% win rate from 10
precisely.
minutes when they're ahead in gold at all.
So they're a team plays well from ahead, and they're just demonstrating it right now. They look unstoppable.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not even CS values. It's just control on the map. Like, they started a lane swap. They decided to go towards that bottom lane. Unanswered turret is the first thing that actually occurs. This is a mighty battle to see if it recedes into the void before they kill it.
Exactly right. Actually, falling down very low. 1930. They will be able to grab this one. Not too bad. As Baron not even going to know that his house was being invaded.
Fun fact, if you get the Rift Herald buff and then you take Baron straight away, you lose the Rift Herald buff.
Oh, that sucks.
Makes sense. Imagine having 2 buffs.
Yeah, that'd be ludicrous.
Your minions now attack faster, and they don't die.
Okay, yeah, no, that'd be pretty imbalanced.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Imagine the tank as well.
Kind of exciting, though, because, I mean, it's pretty difficult to do a 20-minute Baron. Might have
Good
a chat.
reward.
Let's have a chat to someone about that. See whether we can get someone put in.
I'm not advising anything. I'm having no say in this whatsoever.
I'm just the crazy play-by-play caster.
Rookie as well as a tank, Echo.
Yeah, he's got the Spirit Visage.
Yeah, he committed to the Spirit Visage before he went for like a Sheen or something. And I mean, I understand he wants extra magic resistance, a bit of cooldown reduction and healing that comes from it. I still would have advised the Sheen before he finished the entire Spirit Visage.
Yeah.
Because the damage that you have is amplified so much.
Well, it does have the Sapphire Crystal, so it looks like he is building towards it as item number 3. It's very, very late. You're exactly right. As Tank's going to pull his way in, shift some sands over to the mid lane. See where Snake are going to put on the aggression next.
The thing to me is that means he's prioritizing the passive, which is healing.
Yeah.
And there's no real healing on an Echo besides his ultimate. There are no ignites, though, on the side of Snake, and no Morellos either to speak of. So his healing will be massively amplified on that ultimate. But as an AP Echo, well, it's going to be a tank now, obviously.
Yeah.
Is it all about the healing? Or is it worth getting maxed out CDR?
Well, we'll see exactly what he builds this Sheen into. So could, of course, be an Iceborne Gauntlet. He could just commit to the tank path with a cheeky early Abyssal Scepter that a lot of the tank Echoes pick up anyway.
That's what you would imagine it'll be, though. It's his build order.
Wow, arrow underneath the turret.
Fair enough,
just
right?
Telling them to go. Yeah.
You shall not take my turret this way. But for the next 40 seconds, you may.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what he's telling them.
Well, Crystal going to get aggressed on by Rookie. Just clearing out this minion wave. They are at least managing to hold on to these turrets. IG buying themselves some time, but look, 8,000 gold is the lead here at 22 minutes into the game. Just looks like Snake. Business as usual right now.
Absolutely. So they're just sitting basically in standard lanes at the moment. They've mixed it up a bit. Of course, Ella was mid, ZZR was near bot side. But the way that they're doing it is they clear bottom. Rookie's now visible there to wave clear, and they go into the jungle. They disappear into where they have pink wards set up. You can see the wards on the minimap right now, all the red dots. The bottom side jungle of Invictus Gaming. That's Snake's crux to winning and closing this game out.
And ZZR just so much freedom to move between everywhere. Kill the jungle of Kid over and over again. You can see already pulling ahead in that farm. Graves trying to find as much as he can. More of Malmortius almost done here for Kid. He's going to go back and possibly pick that one up as now Vision trying to be removed as Tabe is moving around this bottom side jungle. Sheen completed. So 20% cooldown reduction now for Rookie.
Yeah, you'd say 30 as well with runes working towards that one. So 10% off if he goes for the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Good deal.
Yeah, quite good. And the thing to me, and this is where Invictus Gaming wanted to be, if at 22 minutes in the game they weren't behind by like 9,000 gold, they could 1-3-1. And what they want is Rookie to be the one dealing with Flandre.
Yeah.
Which means that Zatai on the rise can destroy anybody that goes near him. There's no teleport available from tank. Like, their strategy is there for Invictus Gaming. They just had to not fall behind.
Unfortunately, based on this gold, they have.
Yes.
It's all about finding their way back in. As Rookie, you're exactly right, dealing with Flandre. But Tank, he's got a needlessly large rod as well as the Abyssal and the Nashes. 005, but he's back to his old ways, just being a tank in the mid lane. Just monstering it up as Flandre actually going to miss the ultimate there onto Kid, who's trying to take away this red buff. Is going to do so now as Flandre slowed down. Rookie on top of him, parallel convergence, but Flandre going to flash his way out. No phase dive available, and the Echo not going to be able to follow.
And there's still a teleport available for the Poppy, and it was a lot of time bought where Snake have reassessed the map, placed 4 pink wards near the Baron instead this time around, and whilst Invictus Gaming's efforts for a red buff were successful, that is but a red worm when the purple one is far more significant.
It certainly is. ZZR now going to prowl around it there as well. You can see Crystal happy to move through the Invictus Gaming jungle.
That's not really a worm either, the red buff.
No, it's more of a brambleback.
Well, it's a brambleback, but what the hell is a brambleback?
Look, I don't know.
It is what it is.
The flora and fauna of Runeterra
like
has
you
not
say
been
Sentinel,
a thing that I've...
which is the blue buff. You say Sentinel, I understand.
Yeah, that's true. You say brambleback, you're like, what the heck is a brambleback? He doesn't even look like he has brambles on his back, unfortunately. We're gonna have to study it next time we see the red buff.
Baron?
Yeah, exactly.
Getting low.
He started up
this
here
actually should be gone.
5 men strong. And IG, they managed to throw down the arrow, but immediately the Unbreakable Will is going to stop it. It's a decent ultimate out of Tabe, but he's trying to tank up Snake as best he can. There goes the culling as he stands behind Zatai. Manages to stop Flandre, and the spear is going to go wide, but that is Baron buff for free, and Flandre hasn't stopped. Tabe's dead. Zizia nabs it with a spear.
Oh, wow, they're not done.
And there's the headbutt. Pole Kid in trouble as Crystal has to use the QSS, but it's not going to be enough, and now IG trying to fight back. Snake, very low health bars. The Emperor's Divide is fantastic, though, as Kid. No teammates to follow up. And Flandre with the ultimate there as well for the disengage. Snake played it beautifully, honestly.
Snake played well, but the remnants of what was this Invictus Gaming team composition do shine through at least a little bit. After that Baron was taken down, the team fight, the kiting backwards, something that IG did want to do, and while Snake found their advantages, they tried to push those advantages with the Baron buff. They find nothing but a simple trade. But the thing is, Snake didn't bait the Baron, and that's the most impressive thing to me. They set it up. It took 2 or 3 minutes to put down their vision, but the second the vision was there, they just did it. And they got it before Invictus Gaming could react. This is where they chase a little bit too far, however. Tabe, the first of 4, but they find a trade. Because going through this choke point, needless risk. Crystal, the AD carry, in terms of talent assignment and how they should be going through that choke point, probably don't go AD carry first.
It's a very good point.
Unfortunately, but Snake, they still have the Baron buff on them. The advantage grows.
Exactly right. ZZR is going to be able to take down that Rift Scuttler. They still have all of that vision set up in the Invictus Gaming jungle, and it's all about suffocation now. 11,000 gold the lead for Snake from this weighted best-of-5 series, looking to make it 2-0 out of game number 1.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing, right? Like, they started 1 game ahead in this best-of-5 series. So for Snake, it's a glorified best-of-3.
Yeah.
Like, they just need to win 2 games. And to start game number 1 ahead with already 1 in the back pocket, Invictus Gaming more than on the back foot. They're backpedaling.
They certainly are. And we shall see exactly how this one works out. 60 CS lead for Flandre as he's knocking on the front door of IG.
Yeah, it's a bit gross.
Yeah. The Poppy is pretty immovable with those 3 massive items that he has as well. And IG holding on at the moment against these Baroned up minions, but the turret falls in the mid lane.
Holding on.
Gone, and yeah, they're not holding on well.
No, it's a very relative term, isn't it? They are trying. But Flandre is disregarding Zatai as a champion on the map. And is taking turrets around him. Doing his best Trundle impersonation, I will say.
So.
The old Ravenous Hydra Trundle was a wonderful thing.
Well, I mean, that does depend on which side of the Trundle you were on.
So this looks like it's teleport flank time from Snake. They don't necessarily have a flank, but with home guards, everything is a flank.
That's a Hex Drinker completed here for Flandre as well as he's moving back down the mid lane, so not wanting to stay on the fountain and utilize that teleport in order to get that extra movement speed. Instead, straight down into the split push as ZZR is just clearing out the enemy jungle over and over again, extending that lead even further.
Yeah. And it's a matter of slow and steady wins the race right now, right? They've got a Nidalee, they've got an Azir, and even Lucian with the culling available. There's one thing Snake have, it's poke. They've got plenty of sustain as well with Ella being able to AoE heal up everybody. Windspeaker's blessing as well. Increased healing. Things are going well here for Snake.
They certainly are. 5,000 gold was the Baron power play there as well. So really making that one work out for them, despite a little bit of a sticky situation in the fight ensuing.
Even this, move speed. Get around the map quicker.
And denial of Dragon number 1 there from IG, despite the fact that they probably wouldn't make it towards that Dragon Pit regardless. Rookie over the top. We'll see whether he can actually get anything done to get them back into this game. But he's been eclipsed in farm. You can see Tank, just the silent winner, this guy. And he has paraded ahead in that CS line.
Like, let's go one step further than that. Everyone on Snake has just eclipsed Invictus Gaming and farmed. Usually you look at a team and you're like, oh yeah, they're 80 carry. He has 100 more CS than the opponent, but that's because their top lane is 30 behind.
Yeah.
But there have been so many extra minions on the map taken by Snake that they're all so far ahead because Invictus Gaming just unable to have those minions. Yeah, they're being pressured off them.
Confined to the very base that they started out in. Nothing left for them here as Snake have just been commanding this map. And I just want to say, Snake looks so decisive in this game, and that has been exactly what they've been missing over the last few. Despite the fact that they've been picking up victories, they were long, they were arduous. This is a team that wanted to take their time. Not this game. They knew exactly what they wanted. The ultimate comes out from Flandre, though. The fight has been started as Tabe throws down the Glacial Fissure. In goes Rain, able to get some auto attacks, but Ella tanking it up with the ultimate. Forces the flash out now as Kid trying to catch up. Flandre's been exhausted, but Tank is finding his way in. The Q goes down. They're trying to get the work done. Parallel convergence, but a massive knock-up from Ella is going to stop it. Tabe's going to fall down. So Ty grabs one back, but look at the Empress Divide. Rookie's going to die. And Snake get the ace. What a team fight.
Ridiculous work from Snake. They destroy Invictus Gaming. It'll be their base and most likely the first game going to Snake. That was a massive performance individually and as a team from this roster right now. Starting a team fight off with our 5 members, but holding on for dear life, working around your team's strengths, communication, everything's there from this team.
Yeah, exactly right. Just ludicrous play. Tank making it back in exactly when he was needed. And look, at the start of the split, if Tank made it to a team fight, you barely noticed. Now, it makes everything for this squad. His Azir looks beautiful. His Varus' Lissandra banned away. Doesn't matter. Still able to get the work done. And IG, they had a plan. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it definitely just wasn't enough. You give Snake a standard composition, you better have something serious up your sleeve.
Oh, yeah.
They just fall behind early. And once again, that's actually the big concern that we always had for this team, Snake Esports. If they fall behind early, or if they even get ahead early, the mid-game doesn't exist. They actually wait till 40. They're known as the 45-minute team. But you know what? They won in 30 minutes this time around. And they picked it up.
It was control everywhere as well. This is a team that did not look like they were losing at all. And this play in the top lane, this is the replay that you wanted, Rusty, but utterly stunning out of Flandre.
I'm still not sure if the Graves ult was just elevated because he was in the air as he fired it, or if it just blatantly missed. And I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Looked like it missed. This is the one moment, however, where Invictus Gaming, they had their opportunity, but they just weren't coordinated enough to make it work. No. Snake, on the other hand, they collapsed so impressively.
And Zatai, I mean, despite having a decent early start to this game, the Rise, even though it was strong, just was not strong enough to contend with this Snake lineup. And there was one thing. After the last match that we saw Snake play, the one thing we said is, just don't let ZZR get Nidalee, and things should be okay. Unfortunately, game number 1, he got the Nidalee, and it was exactly as expected. He was so dominant.
Yeah, if there's any rule that you can make for Snake at all, it's definitely that one. Just don't give him his best champion. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And unfortunately, ZZR runs away with the jungle, but Snake, through laning, actually just took the whole map. It was the one lane swap Invictus Gaming tried to put in place where the turret swap started to begin. They made a mistake, and last time we saw Invictus Gaming play against Snake, the reason Snake won, because they know how to lane swap.
Yeah.
IG fumble.
And they actually had, again, the jump on them in that regard. Even though the lane swap was matched, when they did start moving around, when they did start knocking down turrets, it was always Snake getting it that little bit sooner. And then towards the top side of the map, they grab an inner turret for nothing. I mean, this team, as far as objective trades, the ridiculous thing is the fact that it looks even better than it was.
Yeah, they've sped their game time up by like 10 odd minutes, and that is a scary prospect for IG coming to the next game.
Yeah, and a scary prospect for everyone here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Snake can close this one out or whether IG can ride the reverse sweep back. We'll see whether it happens after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It is, of course, the spring playoffs. And the MVP for game number 1 will be Flandre. And look, I agree with this purely off that one play in the top lane. Like, give it to him. It was amazing.
Yeah, I can't argue with that one. Once again, Snake, this game, it definitely felt like it was still a team effort. So all things considered, Flandre played well. All of Snake played well, respectively. And that's the most important thing to me. And he was just one part of what was a spanking on IG's side. Flat
out. It was just ridiculous. We are going to have a look at that play one more time. As Kid and Zatai, I mean, they had this dead to rights.
He had no right living. Once again, like, gets the buckler, and there's a lot of things about Poppy that you would say are clutch, but this dodge should not have happened. And I'm still not sure, to this exact moment, if Kid threw that whilst in the air and it went over him.
Yeah.
Because it felt like it. But it did miss, and Zatai, a little bit too close for comfort.
And
Poppy,
Ella,
man,
once again, where he needs to be every single time. And there's Zatai having a chat to his teammates. Sorry, that was in fact Flandre. So, of course, feeling very, very good moving into game number 2. And we could have a very, very short series on our hands as Snake. It's match point.
Yeah. I guess let's just reiterate that fact.
Yeah.
Both teams coming into this, it's a slanted gauntlet playoff. So 4th of Group B playing against 3rd of Group A.
Yeah.
The 3rd place team gets a 1-game advantage. So they're playing to win 3 games, 1 up as it starts. Whereas on the flip side, Invictus Gaming need to win 3. Snake getting the first game actually puts them 2-0 up. So they are at match point. And Invictus Gaming now need to effectively do a reverse sweep to bring it back at all.
And it will be very, very scary. And even if they do manage to win this, they have EDG waiting for them in the next round of the playoffs. Really, really scary stuff. But, I mean, that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. And if Snake managed to take this down in decisive fashion, EDG will definitely have a game on their hands. I mean, we thought that EDG looking very, very strong moving into the playoffs now. But with teams like Vici, of course, earlier on, stepping up incredibly, incredibly well, and Snake now looking fantastic, this is a playoffs that could be very, very dangerous for our top teams.
It's a playoffs buff that just seems to hit everybody. And LGD, they're known as the playoffs team. They ramped up in the end of the regular split to get themselves to playoffs, and everyone's saying they're the favorites. They're going to take it out, and Vici got a playoffs buff of their own.
Oh, yeah.
Easy Hoon comes up massive. The same thing could be said about Snake because their average game time was really slow.
Oh, yeah.
But coming into this game, to be able to execute an end by 30-odd minutes is already a marked improvement on a team that have looked good. If they keep this up, they look great.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I actually just want to go back to one moment in that last game that I think really iterates your point there is they were setting up for the Baron. Set up the vision, grab everything, and immediately they start it. They take away that Baron straight away, no answer from IG. And this is not something that you come to expect from a Snake lineup that does like to take things so slow.
And let's even go one step further than that, right? They didn't just set up vision for 2 minutes around the Baron.
Yeah.
They took their vision that was set up on the bottom side for the Dragon to the Baron very effectively and efficiently, and then just did it. Like, that was complete control of the map and holistic victory by Snake.
Yeah, complete control of the game flow. But we are back into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Snake now on our blue side. And they're going to continue banning exactly the same things. In fact, mirror bans on both sides as Snake do take away the Z like last time. Of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As Invictus Gaming now, Lysandra Kennan. We'll see whether it is going to be that Varus taken away last or whether they'll get rid of something like the Azir.
Or the Poppy.
Yeah, or the Poppy, of course. Flandre making the game look pretty easy by picking that champion up.
Yeah.
And we thought, you know, the Echo could actually
Nidalee.
be the answer. Yeah, Nidalee, another one. My God. But no changes.
I think the major contrast this time around is you have to remember we've swapped sides. So Snake, they get one champion.
Yeah.
And we get to see what they prioritize. Is it the Nidalee? Perhaps you give that one over to Kid. Is it the Azir to still pick that one up for Tank because his champion pool is very limited? And I think Invictus Gaming with this draft being on the red side and getting the 2-pick and the last pick for Rookie look much more threatening already.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I mean, I think the Azir might be a priority here for Tank. He doesn't have the Varus to go back to. Like, his answers to the Azir aren't quite as deep.
And like the thing is, Lulu's still there. Right?
Yeah, true.
Red side rookie is what we call him all the time because he gets the last pick. He can pick whatever the heck he wants.
Well, Zatai actually looking at the Echo one more time. The priority of the Poppy has fallen just a little bit for this IG squad. Not feeling like that was the problem as Echo is going to be locked in. Kid has the opportunity to take away
It's happening
the
again.
Nidalee. Yeah, and it's Invictus Gaming saying, look, it just didn't work out quite so well in game number 1.
Oh, no.
Let's just do it again. As CZR says, well, is there a bug? What's happening? Why isn't this champion
What
grayed
patch
out?
are we on again? I'm having a mind blank, guys. They're leaving me niddly. But
that is just
honestly,
insane.
like, even hovering that champion, it'll just be locked in. This should be Snake's draft. We're looking at potentially the exact same draft from Snake, unless Invictus Gaming adapt right now and take either the Poppy or the Lucian. With an Echo, though, already there, and with a Rise already there, like, IG's response to Snake's comp is not to beat them at their own game, but to beat them with an entirely different game.
This is crazy.
They're hitting all the turnaround, 2-pointers. Turn it up a notch, hit the 3s.
This is like the definition of insanity, though.
Is it? Or is it genius? Because they're very intertwined.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's definitely insanity. They lost the first game. So
Yeah.
until further notice.
Incredibly convincingly as well, as now Snake playing with their options. Crystal just thinking, all right, well, let's just do it again. As the Poppy is locked in there for Flandre. That is exactly the same team comp. One more time for Snake. And it is looking like danger time
so
as
confused.
IG take exactly the same squad as well.
Have we hello, have we replayed game 1? Guys, this is interesting.
There is a 2 up there for Snake. And it does say that last time around, this is exactly this. Oh my God, Rusty. I just don't know. Same bands, same picks, just different sides here for both of these teams. And we mentioned that IG, it looked like they had a plan, but it didn't work.
That's okay, so like let's take this with a grain of salt, right? Because game number 1 didn't work through a lane swap, through a map play, not through the drafting. So all things considered, with the draft that Invictus Gaming do have in front of them right now, they can still make it work.
Yes.
The idea is just do not be 9k gold behind at the 17-minute mark.
Yeah. It's a very good point. Also, maybe don't use your arrows on the guy with cleanse and fantastic reflexes there as well, which was a problem there towards the mid lane. But my God, we've mentioned this time and time again. It was the fact that Snake got this terrifying team comp and the fact that they are so comfortable on all of these champions that was a big deal heading into game 1. And now IG just let it happen all over again. And we'll see what they can do to change their stars, because they're going to need to make some serious alterations to what they did on Summoner's Rift, because there is no change anywhere else.
Based off game 1, Invictus Gaming are bringing a knife to a gunfight.
They most certainly are. Well, we'll see whether the knife is going to be big enough as we hop onto Summoner's Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Don't be confused by the fact that the champions are exactly the same. This is, in fact, game 2. I can tell by the fact that they're on different sides of Summoner's Rift. But other than that, nothing has changed. And we'll see whether IG can make the adaptations here in order to get themselves ahead.
Yeah, naturally the only change was sides of the map, as you mentioned, but this also means we need to reiterate a couple of small details, and that is what the teams are entailed to do and why they've committed to the exact same thing all over again.
Yeah.
Invictus Gaming have kind of met Snake's team fight composition, which is just very heavy in the poke pick type of department with really good disengage to boot if it comes down to it, thanks to Flandre. But they've said, Ash Arrow, I'm straight on top of you. I'm going to take you out.
Yeah.
One member dead, consolidate and win the team fight yourself. But their crowd control and their way of actually getting in and stunning someone, as an example, the Ash Arrow once again, pretty high cooldowns.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm saying the same thing, but that's because they are the same.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they changed skins, though. I know Rookie didn't, but there's like one skin for Echo.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do like the high school one.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Academy.
Academy Echo.
Nah, I meant Zatai. He changed skin.
Yeah, true. So this could be all the difference.
He's Devil Boy.
Or Devil Old Man. We're looking at Rise thematically as Rookie. Able to clear up his minion wave. Misses one of them, but should be absolutely fine here as Kid.
Oh,
Gonna
wow.
head his way over, trying to stop this one. Steals away the red buff. End of the line. He's going to proc twice as well. As ZZR going to lose his first buff, and this is the first change IG have made. Something that Kid has been pretty good at.
Yeah, he went from Gromp to red buff and just absolutely surprised ZZR there. And I don't think Kid's done anytime soon. In fact, he pushes him out entirely from that side of the jungle.
Scary stuff. And IG already. Adaptations. ZZR going to head his way over to the enemy red buff, see whether he can lock that one down, avoid the 3-buff start, as Rookie gets poked in the face over and over again. Azir, so strong after he hits that level 2.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean,
Oh,
oh my
Flash!
god, wow.
Woof! Flash answered there by Rookie, but Tank, he means business today.
Yeah, this is exactly right. I mean, the adaptation's there from Invictus Gaming, but this mid lane doesn't get any better because you've picked the exact same matchup. Tank won it last time around. And once again, Rookie has to early blow that teleport. And he doesn't even get enough for another Doran's or anything this time.
Yeah, actually grabs himself a refillable potion and heads back with the pink ward, but you're exactly right. No extra advantage to be gained as the Azir's going to head back, and that could be double Doran's ring on the Chicken Man.
Yeah.
And that's just really scary. So there it is. Azir already pulling ahead, but no flashes in the mid lane may mean that Kid or ZZR might be able to pay an early visit. We saw ZZR do it last time.
Absolutely. Means the junglers are a little bit more important. And of course, Kid and ZZR, no summoners burnt, but this just doesn't seem to end.
Yeah.
We know who's going to win each respective lane. We know exactly how the map starts to pan out for these teams now. Of course, the Thai does well against Flandre. Tank does well against Rookie. During the adaptation, once again, is Kid doing well and pressuring out ZZR.
Yeah, they're making sure that this Nidalee cannot get going. Of course, getting towards that Runic Echo is very important for the champion, but may have an opportunity early. And they are displaying that so far. Parallel convergence. Comes down as Rookie just grabs himself a shield. Dominance asserted.
So that's the thing, like in this matchup, whilst we've been saying that Azir does well, if the parallel convergence hits and a stun connects, Rookie does a lot of damage. In fact, he probably out-trades Tank because every spell he has does damage, but the passive to boot.
Yeah. And I think it has a lot to do with how much damage Tank can do while Rookie's trying to disengage after his cooldowns, right?
Yeah, exactly. You stand your ground and you deliver back onto Rookie once the combo's done.
Well, you can see IG trying to cope with Crystal and Ella here towards the top side. Now that that wave crashed into the turret, Crystal is well and truly back in. Was falling behind just a little bit on the farm, but this is just one of those things that happens. And Rookie underneath the turret doing very well. As Kid pressuring ZZR out, but ZZR still playing with aggression towards the top side of the map.
Cute from Zatai, I will say as well. Whilst he doesn't have a lot of mana to his name and he's only level 5, where the kill threat is sparing, he holds the wave. And he's held that wave there for so long
Yeah.
that Flandre really is struggling.
That being said, not reflected in the farm as there's the headbutt. Pulverize out of Ella. Crystal throws some bolts into Tabe, but the Unbreakable's good. And IG holding on here towards the top side of the map. No help coming right now. Of course, something that IG very used to. Tabe maybe not. And we were wondering about the changes. And in game 1, I mean, I don't feel like too much was to be blamed on Tabe there. How did you feel he played?
No, Tabe played quite solidly, honestly, in that first game, as did Rain. Like, he did his job as the champion on the map. Ash throws the arrows out. He was connecting on all of the important targets. Crystal actually copped one in the last fight, but the QSS was there. If he hits Tank, which he did, the cleanse was there to flash him out to safety. So, whilst the Ash has been doing well from Rain, it still just doesn't feel like it does enough. But that's Invictus Gaming's bottom lane in general. They are just facilitators for Rookie, who wants to carry, and for Zatai, who's actually started hard carrying as well.
Yeah, and I actually really like the adaptation there as well. Give utility to this bottom lane.
Well, Rain's match history is Sivir,
Yeah.
and that says a lot. Sivir not being picked, it is of course Ash, but similar principle. You press R and you help your team.
Precisely. But Rookie actually able to get the stun here onto Tank. A lot of extra damage, doesn't get the passive proc.
I think he did.
Yeah, that was actually weird. It sort of hung around for a little bit longer, but still, notable damage. As it's the same build here for Rookie.
Yep. Slight difference, I will say, though, from Tank. He's going... It is Abyssal Scepter, but no magic resistance is the option. The lane control that he has had, obviously reflecting a little bit in that fact, as these two, it's going to hit each other a lot. Well, one-way street.
Yeah, big combo there from Zatai as he blows the ultimate.
Rise also being changed in this patch. Does a lot more damage with the Q.
Yeah.
So if you can hit any of those to start off a trade, you generally win that trade. Just Rise things.
Precisely.
I guess.
Zizia with the Tracker's Knife. Doing some work as Rookie once again aggressive. Ultimate could have been available there, but you can see lots of damage back. Yeah, no, Rookie deciding not to use that Chrono Break. And in goes Kid. Flandre forced to flash immediately, getting out of the way of the Rune Prison. Yeah. He's going to be safe for now.
The second the smoke screen came out from Kid, he had to reactively flash, because if he lost vision of where the team was killing him, he probably was just going to flash anyway and have a lot less health to speak of afterwards. So the safety flash from Flandre, who doesn't have a teleport, makes a lot of sense. Better safe than sorry.
Most certainly, but at the moment, 8 minutes into the game, it is very even. We'll see whether IG can utilize this to change what happened in game number 1. With some early skirmishes, some problems from IG that really put them behind. There's now Snake looking for another steal. Kid helping with the blue buff here as Rookie is going to be able to pick that one up, but clear vision available for Snake, so they know that everything's safe towards the top side. Tabe gets some vision in there, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, they have a lot of knowledge here, Snake. And the question to me is, now that Crystal has recall, does he look to keep standard lanes, or do they accelerate that map for themselves once again, as they do so love doing?
Oh, yeah. Nice harassment there out of Rookie, though. Doesn't have any damage items apart from a Doran's Ring to speak of, but able to out-trade Tank.
I feel like a broken record, but I will say it again. Just like the first game.
Yep.
Echo going for the tanky items, such as he has now. Spectre's Cow going to be Abyssal Scepter.
Yep.
Pretty hard to kill him. And because you trade evenly when you don't really have enough damage to speak of as tank, to kill someone that's got tanky items, you generally win those trades. So early game, tanks do well. Mid game, late game, the damage dealing builds tend to scale up a bit better.
Well, we'll see whether Tank is going to be able to weather this storm. You can see Rookie actually ahead now this time, 10 minutes into the game. And keep your eye on the gold, because at the moment it is very even, about 100 in it. But Snake, generally, if ahead, 10 minutes, things look good. At the moment, things looking very even.
Yeah, that 80% win rate went ahead by any amount of gold, I believe, at 10 minutes in the game.
Yeah.
Speaks volumes for Snake. And usually what they're trying to do is, because they've lane swapped most of the time anyway, is consolidate Flandre and actually get the man going. Because with the highest kill participation on his team, for a top laner, kind of a big deal.
Most certainly is.
The thing is, and we didn't see it last time, we didn't see it this time, we've got standard lanes in Australian assignments.
Oh, the arrow
is on.
Yeah, Pounce not going to be enough here from Zizia as the smoke screen goes out. Zizia actually flashes over to the wall, but in goes Rookie. They want to get this kill as First Blood's going to go to Kid. Massive knockup comes in as Snake trying to stand their ground. You can see Kid going low as Ella tanking up the Herald. Kid so low, uses the collateral damage to help out as Zatai immediately has to run away. Snake doing their very best. Glacial Fissure comes down. Tabe controlling this fight as Flandre throws out the ultimate. Now Rain as well. He's in trouble as Snake are turning. And Flandre gets exhausted now as well. You can see Tabe right up on the front line as the Chrono Break comes in. Tank doesn't find the ultimate in the position that he wants, but follows after Tabe. Thinks that he may have caught him out of position, but flashes forward. Is the Q going to be there? Tabe's going to fall, and they answer.
And Snake were really close to actually getting a clutch team fight across the board, but not committing Tank to actually following his spells up and knocking them towards the team. It's a tie.
Yeah, just a cheeky cow. Have some free beef, my friend.
Yeah, well, must have been on sale. Not sure what Ella was doing there.
You said the 10% off deal, and look, there it is.
Wind Speakers is meant to increase healing by 10%. That'll make you 10% more susceptible to death. I'm not sure what mastery Ella's taken anymore.
It's not a good one.
No, but once again, Snake, they do still find themselves a pick, and it's kiting back. This is something that Invictus Gaming, generally speaking, were looking towards doing. And whilst they find small advantages here, IG, they get themselves 2 early kills. The gold lead remains even because nobody's accelerated the map. The priority is laning and farm.
No one taking any turrets there as well. So this is normally the time where we see Snake moving around, trying to grab these outer turrets. So far, no changes have occurred. So Crystal and Ella moving back towards that top lane once again. Q not going to find Tank there in the mid lane, so still holding on, still doing fine. Only down by a couple of creeps. This Rookie just shoving forward. Rain actually might be in trouble here towards the top side. Nice Unbreakable out of Tabe, being very impressed by this Braum players. There's the concussive blows. Culling comes down though. Crystal looking for Rain with that damage. As ZZR, he's going to turn up looking for the spear. Needs to find it. Doesn't get it there under Rain, so they'll pressure them under the turret. We'll see whether this is going to be all she wrote, though, as Snake looking to create some pressure. They'll get this turret. Is that going to be all, as it's a 2 versus 3? They may not need to, as the turret is going to fall down. IG actually trying to turn this one around. Kids here, the flash forward. Ella uses the ultimate, though. Winter's Bite lands. This could be it for the Cows. The Glacial Fish is going to get the knock up. They just waited out and pick up the kill. IG looking very different in this game.
Yeah, Beef definitely on special, Atlas. But once again, Invictus Gaming, they still get something back, but they lose the turret for it. Because Snake, their strategy and their priorities are on actually taking down objectives. And whilst that kill was there, Snake do find themselves a little bit ahead in gold as a response, because the global gold from a turret comes up slightly trumps.
Yeah, well, Rookie now having a slightly different time here in the mid lane. We'll see whether he actually adapts the build, whether he's going to finish that Spear of Visage, or whether he's just going to get a Sheen a little bit earlier, create a little bit more kill threat for himself. Because that's what I want out of the man. I want flashy plays. I want really cool stuff. And that's what we have come to expect from this man, as he has gone back. The Abyssal Scepter's there. The tank, of course, has his Stinger available as well. And Rookie actually used that Chrono Break in order to get back into the lane, so see how the Echo is going to do. The auto attacks from these Sand Soldiers, though, not exactly doing the work the Tank wants. He's going to dodge out of the way, clear up as much farm as possible, and Tank, man, he's just looking good on this Azir.
Yeah, Tank's honestly been the most impressive and most improved mid laner of the past 4 weeks of the LPL that I've seen. Like, he's starting to just go above and beyond, honestly.
Yeah.
But once again, like Snake, they know what they want to do. By taking that top lane turret, ZZR has said, we're now opening up the map. Pressure your lane in mid, make sure that it's controlled so that we know where Rookie is. He can't teleport, he can't ult, he's used them both to stay here. Gives free time for ZZR and the rest of Snake to work their lane swap magic. Those voodoo dolls and things that seemingly just make it always work for them.
Exactly right. Well, IG looking to try and answer here towards the top side. No response coming out of Snake as they're pushing 4-man strong towards this inner turret. I've seen this one before, Rusty. And that is going to be another turret broken on the side of Snake. It will be answered, but that's only an outer on the top side of the map and only the first for IG.
I'm getting severe cases of deja vu, honestly.
There's a glitch in the Matrix. I think there is. Something like that. I'm seeing that black cat one more time. There's brick walls instead of the windows.
Yeah, throughout this series, honestly, it's felt that way. Invictus Gaming, though, we are starting to see signs of adaptation because last time around, they did not go for their respective buff. They didn't get the dragon secured, whereas Snake got that Rift Herald because we were flipped, because reasons.
Yep. That's how it works out, as IG are going to be able to take themselves a Rift Herald. Will be their first for the series, I believe. Actually, no, they did manage to steal one away.
They haven't got a dragon yet.
Yeah.
And that's what's on the scoreboard, Atlas.
Precisely.
That's what matters.
If it's on the scoreboard,
so,
it's a big deal.
Again, to me, the only adaptation that Snake should have made in maybe the past 2 to 5 minutes was getting the Rift Herald before they went bottom. So if they sent ZZR up there to take that one, fast push harder, you could have actually forced Invictus Gaming back to defend that lane. Maybe even broken the freeze that is looking to be in place by Rain. Of course, he will start pushing to take down turrets. This is where Snake have a lot more time available to them on the map to start opening up even further. And it all starts with vision.
Yeah, and speaking of opening up the map, sneakily, Flandre has managed to create himself a lead, up by about 8 creeps right now. As the Poppy always seems to make himself relevant. As Crystal's
Ty's going to go for this.
Oh. Yeah, they put a ward down. So Kid unable to get to position in time, as now Snake putting the pressure on. Zatai comes in, Flandre not in as much trouble as you might think, as the Primal Surge is able to help out, and the arrow just going to fly by wistfully on the top side of the map.
That was a reach from Rain.
Yeah.
I don't know if the commit to the turret was going to be there from Snake. They're just poking their heads around and trying to catch people out of position. As Flandre's actually bottom, there's no Ash Arrow.
Yeah, Hawkshot comes in. Rain is just going to get heroically charged. The teleport comes down. Can Flandre actually manage to secure this kill? As they're diving,
cancelled.
He's cancelled it. And Rain is going to be able to make it to safety. They've killed the friggin' Rise, though. Ridiculous play out of Snake as Ella trying to run away. The ultimate is going to wear off as Rookie. Very low on mana, but still has the auto attacks. Crystal gets exhausted. ZZR right in amongst it. Collateral damage comes down from Kid, though. And Flandre able to pick up another one. Tank in here. The auto attacks are massive out of this. Azira's Kid's going to fall down as well. And Snake turn it all around.
And in typical Snake fashion, better late than never. And after a blunder in communication, everything works out for them. Very confusing, but very, very well executed from the bottom lane of Snake to get themselves all of these kills. And here we are again. The map's starting to open up, and it is still match point for Invictus Gaming. They need to bring it back.
Yeah, the map is exploding right now. That is 2 inner turrets completely dead. This mid lane now going to fall down as EZR finds himself some free time. Big creep wave there as well, in the Nidalee online like you wouldn't believe. Now 18 minutes into the game, probably will go back and pick up that Rod of Ages as item number 2. And he's ahead by a lot. I mean, once again, ZZR's Nidalee, ridiculous. But Tank, he's got a kill early on this time around. Nash's Tooth now done.
He's like the low-key MVP of Snake at the moment.
Yeah, every time.
Shout-outs to Rookie. Changed his build. You the man.
Oh, there it is. This is what we wanted.
That's what I'm talking about. It's little things that matter for me. IG though, and you're right, like the map has exploded open. And I love that reference of exploded as well, because it feels like a Michael Bay film right now. Snake have just decided that it's time to just make the map theirs.
Make it rain. Oh god, that was not a reference to the 80 carry of Invictus Gaming. This Kid able to take down his red buff, or is he? As Tank is going to make his way over. The Emperor himself has decided that this is a buff he wants. Unable to take it as Kid just smites that one away. And they're desperately trying to hold onto their jungle. ZZR doing his very best to deny it. Doesn't find the pink ward there, but Crystal, another unsung hero from Snake at the moment. Him and Ella have been laning beautifully this series.
Yeah, they have. And for what it's worth, Rain and Tabe have matched their laning, at least in farm, and they've stayed even.
Yeah.
But it's once the map movements come into play that IG just look like they're faltering. And it's because Snake are putting a lot of emphasis on their bottom lane, and they're forcing Invictus Gaming to respond to that bottom lane emphasis. This is curious.
That was very strange. Heroic Charge was actually dodged there. The arrow is going to fly through. Ella just going to use his ultimate to get the way out. Parallel Convergence, unable to find anything, and Kid forced out of this fight. Snake still so healthy. They also have the mini ARAM going on here with the Sun Turret. They're just orchestrating every little skirmish.
And it's funny because mechanics just don't seem to matter. Invictus Gaming, though, they are looking threatening, all things considered. But still, like, for someone like Tank on this Azir to just, like, sand shift into a wall and just casually walk it out now with his team, still looking in an advancing position. Speaks wonders for what Snake are doing right now with their decision-making, their setup, and their strategy.
Yeah, and they're transitioning into this siege so beautifully, making use of ZZR on this Nidalee, who has that brand new Rod of Ages. This turret, very, very low. Sun turret does wear out, though, and IG could possibly find something. Spear lands onto Rookie.
That's the turret.
Yeah, turret is going to fall, and Snake say, well, that's what we wanted. We're just going to back away, and IG, they're just watching their base crumple. That is 6 turrets to 1.
Yeah, they're absolutely just watching this game unfold in front of their eyes. The saving grace of IG's Kid. I didn't think I'd say that very often. But in the elimination round of this playoffs, round number 1, they've got a 3-in-1 Graves to back them up and get them to the late game where Zatai and Rookie can run rampant.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can get to that stage. Needlessly large Rod now done for Tank. Building towards that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Such a fantastic 3 first items for this Azir player, and he's looking to be online very, very soon. ZZR going to start off his blue buff. Actually just going to take it. They just don't care anymore.
Thanks, got one.
Yeah.
He got their one. So everything working out so well for Snake here. They've set themselves up once again with Dragon available. You'd imagine that that's going to be the free objective for Snake to take. IG's emphasis is on the Baron buff.
Yep.
So that's where they should be placing their vision. And once again, we can see if their setup, like it was in the first game, is just as beautiful. It really was. It was an honor to watch.
It was. They've taken their second dragon here as well. Making sure that they're denying that objective. 7,000 gold is what this is ballooned to. And Flandre once again having an excellent game. Not needing to be as flashy. Just playing the Poppy out. making sure you can utilize just how strong that champion is. As Snake setting up their topside vision. It's exactly like you said, just playing out by the book. Very controlled. Beautiful to watch.
And if there's one thing Snake are, it's by the book. Execution aside, their strategy, their decisions that they want to be, or where they want to be, is always theirs. Tank has no cleanse.
Yeah, he's actually going to get locked down here. Glacial
He's
Fissure
dead.
comes in. He's so dead. As Kid's able to pick up another kill for himself. IG making a change, making an adjustment. The mid laner now gone for another 30 seconds on the side of Snake.
One small step for Invictus Gaming in the right direction with that pick. It's not about the gold, it's about the control that they then get of the map, pressuring this mid lane turret.
Well, the rest of Snake are able to respond. It's a nice culling to come out.
Tabe didn't block it.
Yeah, didn't have the Unbreakable there. As that's an Iceborne Gauntlet completed here for Rookie. Committing to a lot of cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
I like it.
Iceborne Gauntlet, pretty good item, Atlas.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Definitely worth it. 20% CDR will cap him out as well now. Rookie once he finishes his Spirit Visage. And it is the Tank Echo. It's the important thing to take from this. A question where he's going after that.
Well, it's not going to be a Lich Bane.
Well, no.
But that's about all I know. So don't quiz me anymore.
Sweet. Glad we got there. I'd imagine Zonya's Atlas.
Probably a good idea.
I'm just curious because we don't often see Tank Echoes in mid lane.
Yeah.
Usually it's an AP one. We saw Rod of Ages from Wayless.
Well,
they're doing it again.
Yeah, Snake just going to start up the Baron. Hawkshot is going to give away the position as ZZR is going to pounce over the wall. And Snake say, all right, well, we don't have to worry about it. Use Primal Surge, get ourselves back up to health. Rinse and repeat. It's IG, shove out the mid lane. We're going to try and take down, finally, this outer turret.
And whilst it is rinse and repeat, the thing is Hawkshot and Blue, oh, hang on.
In
Flandre's
goes
in.
Flandre, waiting for it right now as Zatai is going to stop him. He flashes out immediately as the ultimate has been channeled. Just decides to cancel it out.
Ash
and
still
Snake,
has arrow.
Yeah, they're setting this one up. They've got a lot of ways to get out of this Ash arrow. We'll see whether Rain is going to have the aim in order to get IG a favorable trade. Rookie making his way around. Crystal right in the front line once again as Winter's Bite's not going to find it. Not a lot of mana and now not a lot of health on the Braum.
But once again, this is just vision set up by Snake. Everywhere you look in Invictus Gaming's jungle is a green ward that Snake has placed. And they're back to this Baron. The dance continues. Look at the minimap. There is no contest besides this miracle arrow steal that isn't there.
It's onto Crystal.
Oh, the teleport's actually coming in here.
Collateral damage comes down. They take a fair bit, but they do manage to nail the Baron. In goes Zatai. He's home guarding. He's trying to get somewhere.
Now
but
he's
they're just backing.
Yeah, Snake, they take their Baron. They secure themselves a massive gold lead.
It feels like chess. It doesn't feel like League of Legends. It feels like they're just playing pure strategy right now.
They are. And once again, this is 25 minutes in the game that they're playing this strategy. Usually you'll see that happen in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes in the future from this point.
Precisely.
But they're speeding the game up. And once again, the playoffs buff that Snake seem to be getting. Doing
Which is
wonders.
historically something that they just never have. They normally fall apart at this stage.
They're an LSPL team that was notoriously good at team fighting and lane phase. And getting between those two to the next is the hardest thing to do in the world.
Yeah.
But they've worked it out. Refinement.
Well, Crystal going to dash his way over. Rookie takes a little bit of damage there. The Culling not going to find too many creeps, and IG able to wave clear these Baroned up minions. But this is where the problem lies. Despite the fact that Zatai has a lot of damage, Flandre had a huge minion wave bearing down on that inhibitor turret. Spears flying forward. Let's see what Snake are going to be able to gather. 8,000 gold the lead. If nothing else, the Baron just extending that money advantage that they have even further.
Yeah, it definitely is. Of course, Flandre not having a great time.
Whiff.
As you said, whiffed. Unfortunately for Rain, and that's one of their engage tools gone for 50-odd seconds. Watch Snake now feel a little bit more confident.
Whoa, Kid. Actually takes a lot of damage there. Collateral damage actually has to be used in order to clear out the minion wave. Slowly but surely this turret is falling. And Snake trying their very best to grab it. Spears flying through left, right, and center. And Tank, despite the fact that they're falling low in these exchanges, it's the healing that's available from this Nidalee that's really just winning the war of attrition. Inhibitor turret falls down. IG, they have to try something. They have to do something before they just get poked out and lose an inhib.
But there's 3 items completed for Tank. Look at how much he is zoning. any engage is desperate.
Yeah, well, Tank is actually going to get stunned up, but there's the headbutt pulverized. Rookie has to use the ultimate, does so, and gets himself out as now Tabe could be in trouble. Actually gets a trip out for free by Flandre. The inhib falls down, though, and Snake bearing down on the members of IG. The culling comes out from Crystal, sends them all back to the fountain. Nexus turrets are actually falling down. They're looking for a second. Snake have to be careful because there are large health bars now back on IG. They didn't get the kills.
But the games begin, Atlas.
Exactly right. Ella actually going to tank up the arrow. Rookie takes down Flandre, and the flash is now used from the cow in order to get Ella to safety. They lose one, but that's an inhibitor turret, and Nexus turret for the trade.
Yeah, things starting to look quite dire for IG, but they are still scaling, and they push them back once more. IG might be able to break their second turret of the game, at least on the knowledge that Snake are going back, but they can't. And scary stuff now about to ensue. It's all on the line for Invictus Gaming in this game. They need to take what they can now before it's too late.
Well, they will take a dragon, so 6% stats actually pretty useful here at 30 minutes into the game. Denying that third dragon away from Snake as well. That extra movement speed as we have a look at Flandre. Some concentration.
And you know what?
In the eyes of everyone.
It was really close to game over. Crystal actually misplayed because he flashed and then used the culling in an awkward direction.
Yeah.
If he was in range of an auto attack or a spell by any means and used those, probably would have killed somebody. And that could have been lights out.
Oh, this is sneaky as kid. He's going to go straight into the trap. Crystal finishes it off.
That's a lot of damage.
That was ludicrous.
Yeah, 3 completed items, and once again, big item advantages for Snake as they're starting to threaten the top side of the map. I like what Crystal's doing, though.
Oh,
I like that as well.
I actually have a feeling that if that aim was correct, Crystal would have still been
So they're
stunned.
now threatening the end.
Yeah.
They have sent tank mid lane. They're not pushing top. They're not threatening 2 things. They don't even have Baron. They just want the game.
Yeah, teleport's going to come in here from Flandre as Ella just uses the Unbreakable Will. Tabe's dead already as Flandre comes in. Picks that one up. Parallel Convergence. Not going to get any stuns. And now Snake used this as a reason to engage. In goes Flandre. Rookie going to avoid the stun, but the Nexus is bare. It is falling down. Emperor's Divide going to get flashed out of the way up, but that's game. Snake finish it immediately. 2-0. All too easy for this team. And struggling in playoffs? I think not.
There is no word that sounds even remotely similar to struggling that can describe Snake's performance against IG. In fact, Invictus Gaming are the ones that I would say looked like they were struggling.
Oh, yeah.
Snake just play beautiful League of Legends is the best way to describe it. They play to win the map, and they do.
And big smiles on their faces as they are shaking the hands of IG. It's all about believing, Rusty, but unfortunately just didn't pay off there for IG as their playoff run ended very, very quickly. Snake so incredibly decisive in these games, and I cannot wait for that matchup against EDG.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the most heavy-hitting game of the playoffs, in my opinion, right now. Snake come in with this form.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could take the whole thing. And like
Exactly.
they're going to be up against the big dogs in their next game, but whoa, this series, that says it all. Like, they just dismantled Invictus Gaming. They made Rookie look like he was aptly named.
Yeah. Well, and that is a massive call, and one that I could imagine that Rusty's actually dying a little bit inside saying.
A little bit.
You're exactly right. It was so incredibly powerful. And Snake, just tank in the mid lane.
Yeah.
The Azir, twice in a row. The fact that they got the same team comp over and over again, I mean, that has to feel like a drafting blunder. And something must have been going right for this particular comp for IG in scrims. And they did do better in game number 2 as opposed to game number 1. But, I mean, why do you take exactly the same thing into game number 2 when it's all on the line?
I would imagine that Snake came into this drafting phase for game number 2 and they're like, why are they giving us Nidalee again?
Yeah.
Why are they giving us Poppy again? Every champion, what is this? Like, we won with this beforehand, but the exact same thing happens basically 2 games in a row. IG show no adaptation to the draft. They show one strategy that they want to use. Perhaps it's the one strategy they practiced with Tabe, and that's all they felt comfortable actually putting in place. Doesn't actually work out for them. And honestly, to me, I'm looking at IG, and it's still their bottom lane. Like, Crystal should be MVP in that last game. He would have done like 35% of the damage to champions, honestly. That guy was a monster.
Yeah.
Rain just threw R's. Like, he just threw his arrow out and tried to connect. Never really worked out for them.
there just wasn't really the team fighting Ash that we were expecting come that late game. And look, we did see Crystal. He managed to pick up those 3 items and then just sit in a brush. It's like, we know that you are going to come and try and take your red buff, try and get into your jungle, kid. We are just going to murder you. And that's exactly what they did. We are going to have a look at what's going to be happening tomorrow. Relegation going to start us off here as HYG take on Master 3. Try and keep themselves in it as OMG then up against Energy Pacemaker all. Of course, a little bit unfortunate that OMG didn't make it into the playoffs. It was looking very, very close with IG, Vici, and OMG. Unfortunately, OMG had to fall out. We'll see whether they are going to be able to make their way back in against an EPA that have looked a whole lot better. That could be a definite match to watch tomorrow.
So that is a massive match, to say the least, right? OMG, and it could have gone to anybody when you look at Group B. Who was going to get eliminated? Vici actually just coming out barely and actually showing up today and getting a win against LGD. Like, says it all about group number B. Nice. Group B, that's a letter. Anyway, the other one actually as well, M3 against HYG. The curious thing to me is that Masters 3, they struggled. HYG had 1 victory this split.
Precisely.
1 victory. And guess who it was against? The team they're playing tomorrow in Masters 3.
Yeah, and look, despite the fact that they've had pretty, I guess, horrible experiences on the Rift, there have been things for HYG that you can look at. Because Chimin making his way onto the lineup, looking a whole lot better. I mean, this is a team that's trying to adapt to all of this extra map play that they weren't necessarily able to work out earlier on in the season. Moving around the map, closing things out. They never had a problem in the early game, though, and I mean, that's something that we've been looking at for M3 as well, also struggling in that department.
Yeah, both teams have their strengths, but they definitely have defined weaknesses, and that's what puts them into the promotion series, right? Like, plain and simple, whereas I look at OMG and I look at EPA, and I think that these two teams, out of all of the teams in that promotion series, probably shouldn't even be there, and they have to play against each other first. That's a very dangerous thing now, for OMG in particular, as a very prestigious organization to stay there.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to be very dangerous, of course. Now we have the rest of our playoffs bracket as well already locked in. So WE are going to be taking on Vici. That is going to be an interesting one. But we are going to go back to our previous game and have a look at the MVP. It is going to be Crystal. Rusty called it. 88% kill participation, 35% damage share. I mean, what more could you want?
I actually think I almost...
Yeah, you almost nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it. All right, yeah. I think I've worked out the system that they give MVPs on. Personally, I've actually got the voting part down. But very, very deserving is the best way to describe Crystal in that game. The one play they made, a very cheesy bush camp where they caught someone out, basically ended the game for them. Very effective stuff. The Lucian was the utmost impressive thing. This, to me, by the way, whilst this is a Crystal highlight, is a miscommunication from Snake, because they could have had the kill on the Ashe at the same time, but this whole thing just blew the map open, right? Crystal just lives. He just does not die. And Tank finally makes his way in. ZZR finally makes his way in. But it's the Lucian who has been there the entire time that just makes it work and makes it happen for his team. Dodges honestly like everything.
Oh, and then Tank makes his way through. Massive Emperor's Divide. IG, nowhere to go. And it was all just about the Lucian dancing out of the way of every single skill shot that Tabe was trying to throw at him. Glacial Fissure completely whiffed. Ella just walks up, dodges out of the way of it. Winter's Bite then not able to find the range onto Crystal. This guy was just spacing himself so beautifully. And this is something that we came to expect from Crystal last season.
Yeah.
When he was playing the Draven, when he was the solo carry for the team. What a better time to step up.
Yeah, I guess the major conflicting difference now is Lucian's more of a ice skater in terms of champion design. You know, fancy feet, able to dance around everywhere and dodge out all of these spells, whereas Draven's kind of just like stand and deliver with your damage, which is a lot higher. But naturally, the Lucian in this particular game, we saw the highlights there. Like, he stepped up massive. Crystal. Snake, they seem to have this playoffs buff that Vici have also shared with them. I wonder if they've been playing each other. Yeah,
well, that's the thing. And we think that Vici may have stolen it from LGD, but Snake, this is a team that historically not great in playoffs. That is just not where they perform. And now they've managed to turn it around. The organization definitely getting a lot older, able to mature as well. So now this sort of playoff time, not going to be the daunting experience that they had last time around when they were sort of this fresh LSPL team, split one of 2015.
They are still reasonably young players, but you're right, the organization's starting to feel a little bit more experienced. And for what it's worth, man, like this Snake team, they could actually take the whole thing based off that.
Yeah. Just utterly incredible. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for tonight. Make sure you stick around for tomorrow's matches. It's going to be those relegation ones, and we'll see exactly who's going to be back into the LPL. But for now, Just want to say thanks on behalf of myself, Rusty, our whole production crew. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.